Now we'll go to the daily routine of business, affaires courantes ordinaires, dépôt de documents, dépôt de projets de loi émanant du gouvernement, déclaration de ministre, rapport de délégation interparlementaire, presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, March 29th, 2022, regarding the request for government response to the 9th report on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights entitled The Shadow Pandemic, Stopping Coercive and Controlling Behavior in Intimate Relationships, which is presented to the House of Commons on Tuesday, April 27, 2021, during the second session of the 43rd Parliament. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member, Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House always, and today I'd like to present a petition in regards to the support of Bill S223. This is a Senate bill that is aimed to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It makes it a criminal offence for an individual to travel overseas to receive an organ taken from an individual without that person's giving consent. Also, it's been brought to my attention that through this petition, as I table it, we can honour a former MP, Mr. David Kilgour, who passed away this past week on Tuesday. Mr. Kilgour was one of two Canadians who initially made the world aware of organ harvesting and the trafficking in China, and played a key role in passing legislation to combat it in other countries as well. In his honor, it's an honor to present this petition for him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member Cold Lake, Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
I, too, am going to rise to table a petition in support of Senate Bill S223, which seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking and make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. And I, too, would like to take this opportunity to recognize the amazing work that was done by the late Member of Parliament, David Kilgour, on this. David was actually a Member of Parliament when I first started university in Edmonton, and he was a very kind man, and he did so much. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity in his honour to put forward this petition of the work that he had spent so much of his life doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually have two petitions of both of the same nature, so I'll combine the two of them as one. And what it's in regards to, Mr. Speaker, is when things occur in countries abroad, often community members here in Canada will respond. So, for example, when India had passed legislation related to our farmers in India, in particular in the Punjab, many of my constituents had taken great exception to the new laws and had actually submitted and signed off on a petition asking for the Government of Canada just to be aware and to do what we can. And it was really quite encouraging to see that there have been some changes, which no doubt will make my constituents a little bit happier, and I wanted to table these petitions today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de petition. We're going to go on Zoom for a second, and we'll go to Mr. L'Honorable Député de Provencher.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to present a petition this morning from 263 Canadians that are calling on parliamentarians to do everything that they can to prevent the Liberals from fulfilling one of their objectives of revoking the charitable status for crisis pregnancy centres. And they point out so adequately that pregnancy centres do so much more than just counsel women that find themselves in an unwanted pregnancy situation to keep their baby, but they also provide the necessary supports for mothers that choose to make the difficult decision to keep their child, and they provide support for these individuals, and they want Parliament to recognize that and to not allow the Liberals to revoke charitable status for these very essential crisis pregnancy centres. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling petitions, an honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in order to put forward a petition from constituents in my riding who are calling on the government to lift all mandates with regard to COVID vaccinations in order to travel, in order to be able to cross border and then come back, in order to be able to enter into federally regulated workplaces, et cetera. And certainly this group would also highlight the fact that the mandates have been politicized, and they would call on the Prime Minister to stop such comments as racist or misogynist being associated with those individuals who might think differently than him.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and privilege today to table a petition on behalf of the volunteer firefighters from Ucluelet, Tofino, Beaver Creek, Sprout Lake, and Cherry Creek in my riding. And it's timely because it's budget day and the International Association of Firefighters are here. And they're citing that volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. In addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents each year. The tax code currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. This works out to a mere $450 per year, which we allow these volunteers to keep of their own income. So increasing, they cite that this tax credit would allow these essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money, to increase it to $10,000, likely to be spent in the communities in which they live, and would help retain these volunteers at a time when volunteerism is decreasing. So they're calling on the Government of Canada and Parliament to support Private Members Bill C-201 to increase this credit from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you.
Des pétitions. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today on behalf of petitioners from Saskatoon West. This petition is in regards to the unprovoked war on the people of Ukraine. And of course, we know that the war is going on and it's triggered a human rights, humanitarian and displacement crisis. And so petitioners here are calling for the implementation of visa-free travel. We know that in my riding and in Saskatchewan, there's a large contingent of Ukrainian people or people of Ukrainian descent, and this is very, very important to them in my riding. And they note that a public poll done on March 9th showed that 85% of Canadians support the idea of visa-free travel for Ukrainians to Canada. So petitioners call on Canada to immediately waive all visa requirements and grant visa-free travel to Ukrainians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This petition that arises in the House today, it's an honour to present and raise the concerns and echo the concerns that many Canadians and many throughout our world have right now as it relates to the atrocious practice of human organ harvesting. And this petition is in support of Bill S-223. It's a Senate bill. It seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. As I table this petition, I also want to give honor to former MP David Kilgour, who passed away on Tuesday. And I do recall that Mr. Kilgour was also a member of the parliamentary prayer breakfast group that would gather regularly, and his contributions were always meaningful and significant. And so I want to give honor to Mr. Kilgour in his memory today and express our deepest and heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. He was very instrumental in helping blow the whistle initially on forced organ harvesting and trafficking in China, and played a key role in passing this legislation to combat it in other countries. So I'm sorry you won't be able to see this take place in person, but somehow I have a feeling he'll be aware of its passage when it does happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to present the petition of Bill S-223. We all know now that it's to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking and making it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. Certainly as a former family physician, this bill would strike to the heart of the matter for me, Madam Speaker, and we all know that this is vastly inappropriate and sadly a burgeoning event happening in countries that are not quite so lucky to be Canadian. Again, I would like to honor a colleague who is not a colleague of mine, but of everybody else here, it appears, David Kilgore, a great champion, not only of this issue, but of other human rights issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honor today to stand on behalf of hundreds of Canadians who have called on the government to deal with the opioid crisis in Canada. The opioid crisis is one of the most deadly public health crisis emergencies of our lifetime. In Alberta, there is a 229% increase in the number of deaths that have occurred between January 2020 and January 2021. The people who have signed this petition ask that steps are taken to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries, to collaborate with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan, and to ensure that any plan considers reforms that other countries have used, such as legal regulation of drugs to ensure adequate, safe supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition in support of Bill S-223. This is the bill to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and it would make it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the donor. This horrific practice was first brought to light by former Member of Parliament David Kilgore, who sadly passed away just this past week, and it's a shame that he didn't live to see its passage. But I certainly hope that this bill will pass. I did have the privilege of meeting Mr. Kilgore and talking about his incredible work in exposing this murderous practice that sadly goes on.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm also tabling a petition on S-223, which seeks to fight the really unjust, unfair practice of organ harvesting that's being done in different parts of the world, and to make it a criminal offense to go abroad to receive an organ without the consent of the donor. And again, like other members have done, I'm going to just rise also to recognize David Kilgore, who I knew David decently well. We exchanged emails and met off and on. He is the one that blew the doors open on this practice overseas, and that made this thing possible. He passed away on Tuesday, so just to his family and to his wife as well. God bless him for his work, and God bless him for everything he did for this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petition, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too rise today to present a petition in support of Bill S-223. This is not the first Parliament where this bill has been introduced and received widespread support, but Madam Speaker, I would also like to note and honour former Member of Parliament David Kilgore, a principled Member of Parliament from this place who stood strong for the values of human rights both in Canada and around the world. And, Madam Speaker, I am sure that petitioners who want to see this bill finally passed and given royal assent in this country after having been discussed and debated in 3 parliaments, and I hope, Madam Speaker, that we can do so in honour of Mr. Kilgore, who championed and has been noted blew the doors open and was a whistleblower for this deplorable practice around the world. So I am proud to stand along with many of my colleagues and present this petition here today to see that Bill S-223 gets passed, both for all of its victims, but also in honour of Mr. Kilgore.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I am also going to table a petition on Bill S223, and I want to join colleagues, I'm sure, on all sides of the House in recognizing the incredible legacy of David Kilgour, who passed away this week. David brought this issue to my attention. He brought this issue to many people's attention. He wrote the initial report along with David Matus on this issue and has just been a tireless champion on it, but on so many other human rights issues as well. So I'm very pleased to table this petition in support of S223, and in the process recognize Mr. Kilgour's work on this and so many other important human rights issues. The next petition that I want to table is on actually another issue that David worked on. It's on the Uyghur genocide. Petitioners highlight the horrific human rights abuses that have happened to Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners want to see the government formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those who are responsible for heinous crimes being committed against Uyghurs. The next petition that I'd like to table is in support of Bill C-257. It's my private member's bill seeking to combat political discrimination, people being discriminated against on the basis of their political beliefs and opinions. It would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners want to see the government support Bill C-257 and defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions.
There's 18 seconds left.
Oh, well, I can do one more in 18 seconds. Madam Speaker, the next petition is to highlight the situation in Ethiopia, concerns about human rights in Ethiopia, in particular the Tigray region, and to ask the government to take further action in response to that, to be actively engaged, to call for independent investigations, and an end to all human rights violations. Thank you.
Oh, well done.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Second reading of Bill C-14, Preserving Provincial Representation in the House of Commons Act.
Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Madame Leboutillier, propose que le projet...
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Electoral Representation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would have liked to be in the House today in person, but like many Canadians, I'm recovering from a COVID infection, so I'm participating today virtually from New Brunswick. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak in the House today to begin the debate at second reading of Bill C-14. Following the decennial census, the Chief Electoral Officer calculates the number of House of Commons seats allocated to each province using the formula specified in Canada's Constitution. This is important to all of us, and I know, Madam Speaker, I speak for all of our colleagues when I say that serving as a member of Parliament representing one's constituency in the House of Commons is an immense honor. As a member of Parliament, our job is to serve our constituents. This means listening to their ideas, proposals, and concerns, reconciling often opposing viewpoints, navigating challenges, and working together to advance the interests of Canadians. La représentation à la Chambre des communes.
Representation at the House of Commons and the readjustment of this representation over time is particularly important for us because it's at the very heart of our democratic system. While the fathers of Confederation established a representation house formula for the House of Commons based on the principle of proportional representation in terms of the equality of electors, Canada has developed over time, and we had to adjust over time this formula based on the growth rate and the size of the Canadian population, which varies from one region to another in our country. Therefore, given these differences in population and given the unique nature of our federation, the principle of modified proportional representation has been established with respect to representation at the House of Commons. Thanks to changes made over time, the representation formula we use today takes account of provinces that see a spike in population while still protecting smaller provinces that may see lesser growth. This is an important characteristic of our democratic system and of our federation as well. This allows us to ensure the integrity and transparency through an independent process under law that is based on proportional representation while remaining sensitive to representation issues regionally. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Constitution requires that the number of seats at the House of Commons and the electoral boundaries be revised every 10 years after every decennial census. This requirement allows us to take account of changes and evolutions in provincial populations in Canada. The Chief Electoral Officer makes this calculation based on the representation formula announced in Orders 51 and 51A of the Constitution Act of 1867 and based on democratic estimates from Statistics Canada.
Madam Speaker, in order to find what we think is the most responsible approach to this process, one where no province would have fewer seats than it did in 2021. The seat allocation formula keeps all protections in place and will continue to permit incremental seat increases in provinces like Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia due to growing provincial populations. This updated clause ensures that all provinces continue to have a strong voice in our House of Commons. Madam Speaker, under our government's proposal, the calculation and objectives of the seat allocation formula remain the same. Smaller and slower growing provinces are protected, and provinces with growing populations will continue to see incremental gains. The government's proposed amendment to introduce what can colloquially be known as a 2021 grandfather clause is a considered measure. It ensures that no province will have fewer seats than it did during the 43rd Parliament. The 2021 grandfather amendment applies to all provinces and creates a new floor for them should their populations experience a significant shift over time. Madam Speaker, this is, in a small but impactful way, a significant amendment. And again, I would point out that the seat allocation formula remains exactly the same, keeping other protections in place as well. Furthermore, the proposal continues to permit incremental seat growth in provinces such as I mentioned, due to their growing provincial populations. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to remind colleagues of how the formula works and will continue to work. It is a mathematical formula that follows a simple four-step process. The first step in the formula is the initial allocation of seats to the provinces. The electoral quotient is obtained by multiplying the quotient of the last decennial redistribution by the average of the population growth rates of the 10 provinces over the last 10 years. The 2021 electoral quotient, as established by Elections Canada, is 121,891. This number roughly corresponds to the average riding size across the provinces. Although, as I mentioned earlier, this does vary considerably based on the unique circumstances of different jurisdictions across the country. The base number of seats is then obtained by dividing the population of each province by this electoral quotient. Secondly, the application of special clauses follows. After the initial number of seats per province is determined, seat adjustments are made to account for the senatorial clause and the grandfather clause. Except under our government's proposed legislation, this will become the 2021 grandfather clause, but it works exactly the same way. The senatorial clause guarantees that each province has no fewer seats in the House of Commons than it has in the Senate. That remains in place. That's obviously important for smaller provinces like mine in New Brunswick. And the 2021 grandfather clause guarantees that each province will have no fewer seats than it had in 2021. This is instead of the 1985 grandfather clause passed during the previous Conservative government of Mr. Mulroney. These rules continue to ensure that our smaller provinces and those with perhaps declining populations continue to be heard in the House of Commons. The third step in the formula includes the application of the representation rule. The representation rule applies to a province whose population was overrepresented in the House of Commons relative to their share of the national population at the completion of the previous redistribution process. If a province were to lose its overrepresentation in the House of Commons relative to its share of the national population, then it is given extra seats to ensure that it remains overrepresented in the House. Quebec is the only province that has benefited from this rule in the past. With our government's amendment in place, Quebec would preserve its seat count at 78. With Quebec at 78 seats, its share of seats in the House would remain higher than its share of national population, and the representation rule would not apply. Once the special clauses and the representation rules are applied, the number of seats in each province is then determined. And finally, 3 seats are allocated to each of the territories. This is the final step in allocating the total number of seats in the House of Commons. Once the number of seats in the House of Commons has been determined, then the process of redrawing the electoral boundaries within each province begins. And this year, it is no different. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, the electoral boundaries are redefined in every province based on the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act. This act establishes commissions for establishing boundaries that is independent and nonpartisan, and it readjusts electoral constituency boundaries federally. The act clearly states the rules and responsibilities of the commission, in addition to the readjustment process and the criteria that have to be respected to guarantee neutrality. The timelines and activities are pre-established and transparent. In addition to the readjustment of constituencies, there is a 10-year cycle to mitigate parties adjusting boundaries to for political gain.
That the independence of these commissions is a fundamental element of the electoral boundaries readjustment process. For this reason, the provincial chief justices are responsible for appointing a chairperson for each commission, while the Speaker of the House of Commons, with the advice of Elections Canada, is responsible for independently appointing 2 other members for each 3-person commission in every one of the provinces. And
Madam Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the eminent Canadians that accepted to act as independent commissioners in charge of establishing electoral boundaries, and they've spent part of their time on this important work. Thanks to their expertise, often anchored in the university sector or in the public service. They establish proposals that Canadians and members of Parliament can obviously shed light on. As 2021 was a decennial census year, the boundary process has already started. The commissions for independent boundary readjustment for every province have been established based on a proclamation made last November. Commissions have started their work. After the publication of definitive census data was published in February of this year, they're now starting the process of examining the constituencies, and there are public consultations, and changes will be made to constituencies in every province.
By a highly prescriptive and legislative process, which takes approximately 18 to 20 months to complete. They will work to propose a new electoral map for their province by considering criteria such as average population numbers, communities of identity and interest, historical patterns of an electoral district, and the geographic size of electoral districts. The commissions are also required to consult with Canadians through public hearings. At these hearings, members of Parliament and the general public are invited to participate and can make presentations to support or oppose particular proposals by commissions.
After these consultations, commissions are required to submit a preliminary report on the new electoral ridings proposed through the Chief Electoral Officer and to you, Madam Speaker. A study at a parliamentary committee will follow, and it will allow members to express their concerns. Members will have 30 days to table a written objection with the Clerk of the House of Commons. The Standing Committee on Procedure will examine these objections and give you, Madam Speaker, a final copy of the objections and minutes of the study. Everything will be remitted to the commissions through the Chief Electoral Officer. The commissions must also examine suggestions and objections from members. However, and this is important, decisions on the way that ridings will be redistributed will exclusively be up to these commissions. And this is why a final report will have to be submitted to the Chief Electoral Officer, indicating the boundaries of every riding in the province. The results of this redistribution will be officially made known when the Governor and Council signs a decree identifying what these new boundaries will be. However, changes will only be applied when the first general election is set out at no less than 7 months after the proclamation of the Representation Order in Council. This period gives Elections Canada and political parties time to prepare for the next general election based on these new ridings.
The redistribution process is in its early stages. Our government's bill minimizes any disruption to the ongoing electoral boundaries readjustment process that I have just described. Only the work of the Quebec Electoral Boundary Commission would be affected, and importantly, this would not delay any of the work in the other 9 provinces. The bill also allows for the Quebec Commission to readjust its proposal as needed and take the time required to consider the province's seat allocation should the 2021 grandfather clause be adopted in legislation. Madam Speaker, representation matters. Redistribution matters as well. It matters for all Canadians to feel their voices are heard and their concerns are addressed fairly. It matters that they are represented effectively, regardless of where they live in Canada. Le processus de révision des...
The process for revising constituencies is an important characteristic of our democratic system. It allows us time to think about the functioning of how representation works in our democracy, and generally it allows us to reflect and appreciate the importance of the integrity and the transparency as fundamental values of our systems and democratic institutions. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister. Well, actually, I'm very happy that he explained how redistribution would be done in our country with commissions. Therefore, I don't have to explain this in my speech that I will make before the House. I'd like to make a few comments about two judgments handed down by the Supreme Court in Canada. First, on Section 3 about the right to vote in previously it was the case in Saskatchewan. The court said that in our country, the representation was more than one vote for one person. Can he talk about that in the context of this act?
Minister.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Carlick-Shepherd for his question. I obviously share his interest with respect to the evolution of how these democratic principles are being applied through various court decisions and appeal courts and even the Supreme Court of Canada. Electoral representation in a province is often different from what we have at the House of Commons, for example, because, Madam Speaker, as our colleagues know very well, we're a federation. And within this federation, for various historical and constitutional reasons, we've developed a representation system, as I tried to explain at the beginning of my speech, that reflects some unique aspects of some province, and that's why we have the current system, and I think it has served Canadians over time in a very important manner. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, the member, to present this motion if, in his opinion, the political weighting that Quebec represents is guaranteed. I would like to quote that the weighting of Quebec over time has dropped incessantly. In 1947, it was 28%. In 76, it was 26%. In 89, it was 24.9%. And in 2015, it was 23.1%. Even maintaining the status quo, if we can call that status quo, it worries me because Quebec's political weighting continues to drop. Will this bill guarantee our specific nature in Quebec and our unique nature? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, I think that Quebec's political weighting is guaranteed through this bill in that we have changed the clause that guarantees provinces the same number of seats in this electoral redistribution as province had in 2021. So instead of reducing the number of seats, we've heard many of our Liberal caucus members in Quebec at the House of Commons talk about the importance of preserving the 78 seats that Quebec holds. And that's exactly what we are doing through this bill if it is adopted. Quebec's political weighting is also represented by having a prime minister that is a Quebec member as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-de-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister as well and for tabling this bill.
I'm very pleased to see that an element that our two political parties negotiated in this bill, if you look at the document, it's the final point or the final line, that is the protection of seats for Quebec. So it's good to see that this can be achieved quickly. But there are other aspects, like the ease of access to votes, 3 days for voting during a general election period, have easier access to polling stations. I'd like to know why he didn't include these in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Rosemont Petit Patrie. He is right. In the agreement that our government reached with his political party, the NDP, we agreed to preserve the 78 seats that Quebec has at present in the House of Commons, and that's exactly what this bill, very targeted bill, will do. With regard to the other improvements that we agreed to make together, and I fully agree with our colleague from Rosemont Petit Patrie with regard to access to the vote, extending the number of polling days, the ability to vote on campuses. I think all of these things can be done in consultation with the Standing Committee on Procedure and then the Chief Electoral Officer, because the readjustment of the electoral boundaries is going to get underway right away, and this will allow us to make adjustments. And we will have the opportunity to work together on other improvements as well.
Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the minister on his leadership on this file and his overall leadership for the past many years. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is, British Columbia has the fastest growing population, never mind British Columbia, just city, 1,500 people moving every month. How this formula the minister is bringing forward will be fair to the people of British Columbia?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my friend and our colleague from Surrey Newton for his question. He has represented in a very effective way the people of Surrey and the people of British Columbia for many years. And he raises an essential point that many of our colleagues from British Columbia have discussed with me and with our government, the importance of respecting the formula, as he noted, that adds additional seats to provinces like his, to British Columbia, probably ultimately to the Surrey region. We'll see what the Commission decides in terms of British Columbia. So nothing in this legislation in any way affects provinces like his, Alberta, Ontario, that have growing populations from also being allocated additional seats under the formula I outlined. And obviously, we look forward to the work of the Commission in British Columbia to see how those additional seats will reflect population growth in communities as important to Canada as Surrey, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from New Brunswick, the Minister, for his efforts and works. And this is a big task, and I appreciate those efforts. And my question to the Minister would be, and I know he gives and has great appreciation for a province like New Brunswick, where we have a lot of rural communities and small towns, and there's been some redistribution that's been going on, and I take it that in this process, that redistribution is being considered and factored in, and also that ensuring that while, yes, the areas that have increased population have increased representation, make sure that our rural areas are not neglected and that they have proper, solid representation as well. So just if he could speak to that, it'd be most appreciated. Thank you.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you again, and thanks to my friend and colleague from Tobic-Mactaquac, that great New Brunswick constituency. And like him, I represent a rural part of our province of New Brunswick. And I completely share his interest and his concern in terms of the importance of ensuring that smaller communities, rural communities, are represented adequately. Our province will benefit from the senatorial clause, which will not see New Brunswick's seats fall below 10 in any redistribution. That's constitutionally guaranteed. So the commission in our province in New Brunswick will have a difficult job of ensuring that rural communities like the ones he represents or that I represent and other colleagues have a fair and proper representation in our province. But like across the country, some of the urban parts of our province are growing at a rate that doesn't reflect some of the small rural communities. So this is the difficult task that the commission, the independent commission in our province will have. But I look forward to working with our colleague from Tobique Mactaquac and others on these important issues.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, so I'm pleased to be offering this entering the debate on this subject. I'm glad the minister covered off basically how redistribution works. That way I don't have to explain it to residents back in Alberta, the way that it functions. One difference of opinion I have with the minister, he said this was a substantive piece of legislation. Actually, I would say it is not a significant piece of legislation. That's why I like it. It is actually one of the smallest changes you could possibly do to the redistribution formula, and it preserves the entirety of the Fair Representation Act, basically the principles, the substance of what Stephen Harper passed in 2011. So that's why I like it. This is such a small change. The grandfathering clause of 1985 basically ensured that no province before 1985, they would get the same amount of seats as they had then. They could not fall below that amount. And this is an update to the 43rd Parliament. So I see no great change in this. The effect is basically moving what I call the banking of the seats, so that no province in the future, should conditions change, lose extra seats in a future redistribution. So in 1988, when I went back and looked, I'll talk about the three fastest growing provinces here: British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. British Columbia had 32 seats, Alberta had 26 seats, Ontario had 99 seats. In the 2019 election, there were 42 seats for British Columbia, 34 seats for Alberta, and 121 seats for Ontario. So when I looked that up, that is a 10-seat gain in terms of a floor for British Columbia, an 8-seat gain as a floor for Alberta, and a 22-seat gain for Ontario. And we have to admit that Ontario remains heavily underrepresented. Even with this change to our legislation, they're about 40% of the population, a huge province in our confederation. There's no doubt about that. It was the largest province at the time of confederation as well. They continue that history to this day. A couple of points I also want to make on past Supreme Court cases, because this often comes up when there's a lot of confusion with American political culture that happens. One person, one vote. That is not the direct principle that's applied in Canada. There is a Saskatchewan electoral boundaries case from 1991, and the Supreme Court found in a Section 3 charter case that in this country, what the principle is effective representation. And I think that looks towards smaller ridings. And ridings also are very expansive in terms of territory. While spatial limits are not directly in the legislation, that idea of effective representation, like the minister spoke about, how we represent our constituents is difficult. And there's a tension between two ideas here, which is those of us in very large ridings, and Madam Speaker, I have the second largest riding in Canada by population size. My colleague from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin has over 200,000 people in his riding. So you can just imagine the volume of emails, phone calls, meetings that you have to have in order to meet with all your constituents so that they believe they are being well represented. And on the other side is the issue of spatial representation. And I think many of those members of parliament in the very large ridings, I'm thinking of northern Saskatchewan, I'm thinking of the territories, I'm thinking of a riding like Labrador, that is a difficult riding to represent in good weather. And I can't imagine how much difficulty it is to represent them in bad weather when you can't travel the long distances, when you have to stay overnight in very, very remote communities. And there's that tension inherent in that type of representation. So I wanted to recognize that in this redistribution, we try to aim for effective representation. And the small change to the formula, I think, achieves that. There was also the case of Figueroa versus Canada as well in 2003. That equally looked at that issue. Now, I want to admit another thing here, and I love Yiddish proverbs, as you know, Madam Speaker, and to a warm and horseradish, the world is horseradish. This is truthfully something that very few Canadians will pay very close attention to. I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader chuckling at that. This is horseradish. This is truthfully inside baseball would be a more common saying, but I love the Yiddish version of it much more, and I love horseradish too. And I recognize a lot of Canadians will struggle recognizing why are we having this prolonged debate on redistribution. And so I want to make the point here, but I think, because I do believe it's important, we do these every 10 years, essentially. And we've been doing them basically since our country was founded in 1867. And when I went back through all the parliaments in the past, 2 parliaments had actually a reduction of seats between one election to the next. 3 parliaments went from an equal amount of changes. This is every 10 years. And there were 20 where there was actually increase in seats. And I just want to note some of them. The first parliament where there was a reduction in seats was a parliament in 1892. In 1892, the Redistribution Act actually reduced seats for 3 different provinces. That reduction happened to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. The 3 parliaments where at the next election there would be an equal amount of seats was in 1903, in 1933, and in 1999. And this parliament has been growing as well. We are sitting in a new chamber as the center block is being renovated and being basically taken apart and updated kind of for the 21st century in order we can keep doing our work on behalf of constituents. And we've grown a lot. We had 181 seats at the start of Confederation in 1867, and our parliament has grown to 338 members. And with this change to the law, we are set to go to 342. We'll actually be going to 343 if this legislation passes and receives the Governor General's assent. The last major changes I saw was actually in 1966, where the parliament went down 1 seat, and there were significant changes all around. In that redistribution, Quebec lost a seat, Nova Scotia lost a seat, Manitoba lost a seat, and Saskatchewan actually lost 4 seats in that redistribution. That was the last redistribution actually I could find until 1999, where there was actually a loss of seats to the provinces. In 1999, there was a loss of seat for the territory, the Northwest Territory, but that's because they were being actually split. So that doesn't really count as a loss because you're just splitting a territory to 2 and you're affording them that idea of effective representation for Nunavut. And I think that is entirely fair. I've never heard anybody complain about that, that they needed their own member of parliament to represent them properly in this parliament. So I wanted to bring that here because I wanted to make sure that people understood that this House has continued to grow as our population has grown. And when we compare ourselves to other chambers all across the world, I don't think that's an effective comparison. I also don't believe that's a fair comparison, because oftentimes we are compared to the Americans and we're compared to the mother parliament in the United Kingdom. Again, unfair comparisons that we make. This is Canada, and we make the determination of how many seats are needed, how many members of parliament are needed for us to do our work effectively on behalf of our constituents. I also want to say, I'm a regular reader of The Hub, which is an Ontario-based kind of political dialogue podcast, and they also send out kind of a morning jolt, I think it's called. And there was an article, I think this morning, from Mark Johnson, who was a former Conservative candidate, but it's an idea I've heard quite often, is that we have enough MPs in this House, that we could not possibly fit any more in this House. And I was just looking at the chamber layout. We have 7 empty seats in here. So even if this change passes and we add 5 new seats, we can accommodate those 5 members of parliament without having to change anything here. And Speaker, as you know, I've probably said this before during the standing order debates, I would be more than fine to move towards the benches model like they have in the United Kingdom, and then you could have more than enough seats for all the members of parliament to do the work that they need to do in this House. Now, redistribution, every time it's done, it draws its critics. I remember that back in 2011, the Stephen Harper government at the time had to propose legislation twice before they were able to pass it eventually at the very end of 2011, which was then called the Fair Representation Act. And in this legislation, what I see here is basically the formula essentially remaining the same and preserving the legacy of Stephen Harper, which I know the Liberal government will find itself in that difficult position of preserving the legacy of Stephen Harper in this legislation, as they should. Density will always keep growing towards urban areas. I think that's a fact of life. That's a fact. That's a reality. that Canada and other industrialized nations have experienced for well over 100 years now. And there will always be a tension between cities that are growing, that need more representation as they get a much larger population size, versus the regions where you have increasingly large rural ridings that are becoming more and more difficult for some members of parliament to represent because of highway connections. They're increasing the number of mayors, city councillors, local events that they need to go to. They have legion halls they need to attend. They have local affordability, housing affordability task forces that are created. These are all the difficulties between urban representation versus rural representation. There's no better one than the other. It's just it provides different tensions and different difficulties that every single member of parliament needs to meet. In this redistribution that's posted online on Elections Canada's website, there's a quotient, which is the average for the first rule in redistribution that Elections Canada calculates to. That's 121,891. Like I said before, Madam Speaker, I have over 170,000 people in my riding, and my riding continues to grow. There are still communities being built, just like there are in the riding of Calgary Rocky Ridge, which is diagonally opposed to mine on the other side of the city of Calgary, and it continues to grow as new suburbs and new subdivisions continue to be built. And that's the case for a lot of my colleagues. We live in growing communities. There are members of British Columbia and Ontario who experience these exact same points. And this takes me to another point I wanted to make here. Is we moved in this House, it actually was moved by the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who is the deputy leader of the Conservative Party. He moved that the House oppose any federal electoral redistribution scenario that would cause Quebec or any other province or territory to lose one or more electoral districts in the future, and that the House call on the government to act accordingly. Now, there was a lone voice in this House that rejected it. I note that the substance and the principle of that idea is inside the C-14 legislation that's been moved here. So I like to tell constituents back home and colleagues too that all unanimous consent motions have an impact, whether they're agreed to or not. Some of them make the news, some of them make waves, but they all have obviously an impact, and it seems like the minister perhaps took note of that and decided to do it. In this redistribution too, I want to go to the percentages, because Alberta and Albertans are the ones that are gaining the most seats of any province in Confederation. We will be gaining 3 seats in this redistribution, taking us from 34 to 37, which is great news for Alberta. We've been trying to get much closer to representation by population as closely as we can get to it. So in this redistribution, at my count, we will have 10.7% of the seats, while we have about 11.6% of the population. In British Columbia, for example, they'll have 12.5% of the seats and 13.68% of the population. We're moving in the right direction, and I think 10 years from now, at the next redistribution debate that will be here, the MPs who will be there at that time, I think we'll have to do a brand new formula to increasingly adjust for that rapidly growing population in those 3 fast-growing provinces, Ontario, Alberta, British Columbia. Perhaps there'll be a new province. Perhaps the great province of Manitoba will start to grow at a clip and a pace that I think we should adjust their representation count then. And I hope that happens too, and I hope they elect a massive amount of Conservative members to this House so we can represent them really well in a strong majority national Conservative government when we earn that right to govern someday. And I want to talk about Ontario here, because Ontario, by my count of this redistribution, will have 35.5% of the seats, and the population size is about at 39%, 38.9%. Ontario continues to be underrepresented, but it's also the province with the most representation in the House, as it was at the very beginning of Confederation. I'll also note that if this legislation passes, that the province of Quebec will continue to have and enjoy the demographic weight equal, proportional to its size in the House of Commons, 22.7% of the seats to 22.5% of the population, which is they have it just about right. In fact, one of the rules that was created back in 2011 in the Federal Representation Act, the representation rule ensured that any province that was about to lose any seats would be then apportioned based on the percentage of their population in Canada. Canada is a fast-growing country, and that rule was introduced equally to all provinces. It would apply to any province in their redistribution to make sure that it always had that percentage representation in Canada. So that's why, Madam Speaker, I like this legislation. There's a lot to like for Albertans here. We are banking our seats. We're gaining the most seats. out of any province in Canada, getting closer to that representation by population that I, as a Westerner, and especially a Prairie Canadian, really like to see, because Alberta is a fast-growing province. We are expected to reach that point of getting over 5 million people within the next decade. And I want to make sure that my province is well represented here, and that we continue to represent them properly by having enough people. I think all of us will recognize that over the past 4 months, representation has been made much more difficult. It's been much tougher to get back to the thousands of emails, the hundreds of phone calls we've been receiving, because everybody wants to hear from their member of parliament. They don't want to hear from a staff member. They don't want to get a stock email. They want that personal, authentic touch point. They want to hear directly from the person that a person voted for or voted against, in order to hear their views, their opinions, and be able to talk to the person that represents them in the People's Chamber in the House of Commons. So that's entirely fair. On October 29th, I wrote in a Substack, so I have a Substack newsletter that I sent to about 8,500 people in my riding who have subscribed to the newsletter. I wrote then that should there be any changes proposed in Parliament by the Liberal government to the apportionment of seats away from the Harper 2011 formula, then I would make the case for apportioning seats to representation by population for every province in Confederation. That rep by pop idea, so I started speaking here about that Supreme Court decision rendered in 1991 that talked about effective representation, where we don't have a direct one person, one vote. We believe in effective representation, but we strive for representation by population. So the percentage of your population in Canada should be as closely reflected in the number of seats that you get in the House of Commons. So I want to keep my promise to my constituents and to make sure that I raise that issue in this House on their behalf, like I said that I would. Representation by population would ensure, and by my count, that Alberta would get an extra 3 seats, British Columbia would get another 4 seats, and Ontario would get about an extra 10 seats. And this is obviously on top of the current ones that are going to be apportioned to them. That would bring us closer, that would update that rule much closer, so that every province, the 3 fastest growing provinces, are much closer to representation by population. Now that is not in this legislation, but despite that, I wanted to make the point that at a future point, when members of parliament and perhaps just under 10 years, when they're looking at redistribution again, we'll look back at debates as I did when I looked back at debates in 2011, and I noticed that a few Liberal MPs who later became cabinet ministers noted that perhaps we should get rid of the grandfathering clause. There was actually one who was a former professor from Montreal, Stéphane Dion, actually mentioned it during those debates in 2011. And so I read those debates because I think that's where you get the most information from. What were people thinking when they passed that legislation? And again, in 2011, the Stephen Harper government added 30 seats to this House, one of the largest redistribution increases ever made, to bring us on that path to ensuring we got that representation by population, getting closer to that ideal that many of us in the West and in Pacific Canada as well see as like that's the right way of representing constituents. Recognized the Supreme Court in 1991 talked about effective representation. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned that because I told constituents I would indeed do that as well. The issue of underrepresentation will continue in this country. That is just a fact of life. In 5 years, even if we added seats today, people will still be complaining about being underrepresented because population movements, people vote with their feet the most. That's how people decide where they want to live, where they want to raise a family, where they want to put down deep roots in a community, and where eventually they want to, be buried and have their future grandchildren live and work and play and contribute to the local communities. People vote with their feet at the end of the day. And there's an entire realm of activities people do before elections to participate in the civic process. And the last point I'll make on the civic process, the electoral boundaries commissions are the way in this country you can get involved in the electoral boundaries process. And not just you, Madam Speaker, anybody can get involved and send in information on what they think boundary redistribution should look like for their area, whether a municipality should be added or removed, and also bring up the fact, because these are only 3 people on these boundaries commissions that make these decisions, remind them of difficulties that if you draw a boundary where there's no easy highway access, then how is a member of parliament supposed to represent the area if they have to, say, do a 2-hour detour in order to get to a community? Or if you're going to only look at population, if you have a riding that is about 4 streets by 12 blocks, that is also difficult to represent if you're going up and down condo towers all the time. There'll be very few community events, but maybe you'll have an extremely high population size that will lead to hundreds of emails a week. You know, I remember before January, I was getting I calculate 65 unique emails a day. There was a point during the Emergencies Act when the government had invoked it, I was getting 1,000 emails, just about 1,000 emails a day from constituents. I checked, they were from constituents in the riding for almost 10 days. That is an incredible volume of correspondence they have to get to. And it's changed, right? Email is much easier than it used to be. So, Madam Speaker, I like this legislation. This is legislation I can vote for. I believe in a government that legislates the least, damages the population the least. That's the way, I'm a minimalist when it comes down to these things. This is the least bad option I could see that the government could have moved forward to. And again, for Albertans, it preserves the 3 seats that we're gaining in this redistribution. And this is Stephen Harper's Conservative government legacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And I thank our colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his thoughtful presentation. I agree with much of what he said, particularly around the importance of effective representation. Also about people participating in the electoral boundary redistribution process by making presentations, community groups, municipal leaders taking advantage of the public participation with the commissions. I agree with him on that. I thank him for his willingness to support this legislation, send it to committee. I hope we can work collaboratively. We deliberately designed, as I said, Madam Speaker, in answer to a question from another colleague, we deliberately, maybe I agree with him also on, in this case, the importance of minimalist legislation, of doing something that surgically respects, I think, what all members wanted to in terms of a grandfather clause that doesn't see a loss of seats for any province. So I hope we can work collaboratively on this. But Madam Speaker, perhaps a question quickly. He talked about effective representation, the importance of big ridings like he has. Would he be in favor of increasing potentially resources to members of parliament to better serve their constituents in face of those increasing demands as well?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I'd like to thank the minister. I hope he doesn't agree with me too much and publicly, because I still have a caucus to go back to. And if they see that this minister agrees, I don't think I'll make it out of the caucus meeting in one piece. I want to recognize the minister for also providing me with a briefing session with the Privy Council experts on this piece of legislation, and recognize the fact that he basically took the unanimous consent motion moved by the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party. I would support more resources for members of Parliament. There is already a system in place for those of us who have very large ridings or large population increases. I'd love to hire more people and more interns to serve my constituents.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata et Basque. I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary Shepherd for his speech. Something I found interesting in it is that he said this is a matter of common sense. But what doesn't make sense to me, Madam Speaker, is this trend that since Quebec and formerly Lower Canada joined the Canadian Federation, there's an institutionalization of the minority status of Quebecers and Francophones. So we've gone down to only 22% in Quebec from much higher formerly. And another thing, during the Charlottetown Accords, in 1992, if I recall correctly, the Progressive Conservative Party stated that the Quebec nation should have 25% of seats, despite its demographic decline. In 2006, the Harper government stated that it recognizes the Quebec nation. Does my colleague agree that whatever the demographic situation of Quebec, Quebec as a nation should always have 25% of seats in this House? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. As a Francophile Albertan, I'm going to say no, because representation in our country should be done on a population basis. And I'd just like to remind him that in 1992, there was a referendum, and Canadians spoke out about this issue. And 58% of Quebecers voted against the Charlottetown Accord, including the clause that said 25% of seats for the province of Quebec. We are a bicultural nation with 2 official languages, French and English. And I think the demographic weight of that will be preserved in this legislation. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I was quite surprised to hear from someone who was actually reading speeches made by members 10 years ago to see what people thought of it then. Where I don't agree with him is when he said that the system is based entirely on representation by population. Given that we have multiple exceptions, the Senate, the territories, and certain acquired rights for certain provinces, so why not then have a clause for the Quebec nation within Parliament? Why would he just reject that idea when it's his government that had the Quebec nation recognized in this House? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the Government Caucus for his question, and I'd just like to remind him that it's not me, it's Quebecers who rejected this in the Charlottetown Accords in the referendum. 58% of Quebecers voted against.
Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague for the incredible work that he's done. So our honourable colleague from Calgary-Shepherd, the incredible work that he's done. Not a surprise. This is somebody that is, dives right into whatever file that he has. I have a question for him, and again, I'll apologize if it's already brought up, as we are doing our question and House duty from the beautiful riding at Caribou Prince George. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague is, does this bill respect the constitutional right to representation by population? Now, I'm in a riding, one of the largest riding, 84,000 square kilometres, proud to represent this riding. And I'd like to hear my honourable colleague's comment on that. Thank you.
For Calgary-Shepherd.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. Yes, I believe this is entirely constitutional. I think it preserves the idea of effective representation in our country, and it's kind of a pass this time. It takes the representation formula of 2011 to its logical conclusion, which is basically an increase of 34 seats. We'll be preserving 1 seat for a single province who's about to lose one. So the total amount of seats that the Harper legacy added to this chamber will be 35 in the end, and it's entirely constitutional. Again, it's a banking of seats that's being done in C14, and also the addition of seats so we can get closer to representation by population, which is an ideal, a philosophical ideal we should adhere to, and the Supreme Court said effective representation, and that will be preserved through the Electoral Boundaries Commission process.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciated the comments made by the member in regards to the differentials between urban and rural, because there is a significant difference in terms of the type of representation that is there. And I'm wondering if he could just kind of expand. Is he trying to say in between the lines that there should be a smaller percentage of numbers, population, in rural areas than the bigger urban areas? Is that what he's trying to indirectly imply?
The Honourable for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's already a rule that the Boundaries Commission used where you can either increase by 25% or decrease by 25% when the Boundaries Commission is making the final determination on what the map should look like. I'll raise this interesting point is many of my rural colleagues have schools. I did not have a high school until just a few years ago in my riding, which would be shocking for most people to realize. I have now one high school in my entire riding of 170,000 plus constituents, residents who live there. But I know that my colleagues in the rural regions, sometimes they may have 4, 5, 6, 7 high schools because they just happen to be representing several municipalities where they have regional they're basically feeder schools that they represent. Others will have perhaps 5, 6, or 7 Legion halls. I don't have a single Legion hall in my entire riding. I had one that was closed down before I even became a member of Parliament. I only have one cenotaph in my riding, but I've seen the schedules for some members, and around Remembrance Day, they have 2-3 days of Remembrance Day ceremonies to do as they travel their entire ridings to make sure they attend as many of these cenotaph Remembrance Day memorials as they can. That's when we talk about effective representation.
For a brief question, l'honorable député
de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you. Well, I understand why my colleague agrees with this, because Alberta gains 3 seats. I would be happy if Quebec got 3 more. Quebec's political weight is decreasing with this bill. That's clear.
J'ai demandé pour une brève question et on voit...
I asked for a brief question, and there are parliamentarians that I did not recognize for the question who are deciding to participate, so I would ask them to wait for their turn. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. So my question for my colleague, in 2010, the Conservatives tabled a bill to reduce Quebec's political weight, and unanimously, under the highly liberal Jean Charest, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously stated that Quebec as a nation should have special protections with regard to its representation in the House of Commons. We would ask representatives of all parties in Ottawa to refuse to vote in any bill that would reduce Quebec's power in the House of Commons. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Well, I wish I could give a longer answer, Madam Speaker. I would just state that that was done by the Harper government in 2011. They included the representation rule that would apply to any province that would lose seats in this House. And because of the way things worked at that time, Quebec received 3 additional seats after 2011, and so I think its demographic weight was preserved in 2011. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So before starting, I'd like to ask consent from the House to share my time.
Est-ce que l'honorable député a le consentement?
Does the member have unanimous consent to share his time? Yes. Very well. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to let you know that I will be sharing my time with the excellent member for Timmins-James Bay. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak about this bill today. You will agree that there is something to be proud of when it comes to the negotiations that my party, the NDP, carried out with the minority Liberal government. One of the concrete gains that we obtained by negotiating in this way and by getting things for Canadians, well, we see here that there is a net gain for Quebec and Quebecers. And it's not the only thing that was gained in all this. I could go on and on about the various things that were obtained in dental care, farmer care, housing. But Quebec was in danger of losing a seat and of going from 78 to 77 seats. So there was a consensus that we at least needed to maintain the number of seats we already had in Quebec, and that's what the NDP asked for. And thanks to the pressures we brought to bear in the negotiations, we were able to consolidate the protection of the 78 seats in Quebec. So I'm very pleased with that. And that's one of the good things in that agreement that we managed to obtain. And so we're very pleased with what we've obtained for Quebec in this agreement. And we hope to obtain even more. There will be discussions on this point. But at least there is not a decrease in the number of seats, and that's all thanks to us. I don't know if everyone is aware of this. I wanted to raise it because the agreement is quite long. And so it's at the very end of the agreement, so I'm not sure everyone read it through. So it was an extremely important thing for us, and it was very important for Quebec in general to have the appropriate representation in this parliament. Now, every time we talk about democratic rules, it's very important as parliamentarians, as representatives of citizens here, to fully participate in these discussions because it has consequences in the vitality of our democratic lives.
Sur la justice puis l'équité.
It affects justice and fairness that comes out of these rules. And I think that given the troubles we're experiencing in Eastern Europe, it's important to remember how important democracy is And I'd like to underscore the courage of all Russian politicians that protested the war and spoke out against President Putin. The first thing that you have to talk about when you set the rules of a democracy, it's important to remember that the rules have to take account of popular sovereignty, as we called it at the time, the expression of the choice of citizens to send people to represent them with varying opinions, ideologies, and political agendas. And these citizens are considered equal, all of them. That is the very fundamental principle of a democracy, meaning that unlike an aristocracy, no one is appointed by God or has more power than anyone else. All citizens are equal, and that is how we start a discussion on democracy. I'd like to go even further and ask whether we are all as equal as we believe we are, because with the first past to post system, well, we can always have that discussion. But within the Federation, there's more than just the number and weighting of a population at stake. There's other rules that come into play that are also important, just as important. I'd like to name a few of them because it's important to bear this in mind when we have these discussions. There's the senatorial clause, then meaning that the province can have fewer MPs than it has senators, for example, in PEI. There's also a Northern Territory clause that allows territories there to each have members, for example, in Nunavut. And there's also, well, perhaps the democratic weighting doesn't come into play, but we have to preserve also what Statistics Canada. And there's also the grandfather clause that ensures that certain provinces that are protected do not see the number of seats decline. And this is where this bill makes a difference. Quebec will be included in that grandfather clause, as all other provinces. For the time being, this will protect Quebec, Quebec being the only province that could lose a seat, a riding. So this measure in the very short term and also for the future is very important, and we were happy to see that we were able to table this thanks to the discussions we had. So can we go further? Yes, I know that there are discussions underway, and I was able to make a speech on this not too long ago about C246 that is going to main the weighting of Quebec at the House of Commons. This wasn't a new notion. It was already in the Charlottetown Agreement that was negotiated between the various governments at the time, the Mulroney government and Bourassa in Quebec at the time. It was adopted and this weighting was implemented, but it's something that comes up again and could and should be the object of serious discussions. Could there be another interpretive clause for Quebec? Since Quebec is a nation and it was recognized by this parliament, we could perhaps include such a clause to respect the political weighting of Quebec at the House of Commons, given the fact it was recognized as a nation by this House and also by the NDP, by Charlottetown measures and the Sherbrooke also declaration, and by members here at the House. The idea of formally recognizing the concept of the two founding peoples, which led to the vision of our bicultural federation and also a bilingual one. Well, that is why we still have the Official Languages Act today. It's with that in mind. So, Madam Speaker, I always feel somewhat bad talking about two founding peoples because this rules out First Nations because the Indigenous peoples were already here at the time. Our ancestors came after, and they were not the first on this land, so we do also have peoples that were present for thousands of years, rather. So when we think about the quality of our democratic life and our representation, we have to also think about the fact that we have to think about the place of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Other countries do this elsewhere in the world. I remember Australia and New Zealand, I think, also do this. Perhaps it could be part of the discussions that should be held. But to respect the equality of our citizens, let's also think about discussions on the first past the post system. Unfortunately, this was ruled out by the Liberal government when they killed the special committee report in 2016 on this topic. I was part of that committee at the time, and we are one of the rare countries in the world that does not have proportional representation. And parties, well, if a party had 25% of votes, it could have 25% of seats. But unfortunately, we have a system, meaning that there are distortions, and you can have 40% of votes but have fewer seats. So some people didn't agree with the government. They're in the opposition. So we have to also remember this, to think about the first past the post system, and other elements of the agreement that we negotiated will help give access to vote. We can have voting on campuses. There are several voting offices that should not be blocked. And on voting day during a general election, there are other measures that should be discussed as well. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to pick up on something that the members made reference to, and that is at the very end, he starts talking about the different potential changes that we have seen. So, for example, in the last federal election, we had more of an engagement of mail-in ballots. And when we talk about electoral changes going forward, that there are some very important aspects of Elections Canada and the way in which we implement and make sure our elections are fair and effective and engaging. And I'm wondering if he would just provide some additional thoughts in regards to voter empowerment, how it is that we could actually see more people, a higher percentage of people going out to vote.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, we still have much work to do with this legislation. There's still many things that have to be improved to facilitate access to voting, and also mail-in ballots, which can be quicker. But during the last general election, unfortunately, there was no voting offices on university campuses. We know that students are part of the population that vote the least during an election. So we really think it was hard not to have offices on campuses. We need to keep these. Well, sometimes people don't even know where to go to vote on voting day. So we have to also facilitate voting that way. All parties have said this, and we would like to see improved democratic vitality.
Merci, Madame President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for his speech.
Once again, I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the question of this honourable member regarding the importance of ensuring that also our rural communities and small towns maintain proper representation in this House, because obviously we represent in these types of communities in small areas a lot of the GDP. Is where a lot of Canadians' food and resources are developed and grown and are able to get to market. And I hope that within all of our deliberations, and as we make sure that population is properly represented and distributed in this House, we want to also ensure that the voices of rural Canadians are represented here as well. Does he have any thoughts on that matter? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, that's an important issue. We have to have that balance between rural communities. I represent a very densely populated urban riding, and we have a high proportion of people per square meter. And I think it's important to have the possibility to have a spread in terms of the average. So if a riding that has perhaps a population of 20 or 25% less than the average, they can still have representation. I think that would improve presence in this House and better reflect rural representation. Quick question, Pagot. I appreciate my colleague's speech, even though I disagree on some fundamental points. The member explained how opposition partners can seek gains, but now we agree with the fact that, well, even if we keep the same number of seats, if the weighting goes down, it does go down. So that's what we have to keep in mind. So I have two questions for this member. First, the bloc tabled a bill that would keep the number of seats for Quebec to 25% at all times. Second, in our opinion, we think the only way to really keep our weighting at all times is to give all powers to the Parliament where Quebec is fully free, and that is when we're independent. What does he think about that today? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Quick answer, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'll remind him that if you want to be independent, you have to get elected at the National Assembly, if that is his intent. But here we are trying to work to defend Quebec and Quebecers, and I think we able to keep Quebec from losing a seat, and that is our work here. And it was a victory. And in terms of the bloc bills, I think he should listen to my speech, and he'll find lots of interesting information in it.
Member of Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to participate in this debate this morning. As critic for Timmins, James Bay, it's an important discussion because we are talking about democratic principles in Canada. And democratic principles in Canada hinge on the need to keep a balance between individual rights and collective rights. And also, we have to respect the differences between different regions in Canada. It is essential for that reason. And it is particularly important to respect the unique participation of Francophone communities in Canada. I represent the riding of Timmins, James Bay in Northern Ontario, and the Francophone community there was very much in favor of linguistic rights and access to Francophone services. And in the Timmins region, we see the power of the Francophone identity in the development of the entire region. Indigenous communities and Anglophone communities all work together, and for me that is a symbol of the power we have.
This morning on the importance of this bill and the reason the New Democratic Party pushed the government negotiations to maintain the seats in Quebec. It's about a larger principle that we have. We often talk about representation by population and the right of citizens to be represented, but we know that Canada would not work this way because you have certain regions that are much larger populations than others. And historically, the compromise that Confederation was built on was respecting that if we were going to come together, certain smaller regions, for example, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, would be able to maintain their presence with their number of seats. Newfoundland and Labrador, my good colleague, I should never have left them out. They were the last to the game, but they brought the best with them. But with the issue of Quebec is also really important because this is the Francophone heartland for North America. So you have not only the right as one of the founding nations, but the importance of understanding that as the rest of the country grows and develops, and Quebec continues to grow and develop, maintaining that traditional balance is really, really fundamental. So representation by population is a principle in Canada, but when you look at the differences in population size, you're dealing with the very divergent realities in Canada. For example, in Manitoba, the average riding has about 78,000 people. In New Brunswick, it's about 50,000 to 80,000. In Labrador, 26,000 people. Western Arctic, 41,000. Nunavut, 29,000. So would we say, well, because in Mississauga-Arundel, where there's a population of 143,361, Nunavut should not have its own separate identity in Parliament? That, of course, would be unacceptable. Or Yukon, with its 30,000 people, should not have its weighted balance? Because the issues in Yukon are fundamentally different than other regions. And the same thing with Quebec, the need to say that there has to be a balance, to have that fundamental principle that we based this nation on, which started out, of course, we talked about the two founding peoples, and that was completely ignoring that the people who were already here. We do need to address the fact that in our parliament and in our nation, we have not respected the rights of the original people, and that to have a truly democratic society, we will need to have a much more fulsome revision of how we see our nation based on the rights of the first people and their treaty rights to be heard in a much, I think, more diverse democratic form. But that does not take away the right of Quebec and the Francophone community to have a strong presence maintained and supported, and sending the message that we recognize this. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the principles that we based the democratic representation by population was sort of representation by population by region. So there's this principle that by region, you're not supposed to have more than a 25% divergence in population. That would somehow be unfair. And that might work in Manitoba, and that might work in New Brunswick. The big failure, of course, is in Ontario, where, again, you have ridings of 140,000 people down in the suburban belt around Toronto, but in, say, Kenora, 64,000 people. But that's a riding bigger than most European countries. My region of Timmins-James Bay is bigger than France and Germany. It is easier for someone in Toronto to fly to Portugal for the weekend than it is for one of my constituents in Peawanuck to fly down to meet me at my office in Timmins. So those are democratic deficits that have to be recognized. So if we say in Ontario, in seat redistribution, well, it's fair that, you know, we're going to add more seats into Mississauga and more seats into Etobicoke because that's where the population's growing, and we will take those seats from far northern regions and make them bigger. There's at a certain point, these ridings become unworkable for democratic access, and I will, if anybody wants a lesson in this, just ask the Speaker on her off time about what she has to travel to represent all the communities, because it is a fundamental right of a Canadian citizen to be able to speak to their Member of Parliament, to get service. We do know that much of the work that is used to be done just by the federal government has been devolved to our offices as MPs. We are the immigration service. We are the pension service. So if you're in a region that is so big that it is impossible to access your MP's office, or they may only get to your place once a year, then you are actually facing more of a democratic deficit than someone, when I lived in downtown Toronto, when I could walk 15 minutes to 2 different MP offices.
Here, here.
That's a huge fundamental difference. And so we have an ongoing debate and discussion about democracy in Canada. I would like to say that democracy is not finished business. It is unfinished business. It will change. We have to encourage more diversity. We are not a diverse House yet our nation is increasingly diverse. We have to find ways to make it more diverse. We have to recognize the strengths of rural, isolated northern regions to maintain what democratic access they have, while understanding that urban centers are growing at an explosive rate, understanding that in Canada we have a diversity of languages, and this has made us much stronger, but we were founded on the principle that there was going to be this accord between the Anglophone and Francophone communities, and that right to service in a bilingual service is important. And I would say to the success, Madam Speaker, and she knows much better than me as a Franco-Ontarienne, but in my region, if you're a young Anglo family, you're wanting to send your children to the French schools. The growth of the Francophone services in the North, to me, is a sign that we are growing in a diverse way and we are building on the fundamental strengths of our nation. We have to add to that strength, though, the rights of the Indigenous communities that have been long ignored. But we are seeing transformation there as well. You know, it's funny, Madam Speaker, one of the things that they told us when Parliament was first formed, that some of this regional balance would be handled by the Senate. Of course, you know, they told us that the Senate would be this representation for regions. I mean, we had Mike Duffy, the famous senator from come from away, who I don't know the last time he'd ever stepped foot in Prince Edward Island. I mean, the two fictional characters in Prince Edward Island, the most famous fictional was Anna Green Gables and Mike Duffy. But he got a paycheck and he's there till he's 75. So I wouldn't say that, you know, just because you flipped pancakes at Liberal fundraising breakfast or you're a bagman for the Conservatives, you should be in the Senate. But hey, that is supposedly the historic compromise that we created to let them hang out forever and never get fired. You can't get rid of them. I mean, God almighty, Pamela Wallen, we're paying those paychecks. To me, that's not democratic, but we have a real opportunity and a necessity for this place to debate how do we make more representation, more diverse representation, and more democratic representation. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague gave a very interesting speech. However, his party voted in favor of the motion that was discussed during the opposition day, which stated, and I would remind him of this, that any scenario of readjusting the federal electoral boundary maps would mean that meaning that any loss of a riding to Quebec should be rejected. Shouldn't be happy that a single party or a single condition in favor of which he voted be tabled today with regard to C-14. So if he recognizes Quebec as a nation, he will agree with us in voting for a bill which would ensure that the Quebecois nation can maintain its political weight and will get 25% representation in the House. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Thank you. I want to ask him for that great question. It's clear that I accept the Bloc's compliments on our good work with regard to participation in the House. That was the point of our negotiations with the Liberal Party.
Proud that we were the ones who said that no, we're not going to cut any Quebec seats. As for other options that my colleague is talking about, bring those issues forward. We would be more than happy to look at them.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member briefly talked about rural representation and the fact that he was able in one other riding, able to reach 2 members of parliament in one of Canada's major cities. But representation by population was part of the great debates of Confederation from Robert Baldwin and Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine. Their statues are right here on Parliament Hill. That debate in the colonial parliament is basically the debate of Confederation, which is, one, who is responsible to whom? The cabinet is responsible to the House of Commons. And the second part was, how is the House of Commons created and who gets to sit here? Because originally it was basically a duality between East Canada, Upper Canada, Lower Canada. I wonder if you maybe want to talk more about higher principles that should apply here to the type of representation we need in this chamber, which is, as the 3 fastest growing provinces gain more population, they should receive more members of parliament, because there is a variety of views that come from those provinces, and they should be represented as much as possible proportionately here in this chamber.
The Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. I think when we look back on those early debates around Confederation, one of the things that is transformed now that we have the 3 territories, the 10 provinces, is the power that has been devolved to the provinces, I think, is much greater than anyone at that time would have imagined, because it's within the provinces that 80%, 90% of one's engagement with government happens. So the provinces are very strongly represented in terms of their rights. In terms of how we sit as a federation of various regions is an important discussion. And certainly populations are growing in a number of the provinces. But we have fundamental obligations to protect, and I know many people wonder why in God's name Prince Edward Island has so many seats. Its population is smaller than the city of Sudbury, but hey, I wasn't there to sign the original Confederation, and so I accept the results. And the same with Quebec. The difference between Quebec is a francophone center of identity. It's not just a province, and we've recognized that in the Parliament, including under Stephen Harper, that it is a nation within Canada.
For a brief question, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very simple mathematical question, going from 23% and some hairs to 22%. How and why could this be good?
Ms. James Bay, a brief answer.
The Bloc were upset they were going to lose the seat. The NDP protected that seat. I think that's a pretty simple thing. If they have other plans, they can come to us and we can negotiate on their behalf with the Liberals, but since they just want to sit on the sidelines, I don't know if they're bringing forward anything or they're just upset. But if they need any help, just call us and we defended that seat, we will defend other rights too.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Getting the NDP's support. Quebec in 2011 voted 59, and now there's fine with one. When I started in 1993, this ages me greatly, of course. I was a teacher in economics. And we tried to determine what was the most important branch of science. And there were economists, who was my senior, who said something that really marked me. And he said, Alan, we don't leave enough room for demographics. He said, it's so important. And what I want to explain to you today through history, because my father always told me that if you want to understand something, you have to understand the past, the history. And I'd like to explain to you why Quebec is in this situation today. Why is demographics playing against Quebec? In other words, it's the strength in numbers that is important in history and the history of peoples. Let's start. In 1867, it's the defeat on the Plains of Abraham. Well, what's so different about Quebec and Canada? We're all the same. No. Because in our history books, we talk about the defeat at the Plains of Abraham, and in history books, for most of the MPs here, they say it was a victory on the Plains of Abraham. That's the starting point. So we lost on the Plains of Abraham, and we were 65,000 on the continent of North America, 1 million Anglophones, and we saw a disappearance of people that were endangered. We had people who occupied significant positions, and they left those positions, and those who remained were people who were defenseless, had no political or economic powers, and the French, when they left, they said to themselves, well, we like these people, but in a few years' time, there won't be French spoken anymore in North America, and we were condemned to disappear. And yet here we are today. We speak French, and we are extremely proud of that fact, Madam Speaker. And why? Well, one of the reasons why we still speak French is the fact that we are specialists in the birth rate. That's why we're so productive. Let's put it that way. But let's go back to 1665 with Jean Talon. Jean Talon had understand the strength. There was strength in numbers. He said, "There's not enough of us, so come on, let's have some babies." Imagine, Madam Speaker, and it's worth listening to. And I hope that the Quebec government will say that it's a good idea and have good birth policies. Well, when you had your 10th kid, you got money. When you got the 12th kid, imagine not 2 but 12, then you got a really big payout. And on the 25th kid, the 25th child, you had stickers with the first name. Put it on because there were 25 kids, and then you got free education. And this is part of our culture, that you had to have a big family. And we were the champions around the world in this, and this allowed us to defy or change our destiny and ensure that we would resist. We would resist assimilation. And in 1837, when there was the Revolution of the Patriots, it's certain that the Anglophones and those who had distanced us from political power found us tiring. What should we do with them? We didn't see them coming. But some people said the situation was easy to ensure a war between the French and the English. There were even in Upper Canada, but they said it like this. And they said, well, very nicely, that we were a people that had no culture, no history. And Lord Durham was a great humanist, and he said that we would do well to pass through assimilation. And ultimately, he said it was the fact that there was strength in numbers. These people have to become a minority, very, very, very much a minority. And the strength in numbers will ultimately win over these people because no one understood what was happening in Quebec. So in 1867, that happened, and that was destiny set out by Lord Durham, the creation of Canada as he wanted it. It was the institutionalization of their status, our status as a majority. He said they were a majority and will have a fair representation between Canada, Eastern Canada and Western Canada, so the Francophones wouldn't have any more political party power rather than the Anglophones. And then they remembered Lord Durham, and they said it's time to use the strength in numbers rule. So when they created Canada in 1867, we saw our political power drop to 36%. And that's what is important. And I want to come back to this, Madam Speaker. The strength in numbers is related to your political power. And if you let it go like this, our political power will decrease. And that's what I want to get to. And I'm getting there to my point. Francophones outside Quebec had extraordinary battles and a great resilience, and they saw their populations become more Anglophone. They have their political weight decreased, and they fought to get the minimum number of services in their language. We saw it even last week. You know, when you say history explains everything, you know what happened in BC last month. The French-speaking British Columbians wanted to have services in French, education services, and it took everything, and they fought even against the federal government to win. And in 1867, the French said, okay, they're done. There's nothing to do for them. In 1950, Félix Leclerc went to France, and the French people were saying, didn't they disappear? And they had songs to explain who we were, and they were stupefied. How did they manage to survive 200 years? It's a miracle. And there was even a song for the Quebec people that was written by one of the greatest French-speaking singers, which saluted Quebec's resistance and was a salute to Félix Leclerc also. In the song, it said, talked about a certain bird, and it will show you just how exceptional Quebec is. It's a beautiful language at the other end of the world, a bubble of French on another continent, tightened in a vice, and yet it is on the top of a mountain and in the ice. You leave your land for another, and this bird comes and sings its hopes in this country of snow with the wind that blows everywhere. And it imposes its language even in the schools. And here they still speak the language that we speak as well. For Quebecers fighting against disappearance, we saw that battle happen in 1867. Francophones are strong. They do everything to survive. To work in a factory, they had to speak in English. They had no political power. And yet it was the quiet revolution that would change everything. It was at that time that we saw the creation of an extraordinary tool to protect us, the Quebec nation state. And it is up to this state, starting in the 1960s, that opened doors, political doors for us, economic doors. Culture is quite effervescent. And there it was, the explosion. And it created a world in which we live proudly. The Quebec state is, for us, our government. And it is our government that defends us and protects us. And we must never forget that. The Bloc Québécois know here that when we're in the House, we are very hard when it comes to areas of jurisdiction belonging to the provinces and territories in Quebec. Here for us, every time the federal government talks and takes action, we must ensure that it will not decrease the power of our tool to defend ourselves. And that is why we are like this, Madam Speaker, because we say here, when the federal government comes forward with proposals, it is our protective tool that must say, well, if it's not good, then send us the money and we'll deal with it ourselves. We don't need you to tell us what we need. Quebecers know better, know best what Quebecers need. And here, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about is things that could undermine our development or encourage our development, because we're here to ensure that things are done right. Here, we must not decrease our people's political power, our nation's political power. It's not enough to say, well, listen, we won't decrease the weight of MPs. We have to go further than that. We need to ensure that things are done right, because this is a threat. And when we talk about a threat, we must cut the tie between strength in numbers and political power. Last March, there were two elements proposed. First of all, there mustn't be a decrease. Second, we mustn't allow the loss of political power in this House for the Quebecois nation to occur. And I say the Quebecois nation because here in this House last June, we recognized that Quebec was a nation with a common language of French. Beyond words, we must take action to ensure this. It's not a distinct nation back at the time of the days of Lake Meech, where they said things that didn't mean anything. We're not going to play that film again. We're a Quebecois nation, and we have a tool that will allow us to ensure that there are concrete actions taken to ensure that Quebec is not treated like a province like the others, but like a nation, a unique nation, unique around the world, Madam Speaker, and that is what we must do here. And yes, they find it funny. They think it's funny, and they're saying that we're a unique nation. Every nation is unique. Well, the Liberals on the other side. What did I teach him? I just want to know. So, Madam Speaker, listen. We tabled a bill, C-246, that would resolve this part of the problem. We would guarantee 25% of the political weight of Quebec. This would slow the fall of Quebec's or decline of Quebec's political power in the House, and this would resolve this forever, because we're preventing a drop in the number of MPs, but there could be a total number of MPs that increases. It's like with a bathtub. You could open the taps and fill up the bathtub slowly and achieve an identical result as if you did something else with less water. So Quebec and Quebecers must be better represented here. Let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. In 2011, Mr. Harper was elected with a majority. That was in 2011. Without Quebec, we got to that point where a government can get elected with a majority with only 5 members in Quebec. You can have a majority. It's crazy. So imagine, at that time, the fact that our political weight decreases. There's somebody from a political party who say, well, listen, we don't need to know what Quebecers need. It's different. They're a nation, maybe, but that doesn't bother us because we can have a majority government. And that majority government doesn't need Quebec's support. That's serious.
Quebec. It's important to remember that Quebec is a nation, and that only by guaranteeing its political weight that we can ensure that our political needs and will be properly taken into account, and that the decisions made by the government will always take the needs and desires of Quebec into account. That's key. In conclusion, what I will say is that we tabled a motion, and the Bloc's position is very clear. We're not hiding anything here. We don't want the number of members to decrease, and we don't want our political power to decrease. And that's why this bill, we are simply saying that we need to ensure that people refer to Bill C-246, which reflects the motion that was passed here with the majority. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that members here will understand that we need to do more and better. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The province of Quebec today has 78 seats, representatives here in the House of Commons. This legislation will ensure that they will have 78 seats going forward, Madam Speaker. The member makes reference to the needs and the desire of the people of Quebec, and I believe that this legislation meets that need. I don't believe that it'll ever meet the needs of the Bloc Québécois, because the Bloc Québécois wants to play a destructive force for the Federation. The Bloc Québécois doesn't see what it is that a vast majority of Canadians and a majority of people of Quebec want. They want to see a strong, healthy government that provides the type of services, progressive services, such as things such as healthcare, to interprovincial trade, to international trade. And I'm wondering if my friend could be honest by telling members of this House that from the Bloc, there's nothing within that we could do that would ultimately appease the Bloc other than the breaking up of Canada.
The Honourable Member. Well, I won't even thank my colleague for his question, because none of it made sense. I've been the House leader for our party for two years. And so for that time, we've been sitting around the table, and when things are good for Quebec, we agree with them. So if they prove that we're not nice to them, perhaps that's because they're not very nice to Quebec. He says that the Bloc is destructive towards their government. And that means that ultimately he feels that Quebecers are destructive, because what we're doing here, all we're doing here is to defend Quebecers and to try to represent Quebecers very clearly here in the House. So when he speaks against the Bloc Québécois, he's speaking against Quebec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci à mon collègue. Je pense que
I'd like to thank my colleague. I think, like me, he will appreciate the important role of rural populations. I'd like to just apologize for my French. I do need practice, but I hope that with time it will improve.
I'd like to just say that it's so important that we recognize in this discussion around redistribution and proper representation within this chamber that all peoples from Canada, irregardless of where they live or their geography, feel like their voices are being heard within this chamber. And I wonder if the member would have some comments as it relates to the absolute importance of ensuring that our rural communities and small towns and remote areas maintain significant representation in this House because of the tremendous contributions that they make as it relates to the very food that we eat, as well as the resources and energies that we produce as a country. And I know he would appreciate, being from the great province of Quebec, the tremendous amount that even the rural regions of Western Canada and Atlantic Canada have provided in resources and transfer payments to his beloved province. So I'm sure he would want to make sure they were represented. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his efforts to speak French. I see that he's working really hard on his French, and I greatly appreciate that. Now, regarding his question, of course, in a democracy, people need to be represented properly. But when you look at a nation, a people, like we have in Quebec, that's where the problem is, because Quebec has specific needs, a different language, a different culture. It's got a different way of seeing things, a different way of seeing, for example, how we should use oil. It's got a different view on fighting the climate crisis. And we need to ensure that that difference is respected, because Quebec is not a province, it is a nation, and it deserves to be listened to. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel that we might have to remind my colleague that the Bloc Québécois, it does not represent all of Quebec. It represents hundreds of thousands of Quebecers, but there are also other parties, such as the NDP and others here in this House, that represent Quebec. We use this minority government situation to try to get gains for Quebecers. It's very clear. It's written black on white in the agreement, where it even states that there is a guarantee to maintain 78 seats for Quebec. Is it enough? Could we go farther? Yes, we could go farther, but there was a clear threat of losing a seat in Quebec. I know that my colleague would prefer having a tooth removed without anesthesia, instead of admitting it. But wouldn't he agree that the NDP was able to work for the interests of Quebec? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, that's all very well, but it's all very well to say that the NDP and the Liberals are working together to move things forward. By interfering on Quebec jurisdiction, does he really think that he's representing Quebec interests? Quebec doesn't want the federal government to interfere with this jurisdiction. And the only party that cares about this is us, because we only care about Quebec. We're not here to compromise. We're not going to compromise with partners who are from other provinces. He's the only one in his group in the NDP. And so we are here. We're not going to compromise. And we're here to speak for Quebecers and represent Quebecers.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague. It was very interesting to hear what he had to say about history. I'm sure that in his classes, students were never bored. Madam Speaker, the Liberal and Conservative parties claim to have recognized the Quebec nation. And they're happy to do that as long as it's just symbolic. But when it actually has effects, legislative effects, with the NDP supporting, well, then they don't want to do anything for Quebec. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this House today. The Bloc Québécois opposition motion stated that we do not want to lose seats, but not only that, we also want to maintain our political weight within the federal parliament. And well before this NDP Liberal agreement, everyone except for a few Conservatives voted in favor of a motion to that effect. So could our colleague explain the logic? What logic there is in this House of Commons that is ready to recognize the Quebec nation symbolically but does not actually want to take action? The Honourable Member for La Prairie, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We see here that these are big talkers. They like to talk. They say they're going to help Quebecers out. They're very happy to make all sorts of nice, to offer all sorts of nice words. But then when real action is required, they don't do anything. That's not an example of real political leadership. They actually have to ensure that the rubber hits the road. My colleague is right. When it comes to defending Quebec ferociously, only the Bloc Québécois is willing to do it.
Quebec Centre. La législation assurait que le Québec maintienne son nombre de.
Our party has ensured that Quebec will maintain its number of seats. So will the member agree to legislation that will ensure that Quebec is represented in the House of Commons? The Honourable Member from La Prairie. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for speaking in French. It's great to see. I would just like to note something, Madam Speaker. In this bill, there's no mention made of Quebec. It applies to any province that might lose a seat, is not supposed to lose a seat, and that the status quo will be maintained at a minimum. So this isn't actually for Quebec specifically, because several provinces are threatened by this, and they're happy to see that. So ultimately, we're not actually getting anything special here, because what we really need is not a few of the little goodies that don't really count. We don't want Quebec's political power to continue decreasing. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I'd like to thank our House leader. It was a great history class. I'm surprised he didn't mention Maurice Richard. Now, in my life, I've negotiated a great deal. I'd just like to mention to the member that she should not mention her colleague directly. Yes, I'm sorry, you often have to remind me, Madam Speaker, but in my life I've negotiated a great deal. And I was able to tell the difference between being offered the same status quo, but actually it wasn't a real status quo, and actually it represented a backsliding. That's not a real example of an agreement. We need to fight for Quebecers. We need to be able to tell the difference between a real and a fake status quo offer. What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of time, but I'd like to thank my colleague, and indeed, they're trying to make us buy a pig in a poke here. I know that, Madam Speaker, you're very good at calculations. And so if you calculate here, in 2023, we actually lose some of our political power as a proportion. Even if we keep 78 members, we're going to lose political power with this bill, and it's unacceptable.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's with a pleasure I rise today to address one of those fundamental pillars of our democracy. And we all recognize the importance of representation. And in good part, we have a fairly good appreciation of it because we're all elected officials, and we can understand and appreciate the degree in which it takes to get elected to the House of Commons and all that's involved. And now what we're talking about today is our boundaries. And contrary to what we just heard coming from the Bloc Party, Madam Speaker, every 10 years there's a boundary redistribution. And when the indications came out in terms of the numbers and the idea that Quebec could actually lose a seat, raised a great deal of concern amongst, I can assure you, Liberal caucus members, where there was a great deal of dialogue and there was an understanding.
And it didn't take very much to come to the conclusion, where a consensus was being formed, that we needed to do something with regards to that. And we have seen today, through the debate thus far, whether it's New Democratic Party members or Conservative Party members, and I suspect, I haven't heard from Green Party members yet, Madam Speaker, but I suspect that you will even find Green Party members recognizing why it's so important that we put in the legislation the guarantee of 78 for the province of Quebec, and ultimately any other province going forward. So even the province of Manitoba might access what it is that we're putting in today, Madam Speaker, or attempting to put in today. Because we don't know what the population, we can hope. I would like to think that on average our population in Manitoba will far exceed the average through the rest of Canada, but I can't guarantee that, Madam Speaker. No one can. We don't know what the population shifts are going to be over the next number of years. We can speculate. But what provides me a level of comfort is the fact that the House of Commons, from coast to coast to coast, has recognized the importance of establishing that base. And for many good reasons, as been articulated, whether it was from the minister responsible to other members that have spoken thus far, Madam Speaker. If we use the province of Quebec as the example, which has really inspired us to bring forward this legislation, we need to recognize the French language and its historic significance here in Canada. I feel very fortunate being from Winnipeg, where we have a very healthy Francophone community, Madam Speaker. Whether it's in St. Boniface in Winnipeg or in many rural areas like St. Pierre-Joly, an area that my family roots go from St. Pierre-Joly to the province of Quebec itself, or I should say from Quebec to St. Pierre to Transcona Yards to Winnipeg's north end. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we have a healthy and vibrant Francophone community in the province of Manitoba. And no doubt members of Parliament and members of the Manitoba legislature and city councillors, and in fact at one point we even had the St. Boniface was a city of its own. But things do change, Madam Speaker. Populations dictate that we need to take a look at the boundaries. And there are special considerations that do need to be looked at. And I used the example of French in the Francophone community. We've recognized it in the past through guarantees for example, Prince Edward Island, that the number of House of Commons seats will never be less than what's in the Senate chamber. We have it in terms of the territories, as it's been pointed out earlier, Madam Speaker. And we have it in terms of ensuring that there is a base number now that has been adjusted to take into consideration what was going to be happening in the province of Quebec, but if this legislation passes, will address that issue. I see that as a very strong positive. I would like to think that if people want to support the idea and ensuring that we have that base floor, that we should receive unanimous consent for this legislation, Madam Speaker. It'll be interesting to see what my friends in the bloc will do on this particular piece of legislation. I believe that people of Quebec would in fact support the legislation, and I would encourage the bloc to do likewise. Madam Speaker, Elections Canada is recognized around the world as an outstanding independent institution. In fact, Canada is respected as a very healthy and vibrant democracy. And in good part, we owe it to the people of Canada, obviously, and those that put their names on the ballot, win or lose, and the literally hundreds of thousands of people that volunteer in the process. But all of that comes together and is organized in an apolitical fashion through Elections Canada. And every 10 years, electoral commissions are established. In Canada, we will have 10 of them, Madam Speaker, one for each province, where there's going to be redistribution of boundaries. And they can be very significant changes. I've gone through boundary changes both at the federal level and at the provincial level, Madam Speaker. So there's a great deal of interest from elected officials to individuals that are looking as to whether or not they want to entertain running in the future or as potential candidates. To the public as a whole, community leaders that will be looking and saying, well, where is my community going to be after the redistribution? In most part, you want to try to get communities held together. So, for example, Tyndall Park is a very well-identified community in Winnipeg North, and I wouldn't want to see Tyndall Park divided. Sometimes elections commissions are able to do that, more often than not. Actually, it is more of the common thing, especially in urban centers. But it's not always done. Take a look at, again, Winnipeg North, go to Amber Trails. In Amber Trails, a portion of Amber Trails is actually in another federal riding outside of Winnipeg North. Yet it is perceived as one community at the local level, Madam Speaker. But there are restrictions and things that have to be taken into consideration. We often hear about vast rural ridings versus highly concentrated ridings, and what sort of population basis should a representative actually have. And I recall, back in 1988 when I was first elected to the Manitoba legislature, I believe there was actually 26 MLAs in the city of Winnipeg and 31 MLAs in rural Manitoba. Today, if you look at it, it's 31 in the city of Winnipeg and 26 rural, as the city of Winnipeg has grown. And you see that there's a balance that has been taken into consideration. If you take a look at the last provincial boundary redistribution, you'll see that out of the 57 ridings, I believe it was 56 of them actually had modifications to the boundaries. The same, I would ultimately argue, principles apply, at least in part, Madam Speaker, where we will see some fairly significant changes to federal boundaries. After all, there are going to be some new ridings, but there's also going to be significant population shifts. Both of those have to be taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. When I look at the last federal redistribution, Winnipeg North, the original map, was actually quite different than what it is today that was being proposed. I remember working with the Member of Parliament from Kildonan, Progressive Conservative Member of Parliament, Joy Smith, where we sat down and we said, well, look, with what they're proposing with Winnipeg North, didn't seem to really make too much sense. So having a member of parliament from two different political parties, I think, helped out in terms of the presentation to the commission. And ultimately, it was changed, Madam Speaker. And I suspect a number of the presentations that were actually made to the commission were actually listened to. I say that, Madam Speaker, because there is a process. And the minister made reference to that process. We know that there's going to be new boundaries going into the next election, and the process does enable the public to be able to have direct input. And when I say the public, that also includes members of Parliament. And in the province of Manitoba, in fact, they are now starting the process of drawing the lines, Madam Speaker, for the new boundaries. So we have 14 ridings. Because from a percentage point of view, Canada, in terms of overall in Canada, our numbers did not increase to the same degree, let's say on a per capita basis, as Alberta or Ontario or BC. We will remain at 14 seats. We have, I would ultimately argue, 7.5 urban Winnipeg rural seats, and maybe 6.5 rural urban seats. Kildonan and St. Paul is, I always look at it as an urban-rural seat, Madam Speaker. And I know that between, let's say, sometime in the next couple of weeks, all the way till October, the Independent Elections Commission will be looking for feedback on the boundaries that they are going to be drawing in the coming days and weeks. It will get published, and I can assure you there will be a great deal of interest in terms of what those new boundaries are going to look like. I anticipate that the Commission will do as it's done in the past, try to accommodate individuals to have that in-person meetings, along with submissions and thoughts and ideas on terms of what they're proposing, Madam Speaker. After the original drawings, to the consultations that take place, to the final maps coming up, will ultimately come back to Parliament. And then through Parliament, and I believe it'll ultimately go through procedures in House Affairs, I would think that there will be virtually no changes. I don't know historically if that has been the case, Madam Speaker, but I suspect that the only real changes that you might see once we get the final report will be of a naming nature, where you might have some members of Parliament reflecting on what they've gotten from the community, and based on the final map, that it might be appropriate to change the name of the constituency. And then ultimately it'll pass through the House, and then be determined on such and such a date, if there is no election in between, that the new boundaries will in fact take effect. Then you have your party infrastructures, political infrastructures, where political parties will have to reorganize based on the new boundaries. The 340 new ridings, Madam Speaker, where you'll likely see the constituted new ridings, along with the transfers of significant amounts of money going into those ridings in the form of transfers from old ridings. There's all sorts of infrastructure that needs to be worked on to ensure so that when the next election comes in 2025, at least that's what we're anticipating, Madam Speaker, that political organizations, whether they have elected representatives here in Ottawa or they don't, at the very least have the organizations throughout the country for those that participate in each and every political riding. It also affords Elections Canada to get its machinery put into place Madam Speaker. In other words, it's something that is not simply done, but it's absolutely necessary. We see that because every 10 years, through Census Canada, when they provide the reports, we will see those significant population shifts and the growth of Canada's population overall. You know, we're at somewhere in the neighborhood of 38 million, for example, today, whereas 10 years ago, I suspect we were probably closer to 34 million. Don't quote me on it, Madam Speaker, but I believe it's in around 34 million. So where did all those permanent residents end up landing? And that's generally speaking where you will see the need to make some of those changes. You can take a look at communities. I could speak in terms of my own community of Winnipeg, where you see a lot more growth. In areas in Winnipeg, it's hard to grow in an inner city unless you grow upwards, Madam Speaker. Some cities are far more effective at growing upwards because of density, i.e. Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal. So you do see that there is a need there, and Calgary also. Part of the discussion that we heard today is in regards to space versus density, or a rural community versus a highly density urban community. And it is a different type of representation. And I think at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there are considerations that have to be taken into that have to be considered, and I believe will be considered. The whole issue of representation has always been of interest to me. I can recall in regards to when we made a decision to reduce the size of the city of Winnipeg, and from 29 councillors down to, I think it's 14 or 15 councillors. And the idea, Madam Speaker, is that if you enhance the ability of a member to be able to provide a service, it helps you accommodate the growing population. Because let there be no doubt, 338 constituencies, Canada's growth of over a couple of million people at the very least, Madam Speaker, in recent years, that means the average constituency's population is going to be growing. And that's why one of the ways in which you compensate that to ensure that members are able to provide the type of service that constituents expect is to ensure that we are adequately financing the members to be able to provide the services that are in fact warranted, Madam Speaker. So that's why the whole area of boundary redistribution is of great interest to us as a government, to individuals, and to Canadians, because it really does matter. And I think that the bill that we have before us today reflects the interest of parliamentarians of all political stripes, of rural and urban, in recognizing the importance of Quebec retaining 78 seats, Madam Speaker. And I see that as a positive thing, and I would hope that all members of the House would vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Montparnasse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague knows full well that this House has supposedly recognized the Quebec nation as being a nation in itself. And when you recognize Quebec as a nation, there should be something that reflects this. The number of seats is one thing, but if you increase the number of overall seats, Quebec's weighting decreases. The senatorial clause is good for PI, but does my colleague not agree for that Quebec nation, a Quebec clause could be applicable?
Terry. Well, Madam Speaker, I think the best way I can answer that is to reflect on my home province and the Francophone community, which has done exceptionally well and continues to grow. And I think at the end of the day, it's because there is a desire from the Manitoba legislature, from all political entities. Much like I believe that the French language will always be there in a very real and tangible way, because not only from members of Parliament from Quebec, but also because of members of Parliament from all regions of the country that see the intrinsic value of being a bilingual nation and will continue to fight for the French language, not only in the province of Quebec, but in all regions of Canada. We are a healthier nation the more bilingual I believe we are as a nation. And I don't believe that the representation in my home province of Quebec has deterred in any way the growth and the desire to see French being spoken.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the government for working with us to ensure Quebec seat count in the House of Commons remains constant. Now, there's a lot of work to be done that we still haven't done when it comes to representation. Look around the House in terms of gender balance. We've got huge issues that we need to overcome. And in terms of participation, making sure that every vote counts. And now I think about young people, especially, that we know that the earlier they participate in civil elections, that they have a lifelong commitment to doing that. I go to Anna Oswald's class often in my riding where she teaches social justice, and they talk about issues that are important to them. Climate justice, as you can imagine, the looming climate crisis that's impacting them. Housing, the toxic drug supply crisis, and reconciliation, all important issues. We've seen other countries like the UK, Germany, Argentina that have adopted a lower voting age of 16. We know how important it is to ensure that those voices are heard. So my question to my colleague through you, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that young people have a seat at the table. Will my colleague and will his government support a very important bill that's going to be coming up in this House, Bill C-210, tabled by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, to lower the voting age to 16 to ensure that young people have a voice on these really critical issues. My son River is 16. He is very well informed. So are his classmates, and I hope that he'll consider supporting in his government this important piece of legislation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, a number of years ago, I actually conducted some on the issue of electoral reform in the province of Manitoba. And right offhand, I can recall the community of Dauphin and Steinbach in Manitoba, where the issue in the high school settings, where the issue of 16-year-olds being able to vote. And what really amazed me was some of the harshest critics to allow that to occur were the 16-year-old, were the high school students. I think it's an interesting idea. Where it actually falls, I'm not 100% sure, but I would suggest to the member, and I don't know, he might have already done this, but he might want to actually do some more canvassing amongst some of the high school students. Now, if we had more time, I would even welcome the opportunity to share going to a local high school, possibly here in Ottawa or even in Winnipeg, to be able to expand on that particular point. But I can tell you, I'm open to all sorts of changes with regards to Elections Canada that would ultimately make our democracy healthier into the future.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And while I have to be honest, I did kind of glaze over a little while during my friend's speech. I lost focus, I should say, during a part of my friend's speech. Maybe it's because I'm so used to him talking so much in the House. His voice just puts me into a different mode. But I'm kind of curious. Sorry, I'm kind of curious if my friend could answer a couple questions for me. One, the Supreme Court in 1991, I'm sure he's aware, made a proposal regarding proportional representation by population. Will this legislation impact this in any way? And what about the work that's being done already by the commissions across the country and all the provinces? How does can he explain how those will be impacted by this, if at all, and the impact on the Supreme Court decision in 1991? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I suspect that the legislation will be, at least in spirit, moving towards the court decision of 1991, and his colleague, the official opposition critic, actually, I thought, detailed it quite well. And the second part of the question was... Oh, yeah. So in terms of the province, the only impact that this legislation will have in terms of the 10 independent commissions, from what I understand, will be for the province of Quebec and its commission, as they will have to wait to see ultimately whether or not it will actually pass. So if the legislation passes, it will have an impact on that particular commission. The rest of the 9 other commissions, it shouldn't have any impact.
And comments,
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, whom I have been listening to speak in this House since 2015, I hear him boast about the vitality of Francophone communities in the prairies. And my question is this: if this was really the case, if there was just such vitality, how can he then explain that there are so many Francophones that are now unilingual Anglophone speakers?
Well, Madam Speaker, best I can tell is that if you come to, and the member's welcome to come to Winnipeg, and I'm more than happy to take him around, and he'll get that Francophone feeling. For example, we could go to École Garden Grove or Stanley Knowles, where you will see young children speaking French, English, and in many ways, either Punjabi or Tagalog. Or we can go specifically into the St. Boniface area, and you can really see an enriched, strong French flavor, where we can cite many monuments of Louis Riel. I know the member is very supportive of that particular hero. We actually have a Louis Riel Day. We have the Festival de Voyageurs. We have all sorts of special celebrations related to our Francophone heritage. And I would welcome the member and be happy to drive him around to visit some of those sites if he would like.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's interesting to hear from the member from Winnipeg, and certainly it's also interesting to hear how although they've yet refused to mention the name Stephen Harper and Prime Minister Harper, they are very much endorsing the work that Prime Minister Harper did when it comes to the representation formula, simply moving, not touching the formula, but simply moving the floor for the number of seats in each province. So I'm sure Prime Minister Harper is appreciating the support that he's getting today from the Liberals. Madam Speaker, my question is very, very simple. The province of Alberta has made it clear with significant precedent that we have chosen to elect our senators. So although not directly related to the bill at hand, is an important aspect to the conversation of our institutions being democratically responsive in Canada today. So my question to the member, Madam Speaker, is can he today share if he supports the ability for provinces, whether Alberta or if other provinces chose to go down that path, whether he supports the ability for provinces to elect senators?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
What I know is that Canadians as a whole do not want to get into a constitutional debate, Madam Speaker, and I believe that the Prime Minister today has put into place a system that will truly see independent senators going to the Senate, and I see that as a very strong positive, that we are taking the partisan party politics out of the Senate, and we've seen that in the appointments that the Prime Minister has made to date.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just a little surprised. Thank you. Okay, well.
My colleagues, but Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, today we're debating an issue that is very important to us, and that is the representation in the House of Commons, and it's in a subject that I hold dear to my heart, although today the tabling of the budget 2022 by the NDP Liberal government remains at the heart of concerns and discussions in the media today. It is clear, nonetheless, that since we've been talking about this bill today, that it won't get much press. But it's important to me, nonetheless, to give my opinion with regard to C-14. In fact, Madam Speaker, in order for people to understand why we're here talking about C-14, it's because this bill seeks to amend the Constitution Act 1867 in order to ensure that no provinces will have fewer seats than in the 43rd legislature, that is the previous parliament, when the number of seats in the House of Commons will be redistributed after each decennial census. The House of Commons, we know, is the House of the people, the House of all Canadians, north, south, east, west, urban ridings, rural ridings from Newfoundland, Ontario, the prairies, all Canadians, and I say again, all Canadians must be properly represented here in the House. And that is why it has to be as representative as possible of all of Canadian citizens and of its differences. Last month, on March 2nd, to be precise, I introduced a motion in the House, a motion in which I asked for unanimous consent of the House to pass the motion that I'd like to read now, and I quote, that the House oppose any readjustment of the electoral map that would cause Quebec or any other province or territory to lose one or more ridings in the future, and that the House ask the government to take action accordingly. That was the motion that I introduced on March 2nd, and I must admit, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-14, which is now before us, is exactly the essence, the very essence of the motion that was tabled, for which we had asked for unanimous consent of the House on March 2nd. Unfortunately, for a reason that I don't know, but I suspect is highly political, the former leader of the Green Party had refused with enthusiasm to give unanimous consent of the House for the motion in question. And when I say with enthusiasm, Madam Speaker, it's that the former leader of the Green Party even applauded when the motion was defeated and turned to some of my colleagues with her thumbs up and said, I did my job properly. That is indeed what happened, Madam Speaker. And you can look at what happened because we almost had unanimous consent in the House to pass that motion, except unfortunately for the leader of the, or former leader of the Green Party, who played politics instead of allowing the House to pass the motion, which would have ensured that the motion could have been passed unanimously, and this would have allowed the government to move even quicker when it came to the passage of C-14. Madam Speaker, I am happy, satisfied to see that the government has responded positively to the motion despite the fact that the Green Party rejected it. I am satisfied also to see that the government has taken measures to essentially do what the motion said, which is that no province, be it any province, Quebec or any other province, would not lose a seat during the next redistribution of the electoral map. This bill, a Liberal bill, preserves the same formula created on the Fair Representation Act of 2011, and I want to remind it that it was the previous Conservative government that put forward that bill, and the goal was to make Canadian democracy even more representative, and that added at that time 30 new seats to the House of Commons. Obviously, Madam Speaker, there is respect for the work of the independent commissions that work individually in each of the provinces, and the mission of which was to identify the boundaries of the ridings. That's not what we're talking about here today. We're not talking about the boundaries, but I'm going to come back to this because I have a message to send to the Commission, Madam Speaker, with regard to the readjustment of the electoral map and boundaries in each province. I think we have to look at this and we have to take into consideration more than one factor in order to determine how these seats will be distributed in each province, and we have to provide greater latitude to allow voters in Canada to be well representative and to be sure that their voice is being heard when an MP speaks here in the House. The work is very important for Canadian democracy and representation, and the work of representation here in the House has been underway since last October. This is work that will make the redistribution of seats more representative of Canadians and the Canadian population, and as I indicated, I will actively participate in the process in Quebec in order to ensure that the voice of people in my riding, but also those living in the regions, are heard. The process underway, I would add, will add 3 new seats in Alberta, 1 in BC, and another one in Ontario. Bill C-14 will guarantee that no province or territory will lose a seat. And this is important to state that without C-14, Quebec would have lost 1 seat in the redistribution of the electoral map that was proposed. 1 seat going from 78 to 77, Madam Speaker. That is why we chose to speak. That is why we wanted to introduce the motion to say that in a process like this, we must not go back in time and take away the gains that a province has had since the beginning. Madam Speaker, Canada, Madam Speaker, and Canadians at the time were redistributed rather equally across the country, and there was no mechanism for the minimum number of seats. I think it goes back to 1985, but now we have to update this minimum number, and this is what C-14 will do. I also must say that I'm pleased because beyond the partisan debate, the loss of an MP or a seat in the House would have been a negative consequence, and it would have made the work of the commissions difficult. And I'd like to talk about that a bit later. As you know, everyday Canadians, that is our constituents, the people who send us here, rely on their MP. They looked for answers to their questions to help them find solutions in their relationships with the various federal government institutions, and sometimes even more than that. Like all my colleagues in the House, I must say that over the past 2 years, we have faced a unprecedented pandemic that has created many problems for most of our constituents. We got calls about EI services, about Canada Revenue Agency services, but we also got calls from people who didn't know to whom they needed to turn when they didn't have any money because their company closed and they didn't know how to qualify for the different assistance programs. We were there in order to respond to those questions asked by our constituents. And it's also one of the roles of an MP. One of the roles, the main roles of an MP here in the House, is to do the work of a legislator, that is, to pass legislation to ensure that the laws passed are suitable for our current society and they correspond to our values and the needs of our constituents, as well as what we believe will be the best option for the future of Canada. That's our primary role, but the secondary role has evolved over the years, and constituents now expect their MP to support them in their relationship with the government, the development of their communities, in their relationships with business, to ensure that they feel heard. Because most, Madam Speaker, are very far from Ottawa. These constituents, our constituents, and my riding is about 4 hours away, so it's not so bad. 5 if I go from the furthest part of my riding, but 4 from the closest part of my riding to Ottawa. But Canada is very large, as you know, so from one ocean to ocean, Madam Speaker, we're talking about something that makes Ottawa inaccessible to most of these constituents. Despite technology, we have seen, Madam Speaker, that a number of people have been frustrated with the lack of information or assistance that has been provided by different departments. And that's not to mention the slow response time, particularly when it comes to EI and Canada Revenue Agency. Naturally, then they look to their MP to keep them informed and to help them and support them. And when you live in the rural regions, the MP is often the only link between the constituent and the government bureaucracy. There are not EI offices everywhere. The Canada Revenue Agency does not have a representative in each community in Canada, Madam Speaker, and that is why MPs play a very important role for constituents. There is a huge difference that we saw over the course of the pandemic. Before, people came to see their MP's riding office on occasion for a passport, or they had problems with EI sometimes. And the pandemic has meant that constituents, in fact, many of them, needed these services and discovered their MP's riding office. And despite the fact that the programs are now over, people continue to come to the riding office of the member, and this is wonderful. However, the MP's riding office should not become inaccessible because there are too many demands, because the ridings are too big, and so on, because constituents need to have a riding office that's accessible to them and that's not too far. So if we decrease the number of MPs, then there would be more difficulty getting services. So we have to put in place rules to ensure that we can determine the number of MPs. But it's important to highlight the difference between the MPs in urban centers and in rural ridings, given the distances that some people have to travel, and as well as the number of municipalities that are provided service by a member in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, what the bill will do, what C-14 will do, particularly in Quebec, because Quebec is currently the only province that will see a change in terms of the proposal, is that we'll have the Commission will have greater latitude to allow it to do its work to propose a new electoral map. And I hope that more time will be taken in the process, not only to think of the constituents, but also of geography. As a member for Mégantic-L'Érable, I want to give some meaning here to those listening to us today. I represent the same number of constituents as a riding, say, in Montreal, but my territory is 500 times larger to cover than for somebody who has a riding in a major city. In my riding alone, there are 50 municipalities to serve. This means 15 different mayors, 15 city councils or town councils, multiplied by 3 or 4 when it comes to social clubs, because people also from these clubs want to have an exchange discussion with their MPs, and without forgetting about chambers of commerce, business associations, agricultural associations, and so on. So in a large riding, you can multiply, in my case, 50, the number of relationships. For example, members in Quebec City have a single mayor. I have 50 mayors. And all the mayors are important to me. The mayor of a municipality with 200 inhabitants is just as important as a mayor with somebody with 25,000 people. So we have to treat everybody the same. So it takes a lot of time, Madam Speaker. How, then, can we be more effective? How can we do a better job if we don't take those differences into consideration for people in the ridings? And if you add 20 municipalities to my riding, it will make it impossible to meet with all the mayors and all these town councils. For example, if there's 70 town councils, knowing that most of them meet once a year. So in a year, or rather once a month, Madam Speaker, given that every town council meets at least once a month, this means that I wouldn't have enough time in a year to meet with all the town councils. So this breaks up the relationship. It undermines the relationship between the MP, the federal government, and the constituents in our ridings. So how can we ensure that we put update the files of these people, the municipalities, etc.? So if you ask the question, you have the answer. The rural regions that grow, as they grow, means that people will have less access to their MP. And people say, okay, that's normal. No, it isn't. Because as I said earlier, people in our ridings don't have direct access to the different services provided by the federal government. And the only access point is the MP's office sometimes, Madam Speaker.
So I hope that when it comes to drawing the new electoral map, that commission, which will be shortly working in Quebec, I hope it will be sensitive to these issues of representativity. And we also need to remember that there's some leeway in the legislation that enables there to be a bit of a gap between the average population in a riding. So this isn't about changing the law. It's about using that leeway to ensure that we take into account the reality of rural regions. This is very important, and it's something that's also recognized in the Constitution. After all, the Constitution recognized a certain number of members for each province, even though those provinces have fewer people in them. So without C14, there would be less latitude for the Commission in Quebec, which would have had to look for people to remove from certain ridings in order to remove a riding from Quebec, and that would have been completely unacceptable. An MP is a little bit like a doctor. Sorry, I misspoke, but an MP is a little bit like a doctor. I'm not trying to compare myself to a doctor, but there is a similarity, which is that when you have too many patients, it's hard for the patients to get an appointment with their doctor. And that's a little bit like what will happen if the MP has too far to go. So even though since 2020 we've been using platforms like Zoom or FaceTime more often, it may have revolutionized communications. And yes, we can have more meetings. I have met with municipal councils more than ever before, because of the new way of doing things. But ultimately, there's nothing like an in-person meeting where you can really talk about what really matters. So in order to improve representation and to improve MPs' work in rural regions, we need to consider the reality of rural regions when we redraw the electoral map. We need to consider demography, geography, population needs, culture, who we are. All of this will have an impact on democracy. I'm very proud of our regions. I grew up in a rural region. I chose to stay there. It's part of my DNA. I was the mayor of a rural town, Tedford Mines. I've been in all sorts of associations, and I've always felt that it's very important to maintain links between all the levels of government. We need to ensure that our voices are heard in the House of Commons, and we need to ensure that people can help voters face the federal machine, even though they may not have direct local services in every riding. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that seats won't be removed in Quebec. We will support this bill, but The work is just starting, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has been very positive in his words in regards to C14, and we ultimately look forward to seeing its passage. And I'm somewhat curious to recognizing just the importance of timing, because there is a timing element to this. As I say, even I believe Manitoba, there may be a couple provinces that are already starting to draw their boundaries with the idea of providing a report or allowing for a public consultation all the way up to October. The quicker the legislation passes, no doubt, the easier it will be for the Quebec Electoral Commission. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of when it is he would like to see the bill ultimately pass.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, thank you. That's a good question. And I would answer that it's up to the government to move legislation forward and the government House Leader. So, Madam Speaker, I hope the government will do everything it can to ensure that this bill is adopted as quickly as possible in order to enable us to work with the Electoral Commission in Quebec. So I think the Deputy Leader should be asking his own colleague right there about it to ensure that we get answers to these questions and to know how important it is to them to get this bill adopted. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm asking this question to a colleague from Quebec, and he recognized during the Bloc Québécois motion in the spring that Quebec is a nation with the French language being its language, and we believe that as a nation we should have special powers to protect our specific nature. Unfortunately, what we're seeing here is that we're keeping 78 seats, but it's going to be out of 343, which means that the proportion, the fraction of our seats will decline. So how, as a Quebecer, can my colleague accept that Quebec's political power will be decreased? Madam Speaker, this is an excellent question from my colleague for the Bloc Québécois. And I do think that these discussions need to happen in this House. I recall that in a certain agreement called Charlottetown, Madam Speaker, there was a proposal to hold the minimum representation of Quebec at 25%. And when I looked into it, and I looked into it a lot, I looked into it quite deeply, and I looked to see what the Bloc Québécois' position was at the time. What they thought of that agreement to keep the representation at 25%. And do you know what I discovered, Madam Speaker? At that time, the Bloc was saying that we should vote against that agreement. So to try to preach to us now, Madam Speaker, when previously there was a chance to keep it to 25% and the Bloc contributed to not having that pass, well, I think my colleagues ought to do some of their research and look at some of the quotes that I have right here in front of me that I'd be very pleased to share. But personally, I'm very pleased that we'll be staying at 78, and if we want to start a new constitutional debate, well, I think everyone in this House will have to participate. And I hope at that time, the Bloc Québécois will think about it and will not simply make decisions to try to prevent the Federation from working.
Madame la Présidente, le discours...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's speech was very interesting.
For the question that I'd like to ask him, so I am going to switch to English. He spoke a lot about electoral representation. That's, of course, why we're here today. And I will say in my province of Alberta that we are expecting to receive 3 more seats. But I will say in the last election in Alberta, 65% of people voted for the Conservative Party, but we have 97% of the seats being Conservative. In Saskatchewan, only 64% voted for the Conservative Party, and they have 100% of the seats. In Canada as a whole, 51% of Canadians did not get a representative representative that they voted for. So I'm just wondering if he could speak a little bit about the value of us looking at proportional representation. You know, the Liberals did promise this in 2015 and not deliver on it. And I'm just wondering if he could speak about how that would help electoral representation.
Honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I'd like to thank my colleague for her words in French, and I have heard her speak French in this House before. I'd like to congratulate her. Her French is better than she thinks. She should use it more, Madam Speaker. Now, that's the positive side of the question. Now, the negative side. If the NDP were really serious about proportional representation, why didn't it include that in its agreement with the Liberal government? That's what I'm wondering, Madam Speaker. Currently, the NDP is pretty much the same party as the Liberals. So I would go and ask the Prime Minister to keep that promise, a promise that he gave up on when he realized it would be disadvantageous to him. So I think that's something that ended up being overlooked during negotiations between the NDP and the Liberals. So we'll see this afternoon, when the budget is tabled, we'll see who really bought whom in this secret agreement between the Liberals and the NDP.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je veux remercier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. I'm curious about his position. I'm curious about his opinion on this issue, because each time this happens, there's an opportunity to add seats. But what is his opinion on the fact that there will be more seats in this place? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I think this is a good question. One day, we may have to wonder what the maximum amount of members should be in this House. Some legislatures have done that. One day we'll have to wonder about that. And that is a debate that I'm interested in. But I think we always need to consider the well-being and representation of voters. We are here to represent them. But currently, with the way the current buildings are, I don't think we could fit 600 members if we see such a population increase in Canada. So at some point we may have to decide that there's a maximum, but that's not a debate we've had yet. And that's a debate we need to have with Canadians, not just here in this House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's great to be able to enter into debate. And I appreciated the speech from my colleague from Quebec, and appreciate very much how he outlined the importance that members of Parliament in our offices in particular, and I know I can compliment not only my staff, but I'm sure the staff of every member of Parliament across this country who worked significant hours at a time when, although many government offices were closed down, things like Service Canada and whatnot, the thousands of calls that my office, speaking from my experience and the experience of my office, the thousands and thousands of calls, people desperate for help, and the interesting dynamic that does exist in rural Canada versus many parts of urban Canada. I know it's about 5 or 6 hours in the 50 from corner to corner in my constituency, and I know that that my colleague from Quebec represents thousands of square kilometers. I'm not sure exactly how many thousands, but Madam Speaker, my question is: would he be able to expand on that unique dynamic that exists to ensure that we have that fair representation that includes the difference between rural and urban?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And what I can say is that there are some ridings that are much bigger than mine. For example, my colleague's riding is much bigger than mine. And I'm not saying, I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm not trying to say that members from big urban centers work less. I'm just saying it's very different work. For a single meeting in a riding like ours, it can take up to 4 hours to meet with a single person, which is very different from the type of representation when you're in a big city, when everything's about within an hour of the member's office. And so That's something that the various commissions need to look at when they bring forward the new maps. We need to use the leeway that we have to help rural MPs, or help rural inhabitants rather, be able to have access to their MPs more easily. We don't need to change the law to do that. We just need to use the latitude that's already in it.
The honourable member for King's Heads.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss Bill C-14. An act to amend the Constitution Act 1867 electoral representation. As the member for Calgary Shepherd mentioned, this bill might be considered inside baseball, or an inside ball rather, given that this bill and its consequences are relatively simple, but also important. So I'm going to use my time today to discuss the bill, the reasons for this measure, and the various consequences and political choices having to do with electoral representation. So every 10 years, the chief electoral officer looks at demographic changes, decides on the number of seats in each province, and decides if the borders of ridings should be amended given population movements within a province. In Section 51 of the Constitution Act 1867, there is a formula for the seats in the House of Commons and how they are to be shared between provinces after each 10-year census. And the Act on the revision of riding borders lays out how these borders will be drawn in each province. And they need to be adjusted every time that the representation of a province changes, or when there are major fluctuations in the populations of a province. For example, moving from rural to urban regions. So, redrawing ridings is a federal matter that is controlled by Parliament. In October 2021, the Chief Electoral Officer, based on population changes over the last decade, moved the amount of total seats in the House of Commons from 338 to 342. With British Columbia and Ontario each gaining 1 seat, Alberta 3, and Quebec losing 1.
Madam Speaker, amends that decision, as is the ability of Parliament, by creating a constitutional floor, whereas the amount of seats any province or territory had in the 43rd election will be the new constitutional floor. The practice of maintaining a certain number of seats in the House of Commons has been a continued practice where, the practice of maintaining a number of seats in the House of Commons whose populations were declining in comparison to the national average has been done before. First, in 1914, the senatorial clause was introduced to ensure that no province would ever have less members of Parliament versus the number of senators. The second constitutional protection is what is known as the grandfather clause, which came into effect under the Representation Act of 1985, which amended the formula for determining seats and guaranteed that regardless of what the population of a province or territory might be in the future, they would be constitutionally protected by having no less than the seats that they had in the House of Commons in 1986. Je dois ajouter qu'une série d'ajustements ont été.
I should add that a series of adjustments were made between 1914 and 1986 to protect and try to assure that there be equity between the provinces and territories. Initially, the total number of seats was calculated by dividing the population of each province by a fixed number called the electoral quotient. And that quotient was determined by dividing the population of the province of Quebec by 65.
The one exclusion to this was what was called the 1/20th rule, whereas no province could lose seats in electoral redistribution unless its share of the national population had decreased by at least 5%, 1/20th of the between the last two censuses. This was appealed in 1946 on the basis of Quebec's desire for representation by population. And I may just add that I find it a little bit ironic today that we are here debating and driving legislation that would have been a complete different narrative than what those Quebec MPs would have taken in 1940. And Madam Speaker, while I'm here, of course, as all members of Parliament, we go and we research before we come before the House to talk about the principles of the legislation that are before us. I want to give a tip of the cap to the folks of the House of Commons that had a very detailed history of electoral redistribution, of the dynamic of how the seats in the House of Commons has changed over time. So a tip of the cap, if I would say, Madam Speaker, to the researchers and the folks involved with the House of Commons. Ainsi, Madame la Présidente.
And so, Madam Speaker, this bill simply creates, as has been done many times, a change to the formula in the Constitution to grandfather the number of seats as they existed in the 2021 election. We have already had debates during this session about the prospect of Quebec losing a seat. There seemed to have been a general consensus on the importance of Quebec's representation and on the preservation of the language, culture, and identity that exists within Canada. I'm not opposed to the current legislation before us, but I would like to take this opportunity to ask questions about Hansard regarding the future number of members that will be added to the House of Commons and to address Bill C-246.
Madam Speaker, as I asked my last Conservative member when I stood up and asked him a question in his remarks, at what point do we consider limiting the seats in the House of Commons? You look historically over time, as I did some research coming into this, there was contemplation that by 2001 we would have had 400 members of Parliament. Of course, today we have 338, but it is an open question that I think will inevitably have to be explored, not beyond the physical dynamics of the House of Commons and how many members of Parliament we can have in this space, but about parliamentary privilege and allowing individuals to have the space to come and bring forward issues, to be able to debate. Sometimes it's crowded to be able to get on the agenda and to be able to bring remarks forward in this place because members of Parliament, of course, are doing that job. So I think it's interesting, Madam Speaker, right now in the House of Commons in the UK, there are 650 members of Parliament. Is that something we want to see in Canada? Is that something that Canadians expect? I don't have the answer, but I pose it as a question here today. It also has a dynamic on how Parliament works. Relatively, when a government forms, whether it be in a minority or majority situation, there might be 150-odd members of Parliament on the governing caucus, maybe just over 170 on today's dynamic. If we went and all of a sudden there was 300 government caucus MPs, what would that mean for the dynamic in terms of independence for members of Parliament, in terms of their ability to speak, their ability to both support the government but also be able to bring forward important issues? And I think it would, when you look at the dynamic of how the House of Commons operates in London, there are similarities to here, but there are also differences. And I raise that for consideration. I also want to talk about rural members of Parliament. I have a riding that I'm very proud to represent. It's 5,000 square kilometers. It's by no means small, but I do consider myself lucky compared to other members of Parliament. My good friend in Central Nova has about 10,000 square kilometres to cover. I've got my honourable colleague here from Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, 16,000 square kilometres. That is a lot of territory to cover. And I think we have to be mindful about all of the electoral redistribution, about at what point does a member of Parliament just become too far stretched to adequately represent the communities in which they are expected to do so in this place, in terms of their presence in the riding, in terms of their ability to connect and to be able to even physically drive or travel. And indeed, I've given a couple examples. I know there's even more challenging circumstances for other members of Parliament, particularly in Northern Canada as well. I want to talk about Nova Scotia's proportionate share, and indeed I have a colleague beside me here from Newfoundland and Labrador. I have the member from Malpeque from Prince Edward Island. As we continue to add seats in this place, yes, some provinces are protected constitutionally in terms of the amount of members of Parliament that they will have in the House. In Nova Scotia's example, we will never have any less than 11 members of Parliament. But 11 members of Parliament in 338 is a certain dynamic. 11 members amongst 500 members of Parliament is a much smaller proportionate share of the voice that we can bring forward as a province in this dynamic. And I had the opportunity, and I'll go back on record, Madam Speaker. Of course, we had an Opposition Day motion from the Bloc Québécois on this. And of course, I'll have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-246 in a moment. The Bloc were, of course, very strong, and this House was strong on maintaining this seat, but they want to make sure that there's also a preservation of 25% of the House of Commons seats will always be preserved for Quebec. My question is, and I've said it to the Bloc, why don't we look at actually capping eventually, maybe it's 360, maybe it's 380, maybe it's 400, let's actually look at eventually capping the amount of members of Parliament in the House of Commons. We all, every province, every territory in this country has their constitutional protections and floors. That would allow there to be a stable footing for some of the things we've talked about. Now, yes, the Bloc want 25%. But as I've pointed out to them, if they would have pushed to say, let's cap it at 350 members of Parliament, well, they would have their constitutional floor before today's legislation, assuming it passes, which I'm confident it will. They would have been protected at 22%. And that could have been a way to ensure that we do preserve Quebec language, culture, and the unique identity within Canada. I want to take an opportunity just to talk briefly. Madam Speaker, could you permit me how much time I may have left? I don't have a watch on me. 7 minutes. My goodness, I will continue to try to use my time to the extent that I can. And if I am unable to, of course, I will cede it back to my honourable colleagues who I'm sure will take up my place. I want to speak to Bill C-246. The Member of Parliament for Drummond has brought this forward, and really, in essence, what it does is not only protects Quebec at 78 seats, it's mandating that there's a requirement that Quebec never have any less than 25% of a proportion of the seats in the House of Commons, regardless of what happens, regardless of the population of the province. Now, look, to my sovereigntist colleagues across the way, their job is not to protect the identity of Canada. Indeed, they want to separate from Canada. So I would never expect them to do something that is actually beneficial for bringing Canadians together. In fact, sometimes I would argue they like to wedge and drive divides in Canada. But we have to understand what this actually represents. This would not just be a change that can be done within Parliament. This would require a constitutional amendment that would mean a 750 formula. And Madam Speaker, for those Canadians that are at home and saying, what the heck is 750? What do you mean? It essentially means that on constitutional changes such as this, we would have to go back and get the approval of 7 of 10 provinces that represent at least 50% of the Canadian population. That is a very high threshold to be able to achieve. That is what we expect to be the legal standard on Bill C-246 if it were to move forward. That's an open question about whether it will. But again, in principle, this is problematic. This is going to, that type of bill would open up, I think, a lot of division in this country. And I think we're all standing here today recognizing Quebec's unique identity within Canada. I don't want to say we're all committed, but I know on this side of this House, we're committed to keeping 78 seats in Quebec. In fact, protecting everyone right now with the new constitutional floor on the basis of population in 2021, including in Nova Scotia. Again, a continuation of where we already were. But the idea of saying absolutely, regardless of population, despite population decline, we will get 25% is not ever going to work in this country. It will never pass. And it is being introduced on a way just to create divide and to try to, I would argue, reestablish this argument about separation in Quebec, which frankly, the Bloc Québécois will know right now is not really high on the agenda. But they're trying to drive that type of narrative, notwithstanding the fact that I think this Parliament understands the importance of Quebec, its political representation in this place. And indeed, Madam Speaker, as I've said before, when you look at the cabinet, the number of cabinet ministers, the influence, whether it be the Prime Minister through key ministers in this government, Quebec plays an important role in the Government of Canada, in this place, and indeed within the country. So, Madam Speaker, I suspect I have about 3 minutes left, but 4 minutes left, perhaps. I want to make sure that all members of Parliament get the opportunity to speak on this. I want to say it was an absolute privilege to be able to do some of the research, to be able to look in to the legislation. I'd like to thank the Minister. Let me just take an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs for bringing this forward. He, of course, also holds the portfolio of the Minister for Communities and Infrastructure. What a tremendous job balancing two very difficult portfolios. So let me thank him on the record for his leadership within the government, for his continued advocacy for the people of Beausejour. And I do believe, Madam Speaker, he would be going on 20-plus years in Parliament, which is, I think, a tremendous commitment to public service. Of course, my predecessor, Scott Bryson, had also served for 21 years in this place. It shows that these individuals are committed to making a difference in this place for their constituents, indeed Canada and the world. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues who, as I've watched today, have been watching with the utmost curiosity and have been watching with detailed questions that I look forward to being able to answer in just a moment. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague across the way. There were a few points that I actually completely agreed with him on. One being that our sovereignist colleagues in the House, how they very often you wonder where their motivation is. Well, we know where their motivation is, but I also want to mention this: is that this is the House of Commons truly is the people's chamber, and it should be representative of the population across the country. I say that in a number of my interventions in debates, that this is the House, it is the people's House, and the 338 members of Parliament that have been elected to represent those electors carry the voice of those electors to this House. But this House should be representative of the population of our country. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask my honourable colleague if he is aware of if the provinces with the fastest growing populations were consulted. My province of British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. Far too often we hear when we're on the doorsteps during elections that the election's over by the time it gets to the Western provinces. So were these provinces consulted?
Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't pretend to speak for the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs in terms of the work that was undertaken. We've had the opportunity in this House to debate on an Opposition Day motion that I know a number of Conservative colleagues and indeed everyone has had the chance to speak to. He raises an important point about how we balance representation. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I would submit to this House that there has never been a true representation by population. There has always been, because Canada was a compromise from day one in 1867, even as we added provinces during Confederation, as the member opposite's province came on, I believe it was 1870, there was a negotiation about what was fair and equitable at the time. And so I don't think there's ever been a pure representation by population. Certainly sitting as a member of Parliament with 11 seats in Nova Scotia, I think we'd be closer to 8 or 9 without it. I really want to make sure that all regions of the country have a voice and a representation, and I think today's legislation and where we're at is fair and equitable at this time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Often we hear this argument. Yes, in Quebec, you're well represented. You have a premier and ministers. But I'd like to tell my colleague, for example, on the Montreal Island alone, there is a serious housing crisis and thousands of people waiting for low-income housing. But we have 6 major ministers in Canada, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But yes, we've had a crisis going on for 7 years. So having a minister doesn't mean everything is solved. So I'd like to hear my colleague about the French fact. He is sensitive to that in Nova Scotia. In Quebec, for example, the situation of French is so dramatic that is 2036 will go from 69% of people as with French as their mother tongue. If we don't protect Quebec's waiting right now, we'll never be able to do anything to protect French. I'd like to hear what my colleague says about that. The Honourable Member for King's Hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague very much for his question. There's 2 parts to my answer. First, with policies to preserve the French language. Yes, I agree with his proposal. He's absolutely right. I really tried hard to speak French in this place and to spread the French language. And I think Francophone immigration policies are also very important in Quebec, but also outside of Quebec as well in Canada. We need to maintain French. With respect to some ministers and the issues in Montreal, my answer is simple. Legault's government in Quebec and many provincial members in Quebec are involved, and I think there's another issue or social opportunity there. So that's somewhat of a crazy question.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci. Cette loi.
This legislation protects not only the number of seats in Quebec, but also the number of seats in all other provinces. Through you, Madam Speaker, how does this member believe this is important for his own province?
For King's Hands.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my colleague opposite for her question and for use of the French in this place. Of course, this is a neutral act in terms of all provinces and territories having a stake. But for me, the open issue is that how many members will be added to this House? Because for Nova Scotia, 11 members are protected under the Constitution, but 11 members with 500 members in this place will see its proportion decrease and our voice will diminish accordingly. So the question for the future is how many members will be in this House to respect our parliamentary privilege and also in terms of logistics in this place at the House of Commons. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his speech. I know that he's been an advocate here in this House, and I want to just mention the fact that I come from a riding that's represents over 100,000 square kilometers. I was just wondering if the member has can consider that, and just around what it's like to overlap with over 500 other elected representatives, whether it be MLAs, town councillors, county councillors, or band councils. It is something. So there's this representation by responsibility, trying to simultaneously get funding for five pools and recreation centers is definitely a major challenge. So it was definitely an interesting discussion there, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a tip of the cap is I have 5,000 square kilometers, and that makes me look like small peanuts compared to dealing with this member opposite. So I salute him, and I can appreciate how difficult and the challenges are. As I mentioned in my speech, I actually believe that this is a very important point about the rurality of our country and ensuring that members of parliament that are expected to represent these areas can do so adequately. I think it's an open question, notwithstanding and calling this member's advocacy into question, but the actual size, and as he mentioned, 500 elected officials, that is extremely, extremely challenging. I want to separate the conversation around the amount of seats within a province or territory versus how we actually distribute within those provinces. So as we see migration, perhaps larger numbers in urban areas, perhaps urban MPs will have to take on a larger proportion of constituents, and that we can actually make some of these rural ridings a little bit smaller geographically to make sure that there is that equity. And so right now, I know, for example, in Nova Scotia, I don't pretend to know the federal aspect, there is a proportion of variance that is allowed when we look at these different elements. Perhaps that has to be extended even further to allow urban areas to have a little bit more constituents in a smaller place, and then also allow people like this member to have a bit more of a reasonable size of scope of geography to cover. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for first for them working with us to ensure that Quebec's seat count in the House of Commons remains constant. But clearly there's a lot of work to do, especially around representation. Here we can look at gender balance and the important work that needs to be done to address that. In terms of participation in our electoral system, we know that the Liberal government ran on a platform in 2015 to make it the last unfair election, and they still haven't implemented a proportional system. And as a result, we still have lower turnout. Now, one thing I think about is young people. Right now we're talking about really important issues that are critical to them. Climate justice. Reconciliation, the overdose toxic drug supply crisis that's claiming lives in our country. Now, we do know that the younger people participate in elections and they're involved in civic participation, that they have a lifelong commitment to it. We've seen in Austria, Germany, UK, lower the voting age to 16. Now, my question through you, Madam Speaker, is does my colleague agree that if you can drive, work, and pay taxes, all of which you can do in this country at 16, does he think that you should be able to vote? And like my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has a bill, Bill C-10, that's before this House, and will he be supporting that bill, which is really important? That's lowering the voting age to 16, because we know people that are 16 in this country, that are contributing to this country, and their futures at stake, they need a seat at the table.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just address, there was a lot of different elements in the commentary, and I do appreciate the question. First of all, around first past the post, the election commitment in 2015 was about it being the last election by first past the post. My understanding, although I wasn't here in the 42nd Parliament, is that there was the idea of doing a ranked ballot. The NDP rejected that offer. And so it's a bit rich for that member to step up and suggest that the government did not put something on the table to be able to make a change. But I want to address the question that was fundamental, which is the voting age at 16. Madam Speaker, I'm one of the youngest members of Parliament in this House. I try every day as part of engaging individuals in my riding to engage with youth. It's important to make sure that they have an understanding of the democratic process. Indeed, some of the issues that we are talking about today will have profound impacts on them as they become adults and they be able to move forward. I think in principle, I support the age of moving it towards 16. I look forward to reviewing Bill, I think it was I don't remember the bill, but the private member's bill that is there, C-210, and I will look forward to speaking to that later in this session. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. I rise to speak on Bill C-14, an act to amend the Constitution Act of 1867. More specifically, what this bill will do is amend what is known as the grandfather clause. By way of background, the grandfather clause has been part of our Constitution since 1986 with the passage of the Representation Act of 1985. Very simply, what the grandfather clause does is it establishes a floor in terms of the allocation of seats by province in terms of the redistribution process that takes place every 10 years. And the floor that the grandfather clause sets is that no province shall be allocated fewer seats in future redistributions than that province had in 1985. Madam Speaker, Bill C-14 is a fairly straightforward piece of legislation in that it amends the grandfather clause by establishing an updated floor, a floor of 2015 as opposed to 1985. More specifically, Madam Speaker, what that does is it will ensure that no province will receive an allocation of fewer seats than that province had in 2015 in the 43rd Parliament in any future redistribution. What that means for my province of Alberta, Madam Speaker, is that it increases the floor in terms of the minimal number of seats that Alberta will be allocated in any redistribution by 13 seats that Alberta gained between 1985 and 2015. When we look at the issue of allocating seats across Canada, a foundational principle of our democratic process is representation by population. Representation by population is based upon the notion that the weight attached to the vote of each Canadian should be equal, regardless of what region of Canada they live in. It is a principle that was adopted by the Fathers of Confederation in 1867, and it is a principle that is enshrined in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, while it is a principle that is foundational, achieving pure representation by population is not practical. Indeed, it is not entirely desirable, having regard for a number of factors, including the vastness of Canada. With respect to the impracticability of achieving pure representation by population, one look no further than our Constitution. For example, the senatorial clause of 1915 guarantees that every province shall have at least the same number of seats in the House of Commons as it has senators. That is why, for example, the province of Prince Edward Island is guaranteed 4 seats in the House of Commons because it has 4 senators, notwithstanding the fact that the province of Prince Edward Island has fewer than 160,000 people. Indeed, my riding of St. Albert Edmonton is almost as large as Prince Edward Island. My friend and colleague down the road in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin represents a riding of more than 200,000 people, 40 or 50,000 more people than Prince Edward Island. One might say, well, simply rescind or repeal the senatorial clause, but of course, Madam Speaker, that requires the unanimous consent of the provinces, and Prince Edward Island, I'm sure, will be in no hurry to offer its consent. And so achieving pure representation by population isn't practicable, but it is also important to take into account what the Supreme Court of Canada provided for in the Saskatchewan Boundaries Reference case of 1991. That case dealt with the boundary redistribution in the province of Saskatchewan that tended to disproportionately favor rural areas at the expense of more populous urban areas. The court looked at Section 3 of the Charter, which guarantees the right of every Canadian to vote, and in the context of the redistribution of boundaries in the province of Saskatchewan, the Supreme Court determined that the overriding principle is one of effective representation. In terms of effective representation, the court recognized such factors as geography, communities of interest, and so on. But that being said, the court did stress the importance of representation by population. And to that end, I would cite Madam Justice McLaughlin, who said, quote, what are the conditions of effective representation? The first is relative parity of voting power. A system which dilutes one citizen's vote unduly as compared with another citizen's vote runs the risk of providing inadequate representation of the citizen whose vote is diluted, close quote. And so, in order to have effective representation, what we must have to the greatest degree possible is representation by population. And that is where we have moved significantly towards, thanks to the leadership of Prime Minister Harper and the previous Conservative government with the passage of the Fair Representation Act. The Fair Representation Act replaced the 1985 formula, which establishes an electoral quotient, which is the first step in terms of determining the allocation of seats, with a new formula that sets a new electoral quotient. The problem, very simply, Madam Speaker, with the 1985 formula is, although it was thought to be fair in 1985, it did not allow for the allocation of seats by province to keep up with population growth amongst the fastest growing provinces. As a result, the fastest growing provinces were denied their right to fair, proportionate representation in the House of Commons. It created, over time, a representation gap. Take, for example, my province of Alberta. Alberta gained nearly 1 million people between 1988 and 2004. And yet, in the span of nearly 20 years, with 1 million new Albertans, Alberta only gained 2 seats in the House of Commons. So significant was the representation gap at the time that the Fair Representation Act was introduced that there was some analysis that established that the 3 fastest growing provinces in Canada, namely that of Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta, were among the most underrepresented provinces or states in the industrialized world, according to analysis at the time from the Mowat Center. Madam Speaker, the Fair Representation Act addressed the representation gap significantly by establishing a new formula that, in short, better takes into account population growth, all the while respecting the overriding principle of effective representation. What that has meant in the last 2 redistributions is an increase in representation for the provinces of Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta. My province of Alberta has gained 9 seats in the span of 10 years. Ontario gained 18 seats in the first redistribution. The province of British Columbia, 8 seats. That gap is being closed thanks to the legacy of Prime Minister Harper and the formula provided for in the Fair Representation Act. Madam Speaker, in closing, let me just say that this legislation, I'm pleased to see, does not in any major way impact upon the Harper formula. It maintains the Harper formula, and in that regard maintains the significant step forward to achieving something much closer to a representation by population, which the Supreme Court said is essential to have effective representation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. We may not always agree on the discussion points in politics, but I do respect his ability to stand before the House without a note and to be able to recite his speeches and to be able to bring forward his points. Madam Speaker, I just had a Q&A with the Member of Parliament from Peace River Westlock, the honourable colleague's colleague, about the rurality of the country and the fact that that member's riding is actually 100,000 square kilometers, and he talked about effective representation. We talked about the challenge, of course, notwithstanding the fact that there has been a rural-urban shift, that it is important to take into consideration those elements such that rural MPs can still actually represent their constituents in a reasonable fashion. Would this member agree that on the current structure, when we actually look at the dynamic within the provinces, within the territories, we have to make sure that rural representation remains an important piece, particularly with the size and geography of federal ridings at this point?
The honourable member for Prince Albert Edmonton.
St. Albert Edmonton. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that. And I want to thank my colleague from Kings Heads for his important question. And in short, I would absolutely concur with him that we need to take into allowance issues of population and geography, like my friend, the member for Peace River Westlock, outlined in terms of representing 100,000 square kilometers, representing an area that comprises of 500 provincial, municipal, and band officials. And, Madam Speaker, that is taken to account in terms of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, in terms of taking into account those factors which the Supreme Court specifically cited in the Saskatchewan reference case in terms of establishing and maintaining effective representation.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. Very, very detailed and fact-based, and I appreciate his attention to detail. He did talk about the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin having, 200,000 constituents in his riding, and something that I've been thinking a lot about is the nature of representation when we look at the difference between rural and urban. And I wonder if the member would be able to speak to whether ridings should, considering the difference in priorities, the different challenges that rural and urban ridings face, would he be interested in making sure that as we determine these 3 new seats in Alberta, that we do have those urban and rural priorities in line?
Before I give the floor back to the member for St. Albert Edmonton, could I ask that we keep some silence so that we can actually hear the questions and the answers? Thank you so much. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton for that important question. And she's quite right when she speaks of the Edmonton-Wetaskiwin riding, which takes in the deep south of suburban Edmonton and then has a farming and small town component to the riding. And what I would say is that is something the boundaries commissions of each province take into account in terms of the factors that they consider in drawing boundaries, including having regard for communities of interest and ensuring to the greatest degree possible that the boundaries of each riding align with communities of interest, while at the same time trying to maintain as best as possible roughly equal population size.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his usual intelligent speech. And I want to expand on the question from the previous member, because when I look at Toronto and I see that we have more than 20 members representing, a riding that arguably I've driven from one side to the other is not that different. Is there a question that we should be asking at this time about whether or not, certainly they need more people to support that many individuals in terms of services, but do we really need that many members? Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's a good question from my friend, the member for Sarnia-Lambton. And again, there are different challenges that members of Parliament face representing urban areas and rural areas. That is taken into account, having regard for additional resources, that members who represent larger ridings by population as well as larger ridings by virtue of their geography. But again, I underscore that when we allocate seats and when we draw boundaries, the principle that must be respected to the greatest degree possible is representation by population.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And while we're discussing, representation here in this House, I've talked earlier about the important work we need to do in terms of gender balance here and also proportionality. I've talked a lot about young people and the lack of their opportunities to have a seat at the table, Madam Speaker. We know that young people right now at 16 years old, they can drive a car, they can work, they pay taxes in this country, and we know that if they participate at a young age, they got a better chance of voting later in the future. So my question to my colleague, there's a bill before the House, C-210, tabled by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Does he support allowing those that can drive?
Order, please. Can we hear the questions? The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Courtenay Alberni for that question. Let me just say in short, I believe in principle that the voting age of 18 is the most appropriate age. However, I do look forward to the debate on the bill.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. 2 o'clock on the dot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, April 7th, is World Health Day. The World Health Organization has asked that this year we focus on planetary health. Good idea. We have a planetary health doctor. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change gave us all a prescription on Monday. Really clear, good health advice. If you want to be healthy, cut out the bad things. Cut down on the smoking. Oh, but the government of Canada didn't like that prescription, not one bit. We have our own quack, apparently. We have our own snake oil remedies. We don't want to cut down. We want to double down on the smoking, on the Bay du Nord, on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We're not paying attention to what the planetary health doctor tells us to do. We'll make money smoking. We have enough investments in the cigarette companies. We can use that money to get to net health by 2050. Yes, indeed. We'll ignore the health advice to save our planet, and it'll work.
Before I ask the next speaker, can I please have some quiet? We can barely hear what is being said in the chamber. There's an issue with the outside lobby, so I would really appreciate if people kept quiet. Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Montreal's West Island has lost a true gentleman and man of integrity who contributed in so many meaningful ways to community and country. Lyle Cruikshank's early work as an educator was followed by a lengthy career supporting the development of Canadian culture with the National Film Board. A pillar of community life, he served 3 terms on Beaconsfield City Council. A faithful member of the Beaurepaire United Church, Lyle was the inspiration and life force behind Villa Beaurepaire, a church-sponsored project to build a non-profit affordable residence for autonomous seniors that has become a vibrant community in its own right. Last month, I had the pleasure of accompanying our Minister for Seniors, the member for Brampton West, on a visit of this extraordinary model of independent senior living. I ask members to join me in sending our heartfelt condolences to Lyle's wife, Susan, and children, Paula, Devon, and Ian.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, April is Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm very pleased to be co-chair of Lucan's Shaved Head Challenge for 2022 in the Montmagny region, along with Jean-Philippe Dumas, Sales Director at Mercier Flooring. This is an important annual event, and it's a good time to remember that our children also have health difficulties. Lucan offers tailored and distinct services to children with cancer and their families, as well as funding clinical research. Recently, I was deeply affected by my grandson Oscar's health problems. I can understand the challenges that face families with a sick child. You can make donations to our challenge we set the ambitious goal of $100,000, and I would also invite you to commit to shave your hair for the cause. And on my side, it will be on June 18th at the Coin du Monde Café in Montmagny. I may not have a lot, but still, thank you very much.
Je pense qu'on a presque le même hairdo.
I think we have about the same hairdo. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
April is Sikh Heritage Month, and April 14th marks the day of Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is a special day for Sikh people as it signifies the beginning of the Khalsa Panth created by the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who initiated the Khalsa as warriors designated to be the protectors of the innocent. Sikhi teaches us the importance of justice, equality, and service to others. On this occasion, I'd like to recognize the outstanding work of Khalsa Aid Canada, an organization that highlights and practices these important teachings. Khalsa Aid responded rapidly to the crisis in Ukraine and established relief teams in 5 bordering countries to Ukraine. Recently, at the Ukraine-Poland border, my friend Gurpratap Singh Thutur and a team of young volunteers from Canada provided Langar Seva. They provided up to 5,000 free meals a day, along with emotional support to escaping Ukrainians in one of the largest refugee camps in Europe today. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank these volunteers and the Sikh Canadians that are living up to their Sikh values and making contributions. Happy Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi diyan lakh lakh vadaiyan.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited today to get up to congratulate Nicole Tauvet, who has won the Don Quixote Prize. This is a distinction to recognize the hard work of someone who is seeking a better and more humane world. And that's what this great Quebecer from Salaberry de Ballyfield embodies. Nicole Tauvet is idealistic, and she has a natural impulse to improve our communities, one person at a time. Dear Nicole, this award is the ultimate symbol of the kindness that you spread around you. It shows all this kindness that you brought to people that were too often forgotten. This is a real symbol of love, the love that you have fostered thanks to the laughter that you have brought about around you, the creativity, as well as the tears that you were always willing to comfort. So with great admiration and deep friendship, I am also celebrating Madame Nicole Tauvet today by giving her my first ever prize of the Salaberry-sur-Roi Lily. Thank you, Nicole.
Petit rappel, just a little suggestion to keep the conversations outside. Some great SO31s going on today, statements by members. I think everybody wants to get a good clip, make sure we hear everything that's going on. So let's keep those conversations outside. L'honorable député de Orléans.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Lundi 14.
Thank you very much. On the 4th of April, I was lucky enough to participate in a local fundraiser for Ukraine.
Elected officials, Councillor Matt Lula, Flora Dudas, and Catherine Kitts for joining us. The community of Orléans was invited to visit the drive-thru setup at Soulstone restaurants to pick up delicious traditional Ukrainian delicacy, pierogies and borscht. This amazing event was organized by the Knights of Columbus in partnership with Sam and Emily He, owners of Soulstone Sushi Bar and Grill, who graciously provided their indoor space to the many volunteers to help set up the distribution of food. I want to recognize Jay Sanko and his family for his effort and his leadership for making this such a great success. Orléans residents truly responded to the call, as 690 dozen of pierogies were sold within 2 hours. With a fundraising goal of $20,000 between this event and the GoFundMe page, we've reached today close to $19,000. Et tous les profits des ventes vont au fonds de secours CRI.
We will ensure that those funds go to various initiatives in Ukraine with the Red Cross.
And your support.
It's like a mouthful of reminders today, and remind members that SO31s are actually 60 seconds. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Yeah. This past week, the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair opened its doors to thousands of enthusiastic visitors after a 3-year hiatus due to COVID-19. Held annually in Brandon, the fair is one of Western Canada's largest agricultural events and one of only 2 fairs in Canada to receive royal designation from Queen Elizabeth II. You could feel the energy in the Keystone Center as visitors took to the world-class show jumping and heavy horse competitions. Show jumper Piet van Geneten and his horse Hado performed impressively and won the Wawanesa Insurance Grand Prix as the finale to the week. Livestock displays, live entertainers, and hundreds of exhibits engaged folks of all ages and all walks of life. And the hands-on agricultural education program and petting zoo put smiles on plenty of kids' faces. Thousands of people, myself included, were incredibly happy to get back to this time-honored tradition in our community. Congratulations to Provincial Exhibition of Manitoba President Kathy Cleaver and her board on another great fair, and thanks to all the volunteers who invested their time in this fair's success.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, our friend, former MP and Cabinet Minister David Kilgour died. Everything in David's life was animated by his deep Christian faith. The anti-politician's politician. David ran for the Conservatives and won. He ran for the Liberals and won, and ultimately sat as an independent. He had little or no time for the compromises of politics, or prime ministers, or party leaders. If a government hung in the balance over Darfur, so what? If he was banned by the government of China for advocating on behalf of the Falun Gong or the Uyghurs, so what? David's passion was so strong and his advocacy so effective that it was ultimately taken up by many others. While David could be described as a maverick with a cause, he also knew how to work a room, putting people together to move agendas. And David always had an agenda. David lived by Matthew 22. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. David had a diverse set of neighbors, and he loved them all. Laura, thank you for sharing him with us.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Speaker, I've heard it said that stories create communities. Well, for decades, my community has been home to three of the best storytellers in Canada. Journalists, Mr. Speaker, representing print, radio, and television that have each signed off on their last assignments. Jim Crichton anchored CTV News Windsor for 21 years. Ann Jarvis was an award-winning reporter and columnist for the Windsor Star for 32 years. And Tony Doucette spent 38 years at CBC, including 16 years as the host of Windsor Morning. Together, they were the pen, the voice, and the trusted source for tens of thousands who tuned in or turned the page to make sense of our world. Anne said it best, "This job was an adventure every day. I've covered prime ministers and premiers, but often those who inspired me most were ordinary people who enriched the community in all kinds of ways." Thank you, Anne, Jim, and Tony, for sharing your talents and enriching our community by helping us to tell our stories. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incident which sadly will live in infamy in the minds of those citizens of Portapique, Nova Scotia, and indeed all Canadians. I refer to the incidents of 18 and 19 April 2020. Over this less than 24-hour time span, 23 lives, including an unborn baby, were senselessly taken. The families, community members, and all of us continue to mourn. This unfathomable act of violence occurred in small-town Canada. All of us continue to question the whys and the hows of this mass tragedy. Our feelings continue to be raw, the questions continue to be great, and the sorrow experienced continues to be at times overwhelming. Mr. Speaker, my comments today will not provide great relief to those suffering. However, they will know that their loved ones and their terrible grief has not gone unrecognized, remembered, and shared by those of us in the House of Commons today, and as the date of the tragedy looms ever closer, by all Canadians. Let us forever remember those families and all of those affected in our thoughts and in our prayers.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Christians in Canada and around the world have been preparing through Lent for the joyous arrival of Easter, the feast of all feasts that celebrates the resurrection of Jesus Christ, both in our communities and our hearts. As engraved over the windows of the Peace Tower here on Parliament Hill, where there is no vision, the people perish. Proverbs 29:18. This year we enter Easter at a challenging time that calls for peace, healing, and hope. A worldwide vision that invites all of us, regardless of faith, to seek unity. Easter is a time of new beginnings, Mr. Speaker, where we are reminded of God's providence and unconditional love. For Jesus bore our sins on the cross and made intercession for our transgressions. As we let go and let God, this Holy Week we lift our eyes to the cross to receive the grace of amazement. Mr. Speaker, wishing everyone celebrating in Vaughan Woodbridge and around the world a blessed Holy Week, a happy Easter, Buona Pasqua a tutti. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. We recently saw a remarkable performance at Canada's Got Talent. Janie Fournier from Chicoutimi received the Golden Buzzer for her excellent performance of I Surrender by Celine Dion. Her performance background is incredible. She started off in a church choir, and now she's under the big lights. It's very motivating for all young singers, everyone who sees you doing such inspiring performances. I used to know her when she was on the regional stage, and now she's on the national stage. Doubtless soon that'll be the international stage. Jenny, you work so hard in our community, and you are a passionate performer. You are a real asset for our region, and you are extremely impressive. Congratulations and good luck.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
On April 12th, thousands will visit the Ohel, the resting place of the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, for the 120th anniversary of his birth. The Rebbe's teaching has imparted onto the Jewish people a sense of responsibility to God and to one another, a leader who exemplified true selflessness, whose altruism grew in others exponentially and continues through the unparalleled success of the Chabad movement. He took people decimated by the Holocaust and inspired them to believe in God's providence again. This great modern Jewish sage was born in Ukraine, a country that today is an example of moral clarity and strength in the world, a country where Chabad's humanitarian effort is nothing short of heroic. He would go on to engineer the global Jewish Renaissance, committed to caring for the spiritual needs of all Jews wherever they could be found. He turned Judaism outward instead of inward. Today, Jews and non-Jews around the world are influenced by the Rebbe through thousands of emissaries, through his teachings and through his actions. It's not only the Rebbe's birthday, it's a day of virtue for Chabad in our communities and for the entire Jewish people.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Boris Brott, an icon of Canadian culture, was killed by a hit-and-run driver on Tuesday. Hamilton Spectator columnist Susan Claremont wrote, "Among the steel mills and hardscrabble neighborhoods for richer and for poorer, from school halls to concert halls, the maestro believed our lunch bucket town could love classical music. He was right. But even more, we loved Boris Brott. His accomplishments are legion, too many to mention. An officer of the Order of Canada, a passionate conductor, internationally renowned for making classical music relatable. He was artistic director of the Hamilton Philharmonic for more than 20 years. He performed at Carnegie Hall, Covent Gardens, and even a blast furnace at the Dofasco Steel Mill. In 1988, he launched the Brott Music Festival, Canada's largest orchestra festival, bringing classical music to the streets of Hamilton. Our shocked city has been stunned silent. My deepest condolences to his wife, Ardith, his children and grandchildren."
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Working families in my district of Edmonton-Griesbach can't afford to keep waiting to get the basic dental care and medicine they need. Working people who are struggling to get a roof over their heads can't afford to keep waiting while house prices skyrocket and rent keeps going up. Métis, Inuit, and First Nations people across Turtle Island can't afford to keep waiting for this federal government to finally honor their obligations. The planet can't afford to wait for real climate action, and none of us can afford to keep waiting while billionaires and big corporations dodge their taxes and leave the rest of us footing the bill. New Democrats are done waiting. We are done waiting for real action from this government. Now is the time for results, and make no mistake, New Democrats will get results. We will keep holding this government accountable, and we will keep winning victories that make life more affordable and working for people across this country. Today's budget is a floor, not the ceiling. Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui c'est la journée mondiale.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Health Day, and the topic is Our Planet, Our Health. Environment is one of the major determinants of health, and unfortunately of ill health. So we need to rethink our world and society to give our children and grandchildren the chance to grow in a healthy environment with the best possible living conditions. It's not enough to keep talking. We need to take concrete action. This government needs to be consistent and shoulder its responsibilities. It needs to protect the environment and fund health. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to everyone who works in the health sector. They work so hard to support our health system, and they have been waiting for so long for predictable, substantial funding. Health is an area of collective responsibility. We need to make it the priority.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday was World Autism Awareness Day, and 24 years since my son Jaden was diagnosed. Jaden would normally be in Ottawa with me, but last week he tested positive for COVID. He's bounced back quickly, but sadly isn't able to travel. As the years go by, we learn more about autism and both the strengths and challenges that come with the label. Still, so much remains unknown. Thankfully, more and more autistic Canadians are sharing their stories, and mysteries we once only viewed as problems to be solved, we are learning to embrace as diversity that enriches our entire human experience. Some of my favorite moments are spent sitting beside Jaden, just being with him, looking into each other's eyes, smiles on both of our faces, content with the part of each other that remains unknown. There is so much I don't know in those moments, but I am intensely aware that Jaden loves me. And through a connection I could never begin to explain, I know that he knows I love him. There is no knowledge more important to me than that.
The honourable member for London West.
Next one, I was watching you do that.
Watch. 28 years ago today, more than 1 million people died in the genocide against Tutsis in Rwanda. And to this the world said, never again. Never again, but yet again the world is dealing with the consequences of not seeing each other's humanity. The Rwandans watching this today from my riding in London West and across Canada, I want you to know that the world sees you, and the world recognizes your resilience and your willingness to rebuild and to walk the path of reconciliation no matter how hard it is and how hard it has been. You've chosen healing and rebuilding. Mr. Speaker, as I speak before you today, 82 million people have been forcibly displaced across the world. The Ukrainian and Afghanistan crises alone have created respectively 6.3 million refugees. I want all of us to reflect on these numbers. It's our job as leaders to carry the never again words in our actions to ensure that the next generation of Rwandans, of Tutsis across the world, do not have to face another moment to invoke these words. On behalf of all Rwandans who are no longer with us today, on behalf of the children of families, including my own, who have been forever changed by what happened during the cold nights of April 1994, I say to you, never again. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, and the rest of this House, to stand with me in a moment of silence for the voices that will never speak again. Let us commit to never sit in silence and always use our voices and actions to fight against hatred and discriminations of all kinds. Twibuke, Twiyubak.
I know there's a request for another moment of silence, so maybe we'll do them together. So I know there's been a request for a moment of silence for the people lost in Portapic, and we just got a request for the people of Rwanda. So let's stand in a moment of silence for that. Merci. Oral questions. Question orale.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we know that transparency is not the trademark of this Liberal NDP government. There has been justice worthy of the Middle Ages in Canada recently, a ghost trial for which we do not know the place, date, judge, the accused, the lawyers, and for which we have no transcript. It appears that RCMP investigators and federal prosecutors were involved in this North Korean-style sham of justice. What role did the Liberal Justice Minister play in this trial, which flies in the face of every basic principle of our justice system in Canada? The Honourable Minister. The principle of advertising and publicizing trials in this country is a basic principle. I'm very concerned by media reporting about this trial in Quebec. I understand that there was a communiqué emitted, and as you know, Mr. Speaker, penal prosecution in Canada is one that operates remotely and independently. I cannot comment on this because of the trial underway. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. It's budget day, Mr. Speaker, and details of this budget under parliamentary tradition remain secret until the Minister of Finance reads it in the House. It is even a legal requirement to prevent the disclosure of privileged information. This morning we learned that the member for Burnaby South was briefed on the contents of this budget. Mr. Speaker, when did this briefing take place? Who was present? Did the NDP members of the government take an oath of secrecy about the secret information they received? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The budget will be presented shortly, and all the details will be made available, but certainly details that are available for everyone were the same for everyone. We did not share secret information at all. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. We did not get any secret briefing, Mr. Speaker. We now know that NDP members did receive information on the budget, and the Canadian press reports this morning the NDP health critic, after receiving a briefing, said he was optimistic that the government would meet its commitments on dental care and pharmacare in the budget. This is highly confidential information which can affect the stock prices of many companies in these areas. What exactly does the NDP and their leader know? We'd like to know what information they received. Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, there was no secret discussion and no information shared. That was not at all the case. There will be a very important budget for our country in a few moments. So all the details will be there, so wait for the budget.
I'm already hearing some things over there that I'm not quite liking, so can we just keep the comments down? I mean, I don't mind a little bit of back and forth, but there's a couple words that I heard from back there that I'm not liking. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister to acknowledge the economic pain that Canadians are suffering. Rather than answer, he chose insults. Let's try again. Former Liberal MP Dan McTagg said food prices are going to go up 30 to 35% as a result of increases in diesel prices. Gas and diesel up, food prices up, and Canadians are scrambling to make ends meet. And all the while, greenhouse gases go up as well. Will the Prime Minister just admit it? Confession is good for the soul. His environmental and economic policies are a failure, and apologize to Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the conversation yesterday was about our investment working, so maybe I can quote some investment that have been made in his province of Ontario. $6 billion with GM in Oshawa to go for electric plant vehicles. $5 billion between LG and Stellantis in Windsor to make the transition to electric vehicles. These are only some of the investment that we've made, and in fact, our emissions are going down, Mr. Speaker, by 30 million tons already, and that's just the beginning. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, let's talk about investments. We've all heard of the Midas touch. It turns things to gold. Well, we've got the Liberal touch, and let me tell you, it's not gold. They have invested billions of dollars to increase housing affordability. What's happened? Housing prices have doubled. $60 billion spent to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Emissions went up. Helping the middle class, 60% of Canadians are having trouble making ends meet. How is it when this Liberal government spends money, Canadians just end up further behind?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
The Conservatives are showing once again that their main role in this chamber is to delay important legislation and distract from important issues. They obstructed getting COVID supports to Canadians and Canadian businesses. They obstructed legislation to get us to climate goals. And now, Mr. Speaker, they are delaying and trying to gut C8. That would help farmers and teachers and Canadians and people with rapid tests. When will they bring C8 to a vote, support Canadians, and focus on affordability?
You're in government, Randy. Figure it out.
You ready? Are we? All right. On est prêt?
Ready? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, imagine yesterday at 3:20 p.m., the Prime Minister announced that he had been selected by the UN to promote sustainable development globally. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker. Barely an hour and a half later, bam, he approved Bay du Nord, a billion-barrel oil project that will pollute for 30 years. It took him an hour and a half to flout his mandate, an hour and a half to show the world that Canada is not only an oil state, but it is also a rogue state. What he talked about out of both sides of his mouth. What credibility does he have left today when it comes to the environment? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, but I find it ironic that the Bloc is asking us to turn down projects that are being approved by provinces, even though they ask the federal government not to stick their nose into their business. There is provincial sovereignty that is somewhat variable here. So would the Bloc be in favor of the federal government doing it independent of the third link in Quebec? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the worst is that on Monday alone, the UN itself warned that we have to reject any new oil projects if we want to have any chance of curbing climate change. It didn't really stop the government yesterday from approving Bay du Nord, which will pump up to 100,000 barrels of oil every day. Bill, baby, drill. This government takes the report of climate scientists from around the world and tosses it in the garbage, not even in the recycle bin, right in the garbage. How can it still claim today that it bases its decisions on science? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that Baie du Nord was the subject of an independent assessment, and scientists and experts conducted consultations with 42 communities. I'd like to remind him that his leader did authorize drilling on Anticosti Island without approval, and I did receive a favorable opinion from experts. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, il y a quelques jours à peine, le GIEC a publié un rapport alarmant. Nous sommes dans l'urgence. L'avenir de nos enfants, nos petits-enfants est menacé. Il faut prendre des mesures courageuses. Alors, le ministre de l'Environnement a agi. Il a approuvé un nouveau projet de combustible fossile. Il va continuer à distribuer des milliards de dollars aux compagnies pétrolières et gazières. Il aurait pu dire non à ce projet, mais il a dit oui à plus de pétrole.
One moment, please. We have an issue with the interpretation. Is everything okay now? Okay, translation is working. We will now go back to the member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, the IPCC released an alarming report. We're in a climate emergency. The future of our children and grandchildren is threatened. We need bold measures. So the Minister of the Environment took action. He approved a new fossil fuel project. He will continue to hand out billions of dollars to oil and gas companies. He could have said no to this project, but he said yes to more oil and more emissions. Does the Minister understand that $1 billion more barrels of oil is not a green project? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that IPC said to avoid a 1.5 increase in the temperature, we have to reduce emissions, and we're going to reduce them by 40 to 45%. All sectors of the activity have to reduce their GHGs, and what we tabled last week in the House will clearly allow us to show how all sectors will be able to reduce their GHGs. And the IPCC also reminded everyone that despite everything we're going to do, we are going to create a project that will be as low carbon as possible, and we will sequester the carbon.
Mr. Speaker, just days ago, the IPCC released a scathing report saying the planet is burning. This Minister of Environment called it sobering. If we have any chance of beating the climate crisis, we need to urgently transition away from fossil fuels, invest in green energy, and support workers. And yet, he just approved Baie du Nord, a massive fossil fuel project that will add the equivalent of 7 million cars to the road. Why is the minister ignoring the science and putting Canadians at risk?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. What the IPCC said in their report this week is that in order to prevent global temperatures from rising beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, countries have to reduce between now and 2030 by 43% their greenhouse gas emissions. We're on track to reducing them by 40 to 45. The IPCC said that every sectors of our economy need to be reducing their emissions. I tabled last week in this House a report that shows how exactly we're going to do that between now and 2030. The IPCC also recognized that we will still be using fossil fuels even in 2050, and we need to make sure that these are as low emitting possible, and we need to capture all of the emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, and I know I'm here in line. As much as I try to tell this group over here to be quiet, to that one to keep quiet, but I'm hearing it way over there right now, so let's try to keep the temperature down here a little bit. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the world agrees carbon capture and storage is key to decarbonizing our fossil fuels, which the world will need for decades. Enhanced oil recovery produces low-carbon oil, better for the environment. The Minister of Natural Resources claimed on the international stage that Canada will introduce a tax credit like the American 45Q. Guess what? 45Q includes enhanced oil recovery. But when in Canada, he says that EOR won't be included. Can the Minister tell Canadians today what is his actual position on carbon capture?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you for the question. Certainly, carbon capture and sequestration is one tool in a broad toolbox associated with reducing emissions across the economy, starting with putting a price on pollution, working through regulatory mechanisms and investment mechanisms, as well as tax measures. We have been clear that there will be a tax credit associated with implementation of carbon capture and sequestration technologies. That will be something that the honourable member will hear about a little bit later from my colleague, the Minister of Finance.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Canada was once the world leader in carbon capture technology. We lost our position to the United States because the investments went where it made economic sense. Right. Technology will always follow the opportunities. Yeah. A carbon capture tax credit without EOR is simply words on paper, which will not produce what the world is demanding: lower carbon Canadian resources. Will the minister live up to his international commitment and advance carbon capture EOR, or will he just sit back and let the Americans continue to eat our lunch?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. If I were the honourable member, I would not be so dismissive of Canadian technology. 2 of the top 100 clean tech companies in the world this year were Canadian carbon capture and sequestration technologies. So I would ask the honourable member perhaps to spend some time with clean tech in Canada. Canada is a leader in carbon capture. We are a leader in clean tech around the world.
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues for their support both before and after I brought attention to the uncertainty facing the Bay du Nord project in this House on February 14th. Hear, hear, hear. Yesterday was a great day for energy workers in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, and the world with the approval of this project. But the Minister of Natural Resources has delayed the next round of exploration licenses by 90 days. This year's seismic program has been defunded by the provincial government. Can the NDP Liberal Minister tell us if these decisions were backroom deals that were made in order to secure approval for Bay du Nord?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources, not the member for Timmins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, as the honourable member would expect, ministers of the Crown work with their provincial counterparts across a range of issues all the time. I was very pleased to work with the government of Newfoundland and Labrador to launch changes this week on the offshore energy boards to include renewable energies, offshore wind and hydrogen, certainly focusing on the transition that will be happening with respect to energy down the road. And the government of Newfoundland and Labrador has been a great partner in that regard.
The honourable member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, it's disgusting that Newfoundland and Labrador has to come to Ottawa, cap in hand, and beg to get our natural resources developed. Yes. One stakeholder has told me that delays in Bay du Nord have investors rating their projects at a 50% higher risk of never being developed in our offshore. Right. Yeah. While the NDP Liberal Minister commit to maximising the number of energy jobs by Bay du Nord by exempting it from federal carbon tax.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, as everybody in this House should appreciate, we will be going through an energy transition over time. The Bay du Nord project is one of the lowest emission intensity projects in the world. It is something that will fit within our cap. It will be net zero by 2050. It's an important step forward, but so is actually making steps towards a transition to renewable energies and hydrogen, something that I was very pleased to work on with my counterpart in Newfoundland to announce this week.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, today the NDP Liberal government is tabling their inflationary budget without taking into account the economic reality of Canadians. The bottom line, every time this government intervenes in people's lives, they come out poorer. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberal government have the courage to do the right thing to fight inflation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are going to reveal the budget in less than 2 hours, but I'd like to talk about something in the House with respect to C8. This bill sets out $1.7 billion for rapid testing, $100 million for ventilation in our schools, tax breaks for companies, tax breaks for teachers. Why are the Conservatives playing political games rather than helping Canadians? What are they doing for teachers and small businesses? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the government's response doesn't reassure anyone. Food will cost more. Clothes will cost more. Energy will cost more. Accommodation will cost more. The government's choice means that taxes will cost more. Everything will cost more. When will the Prime Minister finally get his hands out of Canadians' pockets? The Honourable Minister of Tourism, rather for the Treasury Board. The Conservatives are raising a very important question. Let's talk about the voting record of Conservatives. We adopted an enhanced CCB, then Conservatives voted against it. We put out support for seniors, they voted against it. We put out support for teachers. What do the Conservatives do? They voted against it. On this side of the House, we're working on affordability. On the other side, they're doing anything they can to stop it.
You know what? I kind of feel like I'm at a hockey game here. All right, let's quiet it down a little bit.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Environment Minister's decision to approve Baie du Nord is bad news for our planet. The IPCC was clear, oil production must go down, but Canada is going into expansion mode with more production and more drilling, more oil. In the fight against climate change, we have a choice. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution, polluting the planet more, or you can change your behavior. The Minister of the Environment is being applauded by the Conservatives. Why has this minister given up? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I have never owned a car, and I'll probably never own one. But I do take a train to come to Ottawa. Planes many of us use, and they will continue to function for quite some time. With oil. Order. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, these vehicles and many other things that we need will continue to use oil, and that is why we have selected a project that pollutes the least for the planet, 10 times less than the oil sands. And this project should be net zero, and we're imposing this condition for oil production, and we are going to continue to work to fight climate change. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. There is one person here who approved 1 million barrels, and they're on the other side of the House. Reducing emissions by 43% by 2030 requires efforts from anyone, governments, businesses, citizens. By approving Baie du Nord, the minister is sending a very bad message. It's business as usual. It's a festival of magical thinking. The IPCC couldn't be clearer. We need to reduce our oil production and consumption now. By saying yes, does this minister realize that he is contributing to global warming here and abroad for years and years to come? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The plan that we tabled in this House last week hinged on many sources of information, including the Energy Agency of Canada, that concluded that our forecasts for oil production will increase, but our plan does show that we will achieve our targets by 2030 in all sectors of activity, and this plan was supported by many players across the country. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane. Mr. Speaker, 1 week after tabling a plan to reduce GHGs, the Minister has approved the Baie du Nord oil spree, which will emit 430 megatons of GHGs. It's saying one thing and doing the opposite. It's hard to beat. That brings us back to what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said Monday about efforts to fight climate change. He said, and I quote, "Some governments say one thing and do another. To put it simply, they are lying." Mr. Speaker, was he talking about Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague he wasn't talking about Canada, because we have a price on pollution that is amongst the most ambitious in the world. We have regulations for methane emissions, and we're going to cut them by almost half by 2025 and even more so by 2030. We have ambitious plans to decarbonize the aluminum sector in Lac Saint Jean and the steel sector in Ontario and the automobile sector. So our plan is working. Emissions have already started to go down, and we're going to continue that work. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thanks to failed Liberal policy like the carbon tax and trucking mandates, Canadian farmers are facing skyrocketing input costs on fuel, feed, and fertilizer. The Liberals could offer relief. Instead, they're making it worse. The NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition increased the tax on April 1st, and they still refuse to clarify their position on a 35% tariff on Russian fertilizer. Canadian farmers are being asked to feed the world as a result of the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. But to do that, they need clarity. They need certainty. So once again, will the Liberals exempt the 35% tariff on fertilizer purchased from Russia before March 2nd?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know how our government is helping farmers with support that they need. We're aware that right now, in the spring, that they need fertilizers, and that's why we're doing everything we can so that these fertilizers do come to Canada and get to our producers. Mr. Speaker, last week, we announced a GHG emission plan, and we're talking about $1 billion to support our farmers. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the federal budget should set out $2 billion to accelerate the production of some minerals for developing electric batteries. And Tesla has chosen to use a battery based on phosphate, and it is a critical metal, and it was a recommendation from the Trade Committee. Will phosphate be an essential part of this strategy and have its share of the pie? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. Certainly Canada is moving forward with the development of a critical mineral strategy. As the Honourable Member knows, we actually released a list of critical minerals some time ago. I think that you will see, as the Honourable Member indicated, that we intend to resource the critical mineral strategy. It is a critical element of driving the economy going forward, all the way from extraction to processing to batteries production and electric vehicle production. It is certainly part of the growth agenda for this government.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, farmers feed Canadians and the world, but in Lakeland, 3 straight years of ag disasters hurt crops and forced farmers to sell livestock early. It's not over yet, and the damage will happen for years. Now, the NDP Liberal plan to cut fertilizer use will slash yields even more. It risks Canada's food supply and security. Farmers pay a quarter of their bills in carbon taxes. Fertilizer and fuel costs have doubled. Liberal inflation makes everything more expensive. Why are the NDP Liberals making it so farmers can't feed their fellow Canadians or their cattle?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that our government is there to support farmers. We've been there working collaboratively with my colleagues, the provincial ministers in the prairies, to make sure that ranchers were able to get feed for their cattle. We have provided hundreds of $1,000s through the agri-recovery programs. We have supported CFA through Hay West program, and we are there to support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
So the Environment Minister confirms he used modelling from the Canadian Energy Regulator to develop his climate plan, but their modelling shows that per barrel output of oil in 2050 will be, wait for it today, the same as it is today. So much for saving the planet, eh? And meanwhile, he signed on to massive oil expansion and is going to give billions in carbon capture schemes. We have a narrow window to develop a clean energy economy, so enough with the drill baby drill stuff. When is this minister going to stop dancing to the tune of big oil?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, when we reformed environmental impact assessment under C69, we made a commitment that we were going to depoliticize the process of environmental project in Canada. Our government has accepted the environmental impact assessment done by the agency, which conducted a rigorous, robust, and transparent process that lasted almost 4 years. This project will include requirements for net zero emissions by 2050 and 137 other environmental protection measures. Mr. Speaker, the project aligns with the government's ambitious emissions reduction plan and will need to fit under the cap of the emission cap for the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta families want to do their part to help Canada meet our emissions targets, and they deserve good paying jobs in the new economy. Yep. Yet the government continues to abandon them. Instead of diversifying our economy, this government gave billions of dollars to big oil companies on vague promises to reduce emissions. Guess what? Those billions resulted in almost no reductions. Yeah. In today's budget, will the government finally invest in Alberta workers and families?
Yeah, hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, economic diversification of all economies to ensure that we actually are on a growth trajectory as we move towards a lower carbon future is very important. I would tell you that Canada is extremely well situated to take advantage of the opportunities that will arise. In Alberta, those opportunities certainly involve carbon capture and sequestration, hydrogen, biofuels, critical minerals, and a range of other things. We are working with the Government of Alberta. We will be actually launching a process over the coming months to work towards economic diversification, not just in Alberta, but in every province and territory in this country.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Post-secondary education more accessible is critical to improving the quality of life for all Canadians, including in the North and Arctic. That's why our government has invested over $47 million towards the Jacinta Centre for Research and Learning, as well as a new science building at Yukon University and transforming Aurora College into a polytechnic university. One of my priorities is to ensure Northerners and Indigenous peoples have greater access to post-secondary education in the North. Can the Minister of Northern Affairs provide an update on how our government is working to close existing gaps?
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for Yukon for his question and his commitment to improving educational outcomes, and for joining me last week where we accepted the much-anticipated final report on the Task Force on Northern Post-Secondary Education. I thank all members of the task force for their hard work and their commitment to education. Their comprehensive calls to action provide a roadmap for all orders of government, Indigenous partners and institutions to improve education in the North and the Arctic, and I look forward to working with partners to move their recommendations forward.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Russia is committing war crimes. Reports from Bucha of civilians shot with hands tied behind their backs and of others dumped in makeshift pits have shocked the world. In response, allies have expelled some 400 Russian diplomats, and President Zelensky has pleaded with the Prime Minister for Harpoon systems so Ukraine can defend itself against these future types of massacres. Why hasn't the government expelled Russian diplomats? And why hasn't it provided the Harpoon systems? And why is Canada offside with some of its closest allies?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and the reality is that we are leaving no stone unturned in our aid to Ukraine. I have announced 6 tranches of military aid totaling over $110 million. That aid has included hand grenades, rocket launchers, ammunition, sniper rifles, Carl Gustav weapon systems, and fragmentation vests, among other things. We will continue to explore every opportunity to deliver aid to Ukraine. I spoke with my counterpart, Minister Reznikov, this morning for the second time this week to ensure that we are collaborating with our allies and with Ukraine to deliver as much aid as possible, as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, there are reports that some 300 civilian men were massacred last week in Mali by Malian and Russian forces. Only a few short years ago, for a brief moment in time, this government sent hundreds of Canadian troops to Mali and hundreds of dollars in aid, and then it lost interest. Does the government have any plans to stop future atrocities in Mali, seeing that it was once this government's foreign policy priority?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that question because Canada, this government is extremely concerned about human rights atrocities taking place in Mali. That's why we have been meeting with our like-minded and allies about this issue from day one. That's why we have also raised concerns about Wagner mercenaries who are working with probably the understanding of Russia, and that is why we will continue to stand with the people of Mali as we make sure that Mali is isolated further in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, at the most recent G7 meeting, the Prime Minister and this Liberal government committed to eradicating forced labour from international supply chains. However, these Liberals still entered into a $222 million contract with Supermax, which has been linked to egregious acts of forced labour. And they signed a $250 million contract with Sinopharm, a communist state-owned company controlled by Beijing, which is committing gross human rights violations against Uyghurs, Tibetans, and Falun Gong practitioners.
Unreal.
How can the Prime Minister justify these contracts, which are directly funding gross human rights violators?
The Honourable Minister of Procurement.
I thank the member for that question. We remain committed to ensuring the highest ethical standards for government procurement and preventing human rights abuses, including forced labour in our supply chains. With respect to Supermax, following allegations of forced labour from this supplier, we terminated all contracts with the supplier. In fact, as soon as we've heard these allegations, we stopped shipments from entering Canada. We're going to continue to monitor our supply chains closely and continue to work to ensure that following rigorous standards that Canadians expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is the government's been way behind on supply chain slavery and has done nothing effective. We need to see a new framework very soon. When it comes to international human rights, holding perpetrators of sexual exploitation and violence accountable should be central to a feminist foreign policy. But allegations of exploitation and violence at the World Health Organization in Congo and also at UNRWA remain unaddressed. When will the Minister of International Development take action to ensure that employees of Canadian-funded international organizations are held accountable and face consequences for sexual violence?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
For that question. In fact, in my first meeting with the head of the WHO, they had raised these concerns, and they had assured me that they're working on this. In fact, actually, anytime I speak with any head of UN organizations, this is one thing that we focus on, to making sure all the humanitarian aid focuses on the protection of all human rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc tabled a motion stating that excluding some candidates from Canada Research Chair position was not the right way to promote inclusion within our institutions. The motion was negatived on the principle that decision was already questionable, but by imposing the same quotas on all Quebec research chairs as the rest of Canada, the government is completely ignoring regional realities in Quebec and its university network. Can we at least agree that a French university in Rimouski does not have the same pool of diversity as a university in Toronto?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has provided unwavering support for all researchers and scientists over the past 7 years. In fact, we have helped to rebuild the scientific and research community. It has an international reputation. We continue to support a strong scientific and research milieu to promote Canada's interests. We know that it's not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing for this government to oppose any and all proposals from the Bloc and say that we have bad intentions, but can it continue to turn a deaf ear when even in its own ranks a number of MPs are expressing unease with exclusion being used as a means to promote inclusion? That's exactly what the member for Louis-Hébert said yesterday in stating that federal rules needed to be changed on research chairs to avoid these kinds of situations. At the very least, will this government listen to reason coming from its own MP? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to defend our government's record when it comes to supporting science and research from coast to coast to coast. Our government has brought back science after a decade of negligence. Not only is it back, but it is a scientific community that is strong. We are establishing measures to ensure diversity and inclusion and hiring, and we support scientists and Canadian researchers.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the budget is about to be tabled and holds market information that will impact the portfolios of average Canadians. That's why it's released after markets close. However, the NDP leader revealed that at a press conference this week he was given advanced screening, and he shared this information with other members of the NDP elite. This could be considered important intel for insider trading. So did the finance minister inform NDP members privy to the budget of their responsibilities to the ethics commissioner, or did she give them time to adjust their stock portfolios first?
Order. I know we're getting a lot of noise from the back there, so I just want to make sure. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister will be sharing the budget with Canadians in just a couple of hours, and I can assure all members of this House that all budget secrecy and all respect for this chamber was respected in the course of this Budget 22. But this is the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for me to share exactly the economic fundamentals in which we head into this budget. 3.4 million jobs recovered, 6.7% GDP growth, the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. Mr. Speaker, the economy is growing. Canadians love it, even if the Conservatives don't.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the NDP leader and members of the NDP elite were given insight into the upcoming budget. Meanwhile...
Order. Let's get through a question here. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, start again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we learned the NDP leader and members of the NDP elite were given insight into the upcoming budget. Meanwhile, this information was not even provided to Liberal members of Parliament. Did the Minister of Finance provide the debt management plan of the Government of Canada or fiscal tables during her budget briefing with the NDP?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable members in this House that no such information was shared, but let me share this. Canada's AAA credit rating is intact. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. We have the second fastest growing economy in the world. Next year, we're on track to be the fastest growing economy in the world. The economy grows, the Conservatives crows, and guess what? The Canadians love it.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, that could be sharing market-moving information. That could be illegal. Mr. Speaker, when I look from the NDP to the Liberals and the Liberals to the NDP, it's already impossible to tell the difference. Maybe that's why the NDP leader got a budget update yesterday, and one of the most important parts of the budget is the projected revenues. And so to the Finance Minister, did the leader of the NDP get an update on the projected revenues for the next 6 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget will be presented in the House of Commons today at 4:10 by the Deputy Prime Minister, at which time this House will understand exactly what is in Budget 22. The economic fundamentals are sound. In 2021, we had the largest budget surplus, trading surplus since 2008. We have the fastest growing economy in the G7 next year, the second fastest this year. Mr. Speaker, it's such good news for Canadians. I just don't know why the Conservatives don't want to share it.
A lot of clapping in that one.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Sports announced earlier this week the appointment of the first Sport Integrity Commissioner in Canada. This measure seeks to eradicate abusive, unacceptable, and problematic behaviour, which is all too often found in Canadian sports. Such abuse significantly undermines an athlete's development, and the appointment of an outstanding individual such as former athlete Sarah-Eve Pelletier will make a huge difference. Can the Minister tell us how this new position will have a positive impact on young Canadian athletes? The Honourable Minister of Sports. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question and her excellent work in her riding of Saint Laurent. It's essential to protect our athletes, and that is what the new Sport Integrity Commissioner will do. The appointment of Sarah Eve Pelletier is a crucial step in ensuring a sport system that is free of harassment, abuse, discrimination. We are making this an independent mechanism that is mandatory for all national sports organizations funded by the federal government. This abuse must and will stop.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has an intellectual property problem. Yearly, Canada produces $39 billion in intellectual property, the currency of innovation, but the USA in comparison produces $6.6 trillion, or 169 times what Canada produces. Wow. What's worse, we're giving our IP away. This year, the former Google chairman thanked Canada for IP that Canada developed was commercialized in the U.S. Mr. Speaker, will Canada in this budget have an intelligent budget to ensure Canada produces its own intellectual property, or are we going to continue to let the USA eat our IP for lunch?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we introduced Canada's first ever intellectual property strategy in 2018 with investments of over $85 million. And we've built on those investments, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2021 proposed to invest $90 million to create Elevate IP, a program to help accelerators and incubators provide startups with access to intellectual property expertise. Moreover, Budget 2021 also proposed $75 million for the National Research Council's Industrial Research Assistance Program to provide high-growth client firms with access to expert intellectual property services, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, this Liberal government says, we've got Canadians' backs. Do you realize how insulting this sounds to people suffering? We're clapping while people suffer.
Order. Works both ways, folks. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha, you can start again.
Thank you very much. Every day, this Liberal government tells us how much money they spend to help people. Do you know how insulting this sounds to people who are suffering? Like the 12,000 independent travel advisors made up entirely of women who've been left out of financial support. Or Diane, a senior who can't afford her $430 propane bill. Or 30-year-old Chelsea, who will never afford a home. Or what about Brian, who can't afford to run his farm? Will this government actually have Canadians' backs in today's budget, or will it just be more debt and just inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, since the fall, we've invested over $12 billion in the tourism and hardest hit sector so that every single tourism operator in this country could have a chance to get back on their feet. We've reduced the border restrictions. Tourism's now on the rise. Mr. Speaker, if this opposition that is opportunistic and obstructionist wants to help Canadians and focus on affordability, they can do the right thing, bring C8 to a vote, get us past 40 hours of debate, and actually get affordability back on the table for Canadians.
Order. Are we ready? I'm just waiting for you guys. Ready there? All right. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, imagine being a victim of Canada's worst ever mass shooting where 23 lives were senselessly taken, including a baby. The federal government has promised an advocate. For 7 months, the position of the federal ombudsman for the victims of crime remains unfilled. It has not been filled in due time, as promised by the Minister of Justice. Despite the efforts of the Mass Casualty Commission, affected families have nowhere to turn because of this unfilled vacancy. When will the minister do right by the families, all Nova Scotians and many others affected, and appoint the victim's advocate?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and obviously I extend my support and condolences to all of those families affected. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member, I can assure this House and all Canadians that the filling of that position is going in due course according to the rules of fair hiring that we have put in place. and I would expect that that announcement will be made very soon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have invested in victims across Canada in a variety of programs. We'll continue to do that. Victims remain at the centre of what we do, Mr. Speaker.
As a Nova Scotian, I want to hear the answer to this one. The Honourable Minister, if you want to take another 10 seconds on that one, please. Just finish off your comment there. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I was finishing, I was concluding by saying we support victims. They are at the centre of all the reform that we are doing, and we will make that announcement very soon.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know this government is committed to ensuring Canada's economic recovery continues at warp speed. In fact, the government has had such success that some sectors are facing labour shortages. One of the best ways to manage this is to welcome temporary foreign workers into Canada. This week, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion announced a series of significant enhancements that will make the TFW program more flexible for employers while adding protections for employees. Can the Minister share with us some of the changes outlined in the announcement? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member from Surrey Centre for his hard work on this file. The TFW Workforce Solutions Roadmap aims to improve the program for employers while strengthening worker protection without compromising Canadians' jobs. Canada has a low unemployment rate and an unmet demand in many sectors. Stakeholders across the country have rallied in support of these measures. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce said the measures will fill job vacancies across our economy and support our post-pandemic recovery and economic growth. And Mr. Speaker, we agree.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a year since Greyhound ended its bus service in Canada. Last May, the minister told us that he would provide, quote, safe, reliable, and affordable transportation across the country. But a year later, and rural communities are still waiting to hear the plan. Without reliable buses, people can't get to work, they can't access services, and here in Northwest British Columbia on the Highway of Tears, it's particularly concerning for Indigenous women and girls. Will the minister tell us when can rural communities have bus service they can rely on?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I share his concern about several communities in our rural parts of our country have been lacking access to inner-city bus service. And our government is very much concerned with this reality. And as I shared with my colleague, the issue is a provincial responsibility. We continue to work with our provincial partners to identify ideas of how we can move forward. I've met with several bus operators. We're looking for ways to support ensuring that residents in rural areas have access to affordable, reliable, and safe inner-city bus service, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, enough of the political games. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change today is responding to questions from the Bloc and the NDP, citing his approval of Bay du Nord, when he knows he's citing a net by zero condition that isn't worth the paper it's printed on if we emit up to 100 coal-fired power plants in a year before we even get to that point. He cites the IPCC when he knows full well they've said that investing in projects like this is a moral and economic madness. Production wouldn't even start till 2028. When will this government realize that being a climate leader means investing in a just transition for workers, not in caving to the oil and gas lobby? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. As you well know, the IPCC didn't say what he just said. The Secretary General of the United Nations said that. There's a big difference, Mr. Speaker. The IPCC said every country needs to reduce their emissions by 43% by 2030. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. The IPCC said any fossil fuel that we'll still be using need to be abated. That's exactly what we're doing by putting in place mandatory measures for net zero by 2050. We will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well, that's all the time we have for question period today. Following discussions amongst representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe another moment of silence. I will now invite the House to rise and observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 2 years ago in Nova Scotia. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Now, we have, I think, the Thursday question, the honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's a tradition in this House to do the Thursday question by the House Leader, so in his stead I will do so. There is a 2-week break coming up for Easter. There's also the month of Ramadan, and it's also Passover. And upon the return, I'm wondering if the government House Leader could inform this House how he plans to budget the time of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me say to my colleague opposite, I hope that he and his family are able to enjoy this time and enjoy Easter. I know that we'll be celebrating. I'll say Ramadan Mubarak to those who are recognizing Ramadan, and wish everybody a joyous Passover. When we, I should say, Mr. Speaker, that this afternoon we're going to be continuing with second reading of Bill C-14, the Quebec Electoral Representation Bill. And as folks know, at 4 p.m., the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister will be presenting the budget. When we return after the constituency weeks, Mr. Speaker, we will continue debating the budget for a number of days. And that'll be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then after that, Mr. Speaker, it will be the Budget Implementation Act. Thank you very much.
There you go. Any other points of order or anything? Awesome. Orders of the day.
Je voudrais ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-14, loi sur le maintien de la représentation des provinces à la Chambre des communes.
And I believe we were done with the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton, so I guess we're going to the honourable member for Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C-14, Preserving Provincial Representation in the House of Commons Act. Seat allocation and electoral boundaries readjustment process is an important part of our democracy. Its purpose is to ensure that the House of Commons reflects the changing nature of Canada's demographic profile and that all Canadian voices are heard. Mr. Speaker, I will admit this bill is a small change. It's a small compromise to an elaborate electoral formula that has a long history of compromise, competing regional interests, and vigorous political debate. We can debate about tinkering with the formula to appease political interests, but at the end of the day, most members of this House would likely agree that baked into the redistribution is systemic unfairness. This exists because the redistribution formulas were created for a country that no longer exists. The current formula was made for a country that did not see people living in the West at the numbers they do today. At Canada's founding, the Fathers of Confederation had a vision for Canada, how it would be a place for freedom-seeking people around the world, how it would be a place of economic development and prosperity. But I don't think the Fathers of Confederation could have foreseen the tremendous growth and prosperity of Western Canada. As a British Columbian, I am proud of the contributions my province and the people I represent have made to our country. While Canada has changed and grown, we continue to be bound by rules for electoral redistribution that are and always will be systemically unfair for Canadians living in certain regions of the country, namely Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario. Let me share an example to highlight this. But first, to preface this, it is important to note that in the 1991 the Supreme Court reaffirmed that representation by population is fundamental to electoral redistribution. My riding in Mission Masque Fraser Canyon currently has 101,216 people. The average riding size of the 4 ridings, Mr. Speaker, it's just a little loud in here.
I'm having troubles hearing him.
Yeah, the average.
Order.
Prince Edward Island.
Order. Just a sec. Can you take the conversations outside, please? Merci. The honourable member for Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The average riding size of the 4 ridings in Prince Edward Island is 38,582. Some basic math here shows that on average, a vote in Prince Edward Island is worth 2.62 times more than a vote in my riding. How is this fair? How is this democratic? How does this live up to the principles upheld in our courts in 1991? Are the concerns of someone in Charlottetown worth 2.6 times more than someone from my riding? Should they be allowed to have 2.62 times the amount of say in this House of Commons? My riding is significantly smaller than the ridings of my colleagues in Edmonton, Wetawaskin, and Calgary Shepherd. This comparison in those ridings is even more extreme. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, I'm not naive to the constitutional rules and implications that make this possible. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is that there are significant flaws in the way seats are redistributed in Canada. But fundamentally, I believe one vote in British Columbia should be equal to one vote in Prince Edward Island, to one vote in Quebec, to one vote in Ontario. This is democratic. This is what we should be trying to achieve in Canada. But this is not the case, and it should be fixed. In 1915, the first change was made to the original representation formula by the adoption of the senatorial clause, still in effect today. This clause states that a province cannot have fewer seats in the House of Commons than it does in the Senate. It had the immediate effect of guaranteeing 4 seats for the province of Prince Edward Island instead of the 3 it would otherwise have had. It still has 4 seats today. Every 10 years, when the topic of redistribution comes up, we apply duct tape fixes to a spillgate problem. We're elected to this House to be leaders, to have a vision for our country that extends beyond the next time Canadians go to the polls. The actions we take and don't take have a lasting impact on the future of our democratic system. This is the mantle of a member of Parliament for all of us collectively. It's the mantle that we should weigh heavily on the minds of every single member in this House. In 2011, the Harper government provided a lump sum improvement to the underrepresentation problem by providing 27 seats to Ontario, British Columbia, and Ontario, Ontario, and Alberta, respectively. This was a partial fix to our problem, but it still disadvantaged those 3 provinces. Mr. Speaker, on March 2nd, I voted against the Bloc Québécois motion that would solidify Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons if redrawing the federal electoral map. My reasoning had nothing to do with Quebec. It had to do with the lack of equal representation in my province of British Columbia. In retrospect, Quebec is the closest to fair representation we have in Canada. Giving Quebec 1 more seat under this bill, however, so it doesn't lose any proportion of the proportionality in Parliament, is a poor solution to an existing problem. This bill makes the underrepresentation problem marginally worse than it was going to be anyway. Once again, British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario representation pay the price. The reason for this bill today is the reason why it's before us was solely in response to the Bloc Québécois motion. As an MP from the West, this drives me, and frankly, it makes me a little upset. Mr. Speaker, we will be here, and I predict, in another 10 years, tinkering with this formula again, trying to compromise to appease the greatest amount of political interest. Or will we use the next 10 years to come up with a permanent solution that can preserve our democracy and last the test of time? Again, the Supreme Court upheld in 1991 that representation by population matters. When Confederation took place, nobody ever imagined that British Columbia especially would be as powerful both economically and demographically as it is today. My argument here today is that our Parliament needs to reflect the reality of the changing demographic nature of Canada. Our Parliament needs to take into account where people are living and working. Our Parliament needs to take into account that all of our systems in our democracy uphold the rights of individuals to have an equal say in this House of Commons. What we're doing here today is a Band-Aid solution to a larger problem that we here collectively have to address. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member that just spoke seems to have a differing opinion than the official Conservative caucus position on this. So I don't know if he was just expressing his personal position and he will be voting against the legislation. But my understanding is that the official opposition recognizes the true value of the legislation and is going to be voting in favor of it. And I would like to assure the member that it wasn't the Bloc that influenced the government to bring forward this legislation. The Liberal caucus as a whole recognized the true value in terms of ensuring that we give that base floor, something in which doesn't necessarily make the government unique. Even Conservative governments in the past have done the same thing. So I'd like him to provide his thoughts in regards to how he's going to be voting on the legislation.
Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Conservatives moved a unanimous consent motion around the same time as the Bloc Québécois motion, essentially asking for this. In my remarks, I pointed out problems that both the previous Conservative government and Liberal governments have had regarding this issue. In fact, this is an issue that extends beyond political parties. It's about fair representation for all Canadians. British Columbia is systemically underrepresented in this House. Imagine today that if Quebec had 3 seats taken away from it and Quebec was 1% underrepresented like British Columbia is today, every Quebec MP, irrespective of party, would be standing up in arms. So I'm doing my duty as a British Columbian to make sure that taxpayers in my province have an equal say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to reassure my colleague this bill does not come from the Bloc. That is why we are asking to maintain the political weighting of Quebec. There's not a number of seats, but rather a proportional number in terms of the overall number of seats. I agree with him on many points, that the Constitution is out of date, that the Senate is as well, and I have one solution for that, but unfortunately that is the independence of Quebec, but it won't happen here. So my question, he raises very good points, and some of them in terms of proportionality of votes are important, but does he also forget the notion of nation? Is he telling me that this country is not that of Quebecers? There's the whole question of founding nation. Thank you.
Kenyon.
I honestly, I couldn't hear most of the question, Madam Speaker, so I'll just say this. The first political experience I had in my life was in 1993 when the previous Reform Party talked about the West wanting in. Some of those structural grievances that led to that populist movement relate to what we're discussing here today, is that Quebec is still, that British Columbia...
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I think the member did not hear the translation while I was speaking. I think that's important for him to understand the question. Perhaps we could have consent to redo the question. He didn't wear his earpiece. It wasn't my fault. We won't be able to take other questions if we do that. The honourable member for Mission Mesquite Fraser Canyon.
Well, I think I did hear one point from the member opposite about proportionality, that Quebec wanted to...
Another point of order. The honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd ask you the question, Madam Speaker, humbly. If the member didn't hear the question, what relevance is it for him to answer the question? It wasn't a problem with the translation. It was a problem, well, the member did not use the necessary tools to hear the question. So we'll have the answer he gives.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to address, I heard the word proportion, that the Bloc Québécois put forward that motion because they wanted to maintain the proportionality of the Quebec members of Parliament in this House. I stand here today as a member of Parliament for British Columbia, and my objective is that the proportionality of my province is one day reflected in our chamber. British Columbians only have 6 Senate seats. British Columbians don't have a guaranteed seat on the Supreme Court. British Columbians pay equalization to other provinces. British Columbians just want an equal say in how our democracy is run, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
We have time for one short question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
This legislation not only protects the number of seats in Quebec, but all provinces and territories. The NDP will continue to ensure Quebec remains fairly represented here at the House of Commons. My question to the member is, should the 1991 Supreme Court case that he cited also be used to increase Indigenous representation?
The Mission Matsky-Fraser-Canyon, a brief answer, please.
Well, I think the key thing that needs to be upheld in this chamber is representation by population. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with my colleague, the honourable member of Peace River Westlock. Madam Speaker, I come from a province that for years was underrepresented in this House when its population was taken into account. For years, Albertans felt the injustice in the way these seats were appropriated in the House of Commons, until finally 2011, where more seats were added to allow fair representation for my home province. Canada has always been a place of competing interests, give and take between provinces and regions. As a nation, we have always tried to strike a balance, knowing that compromise is necessary but not always acceptable to everyone. In theory, we agree with the principle that each member of parliament should represent a riding with a similar number of electors. It may not be a perfect system, but it allows constituents to be more or less equal population size and makes it possible for a member of parliament to serve his or her constituents without being overwhelmed by the numbers. Of course, we do make allowances for history. No province can have fewer MPs than it does senators, and we have agreed that no province should have fewer MPs than it did in 1985. That explains why Prince Edward Island has 4 ridings with a population size of about 35,000 people each, while ridings in Nova Scotia are doubled that population. In Quebec, most of the ridings have more than 100,000 people, as do all ridings in Alberta except for one. We have accepted this disparity in the name of national unity. The system has worked well on the whole, and as I have mentioned, the number of MPs were expanded in 2011 to allow for more representation in this House, especially in Alberta and in Quebec. I have to wonder, therefore, why the government desires to change the rules once more. As population shifts, so do ridings, boundaries, and representation in this House. That is something we all understand and accept. Well, maybe not all of us. Looking at this bill, I wonder what sort of precedent it sets, what sort of message it sends about democracy in Canada. For those already feeling jaded about the state of our political system, how do they feel about the rules apparently once more not being applied fairly? In any sports contest, the rules are agreed upon before the game starts. Both teams take to the field knowing that they must do in order to win. They don't pause midway to suggest rule changes because they have decided that the rules they started with weren't good enough. I know that may not be an imperfect analogy, but I'm sure that this proposal to redistribute seats and change the 1985 benchmark looks the way to many Canadians. Someone doesn't like the rules of the game, so they want to change them. Madam Speaker, the population of Canada is constantly shifting. Our cities are growing bigger. Some regions are attracting more immigrants than others. The reasons for demographic change are many, varied, and complex. In this House, we are tasked with finding a balance between competing needs, or more accurately, competing wants. The latest census data, as examined by Election Canada, would see the addition of 4 more seats to this House to take into effect the increase of our nation's population. Given the increasing workload of members of Parliament, I doubt there is any member of this House who would disagree with the conclusion that more seats will enable MPs to better serve constituents. The problem, though, is that under this impartial formula, Quebec would lose a seat in the House of Commons. Those from the province, they're understandably concerned their influence will be lessened, though it would still be more MPs in Quebec than the 3 Prairies province combined together. And it will still have more MPs than it did 20 years ago. So what are we doing here? We could guarantee that Quebec would always have the same number of seats it does now, which is the intent of this bill. There are those who believe it's important to recognize the historical importance of Canada's only Francophone province. But is that enough? What is the population of Quebec continues to shrink? This bill will amend the Constitutions Act 1867 to provide, and when the number of seats in the House of Commons is redistributed after each decennial census, no province would have fewer seats than they had in the 43rd Parliament. At some future time, will we want to guarantee an even more uneven distribution of seats as a tribute to what once was? What will the 50th Parliament wish to address? Or does our living democracy mean that is a question this House will tackle only in the future? After all, the House of Commons is the people's chamber and should be representative of the population across the country. Conservatives respect the fundamental Constitution and the effective representation principle affirmed by the Supreme Court in 1991. We acknowledge, though, that sometimes, as it's proposed by this bill, there are other considerations. Deciding which considerations are more important is a difficult task. This bill reflects a motion this House adopted last month. The motion reads that the House oppose any federal electoral redistribution scenario that would cause Quebec or any other province or territory to lose one or more electoral districts in the future, and that the House call on the government to act accordingly. Coming from a province that will receive 3 more seats in the next redistribution, and that receive additional seats from the last one, I understand the desire of anyone from an area of the country not blessed with Alberta's growth to preserve what they have. The question we must ask and hopefully answer is this the wisest course to take? This Liberal bill preserved the redistribution formula created by the previous Conservative government's 2011 Fair Representation Act, which added 30 new seats to the House of Commons. That was a huge jump of representation, much larger than the one about to be implemented. And it perhaps set the stage for where we find ourselves today. Instead of giving a larger workload to members of Parliament and adding the resources necessary to do the extra work, this House chose to increase its size. How long can we continue to expand in this way? The Liberal government has made many promises on electoral reform, but has failed to even start an honest discussion on what this House should look like a decade or century from now. We should be having a longer and deeper discussion on how we want to govern ourselves. Until we do, we will be passing the same act. with slight amendments every decade or so. Is that the way we want to run a country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the single largest increases in the number of members of the House of Commons was actually under Stephen Harper. We went from 308 to 338. So if you follow the logic of the member, of what it is that the member is saying, one would think then that the previous administration deferred the decision, in which the member is somewhat being critical of us not necessarily having that debate today. And my thoughts would be, does the member feel that maybe this is the type of an ongoing discussion, possibly in the format of an opposition day, where we could continue to have this sort of a debate? Because I realize that there is a need to see this ultimately pass, so that the Commission in Quebec is able to continue to do its fine work.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks to the honourable member. This bill is definitely carry to the legacy that started in 2011 under Prime Minister Harper, and that's what we see is going through this bill. And I don't know what he interpreted from my speech, but my speech was trying to outline the historical backgrounds behind what happened and why we're at this stage. And to ask for a perfection or to ask for better, it's something that everybody aimed to do. And that's what I was trying to do here in this speech that I delivered today.
Commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that speech. He talked about the Harper government, but since then there has been no concrete action taken. I'd like to hear him because, yes, they're keeping the number of seats at 78 for Quebec, but it's relative because they're increasing the number of MPs across the country. We're talking about 23 to 22.5%, so it's all relative. They're saying they're keeping the number of seats, but if they increase the number of total seats, then the percentage goes down.
Actually, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the member too. Actually, Quebec was one of the biggest beneficiaries of the law that was passed under Harper government in 2011. So asking about the numbers and fluctuation of the numbers here and there, I think the speech was very clear on how this happened and what this formula should look like. And I think the bill that presented here also is very clear. So we'll wait and see how the vote's going to happen on this bill in few hours or so.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwana-Nokaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to obviously indicate that for us in the NDP, it is critical that Quebec in particular maintains its position in Parliament. And I would ask again my colleague who just spoke to share his views once more on the importance of Quebec's role in Parliament and preserving that.
For Edmonton Manning.
Thank you. Well, the motion was passed, actually came from our side, from our deputy leader, with regarding the maintenance or maintaining the number of seats that the province has right now. So it's clear in my speech. I'm not sure if the honourable member have heard the whole speech, but it's very clear in the speech what I was trying to say today. Thank you.
Question. Temps pour une brève question.
Time for a brief question.
The Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is an interesting piece of legislation. I wonder if the member could just speak really more on the importance of the principle of representation by population, that every Canadian should have a reasonable expectation that their vote counts for the same thing, that if you move to a different part of the country, your voice doesn't suddenly become more valuable or less valuable based on that. That's just a common sense proposition of fairness.
From the member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank my neighbor riding from Fort Saskatchewan, actually Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. You can never be asking for too much justice. This is about justice, about representation, about having the equal opportunities for the MPs to represent the different areas and the equal opportunities for the constituents to be represented well by the number of MPs and by the proper budgets. So thanks for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member from Edmonton Manning for sharing his time with me, and I also want to just say hi to him from Joseph, who just cut my hair. I know that they're good buddies, and I think they sing together or something like that. So I just want to say hi to him from Joseph. C14, Madam Chair. I just want to get off the top that I will be voting in favor of this bill. I just want to make that clear to the member from Edmonton or from Winnipeg North, so that he doesn't have to stand up and ask me that question. This particular bill clarifies that we will be from now on using the floor of the current number of seats in every province will be the floor for this country going forward. That said, Madam Chair, I would just like to talk a little bit about representation, particularly regional representation. These are issues that have motivated my interest in politics, and they motivate a great many Albertans' interests in politics, and none so more than a fellow from my riding named Edward Goodlife. Now, Edward Goodlife, I always wish I had his last name too, and I think that he's lived a good life. But he's a good friend of mine, and he moved to Canada. He chose Canada from England, and he moved to a little place called Grantham, Alberta, and he started a nail factory there because he was driving across Western Canada throughout the prairies there, and he noticed that all the houses in our part of the country are built out of wood, and he said, "Well, what do all these houses need? They need nails to put them together." And so he decided to start a nail factory, and he started a nail factory in Grantham, Alberta. Now, one of the things that motivated the reason we've known each other is through politics, and his motivation for getting involved in politics was just a whole litany of issues that he had getting his nail factory started, getting his nail factory to be profitable in Canada, the issues of regulation, the issues of taxation, and the issues of regional disparity. And now the story that he told me about was that it would cost him something like $23 to ship a pallet of nails on the railway to Ontario, yet his competitor in Ontario could ship that same container of nails to Alberta for $8. This is something I think it was called the mill rate on the railway, and I'm not 100% sure on all the details on how that worked. But this was one of the things that really grated against him, was the fact that the system seemed to be set up against him. The fact that in order for him to compete with folks that were manufacturing nails in Ontario, he had to pay 3 times more shipping costs than for somebody that was in Ontario to ship their goods in this direction. Particularly nails, and so he ended up he could compete with them here, but he had to work fairly hard. But when he tried to break into new markets, particularly in Eastern Canada, he was up against that. Now it's those kinds of stories, those kinds of sentiments that bring this frustration that we have whenever we get talking about representation in this country. Now, the Bloc has brought into this debate, which I'm not sure where they got this idea from, this debate around this idea of proportionality, that somehow Quebec should own 25% of the seats in the House of Commons. And so I'm happy to see that the government didn't put that into this. This is the maintenance of one particular seat, and I'm supportive of that. But this idea of proportionality is very interesting, and comes up very often in in my conversations around Northern Alberta. Madam Chair, just how much time do I have left here?
5.5 minutes for your speech.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so, this idea of proportionality comes up often, and people show me graphics all the time. You'll see them on Facebook and stuff like that, where people have made graphics showing the proportion of the seats based on regions of the country, and they get all upset with me about. They'll come to my office and be very upset about this, and I'll say, well, there's nothing in our system that says anything about proportionality of seats. Our system is based on, we have the House of Commons and we have the Senate. The House of Commons is based on number of electors, and the Senate is supposed to be like representation of either the landowners or provincial interests or those kinds of things, but they're not. So we could perhaps say that in the case of the Senate, there should be some redistribution of the Senate seats or addition of new Senate seats, so that provincial representation is perhaps weighted equally, or weighted on percentage of land mass, or weighted on percentage of the maybe taxation income or something like that, or resource revenue, something. We can have that discussion. And that's not what this bill is about, but those are some of the things that come up often. But so the proportionality is not something that comes into the House of Commons and the seating in the House of Commons. The other thing that's fascinating that many Canadians don't think about, particularly from either Quebec or Ontario, is how close do you live to Parliament? How close do you live to Ottawa? And I note, I have the privilege, Madam Chair, of touring school groups through the House of Commons. They come up from Southern Ontario and say, hey, we'd like to have a tour of the House of Commons, and I'm happy to oblige with that. But I note, and I tell them all the time, that you're fortunate that you live a 4 or 5 hour drive from Ottawa. I said, in my growing up, in my high school years, I remember like in grade 3 and grade 6, we went to the legislature buildings in Edmonton, but I never had the opportunity to make a trip to Ottawa with my class to go do a field trip to Ottawa. And that's something that, being from Alberta, we just don't really have the opportunity to do that. And we see that borne out in terms of lobbying efforts and in terms of the way that these systems are set up, is that Ottawa is a distant place for Albertans. Ottawa is not something that we think about. It doesn't live in our lives every day. And because it's far away, we don't necessarily have the access to that place like somebody that lives a lot closer. And these sometimes we from Northern Alberta, we tend to think or seem to realize that the decisions that are made in Ottawa often have great influence, are influenced by the people that live near there. And that makes sense, because they're closer, they have access, they can drive there in an afternoon and make their case. Whereas when you're in Northern Alberta, it's it's a 3,600 kilometer tour from my house to Ottawa. It takes 3.5 days to drive there. And it's an expensive endeavor. All of those things lead to the sense of lack of representation in Ottawa. It's not even necessarily that we have more people voting for fewer people, which is the case, but it's also just the distance of it. And that's just a reality, right? That's not, I'm not, other than perhaps moving Ottawa, the Parliament buildings to Winnipeg or to Edmonton or Vancouver or Peace River, that's going to be a reality. And so that, I guess, to some degree, and the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon was making some great points around this as well. Just the fact that the representation in our part of the country is just is quite a bit different feel than it is if you've lived close to Ottawa. And so you want to make sure that representation happens. And so having a hard and fast rule on representation by population is just a matter of fact, in the same way that Quebec and Ontario are close to Ottawa. That's a matter of fact. And so I guess I'm happy to support this particular bill, but I would just point out that there are other things that are a matter of fact that we cannot change and that we shouldn't necessarily worry about. And the same thing goes for the representation by population. That is the way the system is set up, and we should work hard to maintain that principle here in this place. And so with that, I am looking forward to the budget to this afternoon, and looking forward to having Alberta's interests represented in Northern Alberta. Those are the reasons. This is one of the major reasons that I got involved in politics, was to represent Alberta in Ottawa, and I'm pleased to do so today here in this Parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. We have the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental flaw in terms of what the member is talking about. There are many, it's a whole lot easier to get from Edmonton and Calgary, let's say, to Ottawa than it is for many Ontario communities. In fact, Madam Speaker, you might have to take a long drive to another airport in order to take another airplane to be able to come to the Ottawa, or Ontario's capital here in Ottawa. So my concern is number one, is that the member shouldn't try to give the impression that you have to live close to Ottawa to have influence. I like to consider that I do carry some influence, as the member no doubt carries influence, and I'm from Winnipeg. You don't have to be from Ottawa in order to have influence, is my suggestion to the member. And second, with respect to the bill itself, would the member not recognize that the simplicity of this bill is to ensure that we recognize that no province should have a reduction in the number of seats based on the last federal election? Would he not agree, simply put, that that is a good thing and something worth to vote for?
Well, member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I did note right off the top of my speech that I was supporting this bill, and I even noted that I was doing that for the benefit of the member from Winnipeg North. So I'm pleased that he listened to my speech. The other point I would make is that my point all around distances to Ottawa was not so much that we can change that, but that is a matter of fact. We cannot change the fact that Ontario is closer to Ottawa than Alberta is, and we should just respect these things that are a matter of fact, and respect the idea that representation by population is a matter of fact.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought the member really nailed it, especially his description of the challenges of the factory owner at the beginning. This country has a unique history where some provinces in the east came together to create the country, but Western Canada was always viewed as kind of a colonial possession, and it's been a long struggle to try to work towards some degree of recognition of provincial equality. And I wonder if the member wants to comment on just some of the legacy of that history in terms of Senate representation and other things that really come from the fact that it was originally Central and Eastern Canada that formed the country, but viewed the West very much as a kind of colonial appendage instead of an equal partner.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, I want to thank the member for his question. That is indeed the case. I would just recognize PEI, for example, negotiated their way into Confederation, as did BC, for example. That is not as much the case with the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, which were more creations of the federal government. And then
order. Photos in the chamber are not allowed, and a minister of the Crown should know that.
They're not even listening.
No, they're not listening. Did we hear that? Just no photos in the chamber, please. Thank you. I think the member was probably done, but let's go on to the next one anyway. The honourable member for BTB Timiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech, my colleague from Peace River Westlock asked a fundamental question: why Quebec should have a special privilege, the nation clause. Why do we recognize this founding francophone different nation with a culture of its own, and it would have a political weight in this House? I think it's a fundamental respect. Would my colleague not be prepared to allow the Quebec One Nation to have 25% of the MPs? Otherwise, we're going to go, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
or Mr. Chair, the reality is that the proportion was never part of the discussion. I don't ever remember hearing anything about the proportion. The other thing I would just note for the member is that Northern Alberta has one of the largest French-speaking diaspora that has been there since before Quebec was even founded. Since the 1700s, we have had Quebec communities in Northern Alberta. These communities are thriving. These are born French-speaking people. Places like Falher, Guy, Mary Rain, Saint Isidore, they have all been amazing French communities that are thriving communities, and that we see people immigrate from around the world to Northern Alberta. The French population of Alberta is actually growing, not necessarily in proportion to the rest of the province, but it is a growing population. Something that I would hope that Quebec would see growth in their population, and then they could maintain their seats as well.
One more, I believe, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quickly, to my colleague, one of the things that this Parliament can do to augment the representation and balance it is some of the things that are provided, being more money for rural and larger geographic areas or larger for populations. Most recently, this government, though, has actually limited MPs in their offices to 5 immigration inquiries, which actually makes it disproportionate. I like his thoughts, though, of the other things that we could do to make things more balanced for representing Canadians, even though we might have disproportionate populations.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, once again, Mr. Chair, the member has just highlighted one of these things that are matter of fact, is that the amount of immigration queries that we have no necessarily bearing on where we come from in the country. But I would say that the government has totally mismantled the immigration file in this country, leading to the fact that my office has to deal with an inundation of immigration cases, as likely his as well. Limiting that to 5 cases per office seems ridiculous, because there's not necessarily any correlation between one member's office having more or less, just based on where they are in the country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, that will finish up discussion on our debate on C-14. Hopefully we'll come back to that when we have the opportunity. We'll just take a few moments to wait for the minister to arrive in chamber.
Order.
My lord.
Order.
My lord.
Order.
Come, il
It being 4 p.m., 4:10 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of Ways and Means Proceedings Number 3 concerning the budget presentation.
Orders of the day, government orders, consideration of Ways and Means motion number 3 concerning the budgetary policy of the government.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I would like to table in both official languages the budget documents for 2022 including the notices of Ways and Means motions. Les détails.
The details concerning the measures included therein are set out in these documents, and pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I request that the study of these motions be listed on the orders of the day.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we all remember that Thursday in March, just over 2 years ago, when our travel plans were hastily canceled, when our children came home from school, when we all rushed to the grocery stores to buy toilet paper and hand sanitizer. We realized then that this virus would disrupt our lives. But few of us imagined quite how much or for quite how long. And yet, here we are. We bent, but we did not break. Canadians have done everything that was asked of them, and more, Mr. Speaker. And so, to all of them, to all of you, I want to start by saying thank you.
And I now have the honor of tabling my second federal budget. I tabled my first in April of 2021. In the year preceding it, the Canadian economy had teetered on the brink. Our economy contracted by 17%, the deepest recession since the 1930s. 3 million Canadians lost their jobs. This was a shattering economic blow. The Great Depression scarred this country for a generation or more. It was entirely reasonable to fear that the COVID recession would likewise hamstring us for years, that millions of Canadians would still today be without jobs, and that the task of rebuilding our country would be the work of decades. We knew that we could not let that happen, and so we provided unprecedented emergency support to Canadian families and Canadian businesses. Our relentless focus was on jobs, on keeping Canadians employed, and on keeping their employers afloat. It was an audacious plan, and it worked.
Our economy has now recovered 112% of the jobs that were lost during those awful first months. Compared to just 90% in the United States. Our employment rate is down to just 5.5%, close to the 5.4% low in 2019 that was Canada's best in 5 decades. Our real GDP is more than a full percentage point above where it was before the pandemic. Think about that. After a devastating recession, after wave, and lockdown after lockdown, our economy has not just recovered. It is booming. Today, Canada has come roaring back. But Canadians know that fighting COVID and the COVID recession came at a high price. Inflation, a global phenomenon, is making things more expensive in Canada, too. Snarled supply chains have driven prices higher at the checkout counter. Buying a house is out of reach for far too many Canadians. And now, Putin's barbaric war is making food and gas even more expensive. The money that rescued Canadians and the Canadian economy, 8 out of every $10 invested, was deployed chiefly and rightly by the federal government. But our ability to spend is not infinite. The time for extraordinary COVID support is over. And we will review and reduce government spending, because that is the responsible thing to do. On this point, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. We are absolutely determined that our debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline. Our deficits must continue to be reduced. The pandemic debt we incurred to keep Canadians safe and solvent must be paid down, and it is being paid down. This is our fiscal anchor. This is a line we will not cross. It will ensure that our finances remain sustainable. Canada has a proud tradition of fiscal responsibility. It is my duty to maintain it, and I will. So, now is the time for us to focus, with smart investments and a clarity of purpose, on growing our economy and on making life more affordable for Canadians. That is what our government proposes to do. And here's how we propose to do it. Pillar 1 of our plan is investing in the backbone of a strong and growing country, our people. Commençons par le logement.
Let me start with housing. Housing is a basic human need, but it is also an economic imperative. Our economy is built by people, and people need homes in which to live. But here's the problem. Canada does not have enough homes. We need more of them, and fast. This budget represents perhaps the most ambitious plan that Canada has ever had to solve that fundamental problem. Over the next 10 years, we will double the number of new homes we build. This must become a great national effort, and it will demand a new spirit of collaboration. Provinces and territories, cities and towns, the private sector and nonprofits, all working together with us to build the homes that Canadians need.
Over the next 10 years, we will double the number of new homes we will build. This must become a great national effort, and it will demand a new spirit of collaboration. Provinces and territories, cities and towns, the private sector and nonprofits, all working together with us to build the homes that Canadians need. We will invest in building more homes and in bringing down the barriers that keep them from being built. We will invest in the rental housing that so many count on. We will make it easier for our young people to get those first keys of their own. And we will make the market fairer for Canadians. We will prevent foreign investors from parking their money in Canada by buying up homes. We will make sure that houses are being used as homes for Canadian families rather than as a speculative financial asset class. But on housing, I would like to offer one caution. There is no one silver bullet which will immediately, once and forever, make every Canadian a homeowner in the neighborhood where they want to live. As Canada grows, and as a growing Canada becomes more and more prosperous, we will need to continue to invest year after year after year in building more homes for a growing country.
And Mr. Speaker, a growing country and a growing economy also demand a growing workforce. A lack of workers and of workers with the right skills is constraining the industrialized economies around the world. But there is good news, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, Canada had the fastest population growth in the G7. At a time when the world is starved for workers and talent, our country's unique enthusiasm for welcoming new Canadians is a powerful driver of economic prosperity. This budget will make it easier for the skilled immigrants that our economy needs to make Canada their home, and will make sure that they can work in the field they were trained for.
Also invest in the determined and talented workers who are already here. We will make it more affordable for people working in the skilled trades to travel to where the jobs are. Programs like the Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit will make it more worthwhile for people to work and will make life more affordable for our lowest paid and very often most essential workers. We will invest in the skills that Canadian workers need to fill the good-paying jobs of today and tomorrow. And we will break down barriers and ensure that everyone is able to roll up their sleeves and get to work. And yes, one of those barriers is affordable childcare. When we promised less than a year ago to make high-quality, affordable childcare a reality for all Canadians, our plan was certainly welcomed. But the cheers were muted by justifiable skepticism. After all, similar promises had been made and broken for decades. 5 decades, in fact. That's why, as I stand here today, I am so glad to say we have delivered. We have now signed agreements on early learning and childcare with every single province and territory in our great country. This is women's liberation. It will mean more women no longer need to choose between motherhood and a career. This is feminist economic policy in action, and it will make life more affordable for middle-class Canadian families. Fees are already being slashed across the country. By the end of this year, they will be reduced by an average of 50%. And in 3 years, childcare will cost an average of just $10 a day. From coast to coast to coast. Housing and immigration and skills and childcare. These are social policies, to be sure. But just as importantly, they are economic policies as well. Our strategy is what Janet Yellen, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, recently dubbed modern supply-side economics. Modern supply-side economics borrows the supply-sider's key insight that increasing supply is fundamental to growth, but takes a progressive, people-centered approach. At a time when our chief economic problem is that there is too much demand chasing too little supply, this set of people-centered policies provides exactly what Canada needs right now. This pillar will create supply-led growth that satisfies the demand today driving inflation. It will help our economy grow sustainably, and it will make all of our lives more affordable. Notre deuxième pilier pour la croissance.
Our second pillar for growing our economy is the green transition. In Canada and around the world, climate action is no longer a matter of political debate nor personal conviction. It is an existential challenge. That means it is also an economic necessity. In the largest economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution, the world economy is going green. Canada can be in the vanguard, or we can be left behind. That is, of course, no choice at all, which is why our government is investing urgently in this shift. Our plan is driven by our national price on pollution, the smartest, most effective incentive for climate action. The budget also proposes the creation of a new Canada Growth Fund, which will help attract the billions of dollars in private capital we need to transform our economy at great speed and at scale.
Nous investirons dans les minéraux.
We will be investing in Canada's abundant critical minerals and metals. They are a key part of going green. The world's democracies must be able to produce them for themselves and for others. As car makers urgently upgrade their assembly lines to make zero-emission vehicles, we will be making sure Canadians can afford them.
Nous fabriquerons les batteries.
We will manufacture the batteries that power zero-emission cars and trucks, and we will invest in charging stations from coast to coast. For our children, that means cleaner air and cleaner water tomorrow. And it will also mean good jobs for Canadians today.
Dès aujourd'hui. Our third pillar for growth is a plan to tackle the Achilles heel of the Canadian economy: productivity and innovation. Canadians are the best educated people in the OECD. Our scientists win Nobel Prizes, and our cities are outshining Silicon Valley in creating high-paying technology jobs. Nous accusons toutefois du
But we're falling behind when it comes to economic productivity. Productivity matters because that's what guarantees the dream of every parent, that our children will be more prosperous than we are. This is a well-known Canadian problem and an insidious one. It's time for Canada to tackle it. And we propose to do just that, in part, with a new innovation and investment agency, drawing on best practices from around the world. The agency will give companies across the country and across our economy the tools and incentives they need to create and invest and to produce more with less. We will encourage small Canadian companies to grow. We will help Canadians and Canadian companies develop new intellectual property and turn their new ideas into new businesses and new jobs. Mr. Speaker, these three pillars, investing in people, investing in the green transition, and investing in innovation and productivity, will create jobs and prosperity today and build a stronger economic future for our kids. They will make life more affordable, and they will ensure Canada continues to be the best place in the world to live, work, and raise a family.
From the first day we started working on this budget, this growth agenda was always going to be our focus. And then Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. On that dark morning of February 24th, a day of infamy, we woke up to a world utterly transformed. When Putin opened fire on the people of Ukraine, he also turned his guns on the unprecedented era of prosperity that the world's democracies had worked so diligently to build over more than 76 years. Our rules-based international order, built from the ashes of the Second World War, today confronts the greatest threat since its inception. And so, our response has been swift and strong. Canada and our allies have imposed the toughest sanctions ever inflicted on a major economy. Russia has become an economic pariah. But the mutilated people of Bucha, shot with their hands tied behind their backs, have shown us that is not enough. Putin and his henchmen are war criminals. The world's democracies, including our own, can be safe only once the Russian tyrant and his armies are entirely vanquished. And that is what we are counting on the brave people of Ukraine to do. Because they are fighting our fight, a fight for democracy. It is in our own urgent national interest to ensure that they have the missiles and the money they need to win. And that is what this budget helps to provide. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has also reminded us that our own peaceful democracy, like all the democracies of the world, depends ultimately on the defense of hard power. The world's dictators should never mistake our civility for pacifism. We know that freedom does not come for free, and that peace is guaranteed only by our readiness to fight for it. That is why we are making an immediate additional investment in our armed forces and propose a swift defense policy review to equip Canada for a world that has become more dangerous. This budget will help provide the fiscal and physical firepower we need to meet any threat that may confront us. And we understand that security includes energy security, which Canada must work to ensure for ourselves and our democratic partners. C'est pourquoi nous investissons.
That is why we are making an immediate additional investment in our armed forces. It's also why we're proposing a swift defense policy review to equip Canada for a world that has become more dangerous. This budget will help provide the fiscal and the physical firepower we need to meet any threat that may rise to face us.
The convoys of Russian tanks rolling across Ukraine did not change the fundamental goal of this budget, Mr. Speaker. But Putin's attack on Ukraine and that country's remarkable and valiant resistance has reinforced our government's deepest conviction, a line that runs through this budget and in each of the budgets that have preceded it, that the strength of a country does not come solely from the vastness of the reserves of its central bank or from the size of the force in its garrisons. Those do matter, to be sure, but they matter less than democracy itself. They can be defeated. They are being defeated by a people who are united and free, because it is the people of who are every country's real source of strength. That is true in Ukraine, and it is true in Canada. So let me explain what we need if we are to build a strong country here at home. We need housing that is affordable for everyone and investments that ensure an entire generation is not priced out of owning a home. We need to fight climate change so that we can leave our children with a livable planet. We need to face up to the sins of our past and ensure that Indigenous peoples in this country are able to live dignified and prosperous lives. We need a healthcare system that allows people to see a doctor or a dentist and to get mental health care too. We need a society that is truly equal for everyone, because the color of your skin or who you love or where you were born should not dictate whether you get to share in the opportunities that Canada provides. We need a robust tax system that ensures everyone pays their fair share. And we need an economy that allows businesses to grow and create good middle-class jobs where everyone can earn a decent living for an honest day's work. Le courageux peuple.
The brave people of Ukraine have shaken the world's older democracies out of our 21st century malaise. They have reminded us that the strength of a country comes from the strength of its people. And they've reminded us that there should be no greater priority for everyone in this House than to build a country we would all be willing to fight for.
Prêt à nous battre. C'est sur.
That's what we've worked to do these last 7 years. And that is what we will keep on doing today.
The brave people of Ukraine have shaken the world's older democracies out of our 21st century malaise. They have reminded us all that the strength of a country comes from the strength of its people. And they have reminded us that there should be no greater priority for everyone in this House than to build a country that we would all be willing to fight for. That is what we have worked to do these past 7 years, and that is what we will continue to do today.
I'll have a 10-minute question and comment session. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I notice the minister is wearing Conservative blue today. But that does not in any way transform her budget from being the first left-leaning NDP Liberal budget. So, Mr. Speaker, the most pressing issue facing Canadians today is the cost of living, especially the housing affordability crisis. Millions of Canadians have seen their dream of home ownership slip through their fingers, and uncontrolled spending from this NDP Liberal government has had a lot to do with that. Now, the minister's budget includes $10 billion for housing and homelessness, including $4 billion for a housing accelerator that will actually go to municipalities, not to those who wish to purchase homes but can't afford to do so right now. So in her speech, the minister made the following promise. Over the next 10 years, we will double the number of homes we build. Can the minister tell us Mr. Speaker, this is a serious question. Can the minister tell us exactly how many homes she and her government have actually built over the past, say, 7 years? And just the number, please. I know she has to have the number because she made the claim. So again, how many homes has her government built over the last 7 years?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member opposite, first of all, by pointing to the color of my suit today. I chose it intentionally, and I chose the color of this button. I thought it was important to show my solidarity, and I think the solidarity of everyone in this House. Glad to see the member opposite wearing a blue and yellow tie. I've recently learned, in fact, that his roots, like my own family's, are in Ukraine. I'm glad that the member opposite spoke about housing. Maybe that's something else we can all agree on. Housing is the most pressing economic and social issue in Canada today. And that's why it is the centerpiece of this budget, just as early learning and childcare was the centerpiece of last year's budget. What is new and important about this budget, which again the member opposite has helpfully pointed out, is a focus on supply. What is new is an understanding that what we need to do as a country is find ways to tear down the barriers to building more homes. And the member correctly points out that many of those barriers are at the municipal level. There are a lot of former city councillors and mayors in this House. They all understand very, very well that what we need to do is find ways to work together with municipalities, with provinces, with territories, to build more of the homes Canadians need. And we will do it, Mr. Speaker. We got early learning and childcare done, and we are committed over the next 10 years to doubling the new housing starts in Canada.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, Quebec provinces, the Quebec Healthcare Centre is asking for Canada Health transfers to be increased to 35% of all healthcare expenditures. Not this year, not next year, not the year after have we seen any increase in Canada Health transfers, but it's written that if provinces call Ottawa, it will be to be advised as to how they can better manage their healthcare system and make it more efficient and effective. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us why she believes that a government that has never managed a hospital can better manage healthcare than the provinces themselves? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, we fully understand that it is of provincial and territorial jurisdiction. Our healthcare system in Canada is excellent. We also understand that the federal government has to help with funding the healthcare system. That is the reason for which it is written in the budget that we have just disbursed $2 billion to provinces and territories to help them with issues caused by the COVID crisis. I would also like to add that in this budget, we are proposing to invest $45.2 billion. This is a monumental amount to support provinces and territories through the Canada Health Transfer. And, Mr. Speaker, this is an increase, a 4.8% increase as compares to the reference basis.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the minister has heard from hundreds of experts that have told her, and I'll quote, Mr. Speaker, that carbon capture, utilization, and storage is neither economically sound nor proven at scale, with a terrible track record and limited potential to deliver significant, cost-effective emissions reductions. And yet, despite the IPCC just having released another damning report about the state of the climate crisis, that carbon capture and storage is the cornerstone of the climate efforts here in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister recognize that the over $2.5 billion that they've allocated for carbon capture and storage is a missed opportunity to build national renewable energy projects like a Western power grid that could put people to work and actually help us create new renewable sources of energy in Canada, which is something we absolutely have to do if we're going to be able to electrify our economy and lower our greenhouse gas emissions?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians at home listening to the proceedings of this House will be a bit confused by what they are hearing, because they've heard a lot about collaboration between progressive parties, and yet on this issue, I must differ from my honourable colleague. I absolutely believe, and our budget is very clear on the value of CCUS when it comes to a realistic, achievable, and attainable emissions reduction plan. The oil and gas sector is part of the Canadian economy, and it needs to be part of our emissions reduction effort. The CCUS plan, which we have worked on collaboratively with our environmental partners, with our oil and gas partners, is a very important part of that plan. It will help Canada reduce our emissions, and that is something that I think all of us agree is essential. The member has spoken about the need to invest in renewable energy. We agree. That's why this budget includes considerable investments in the green transition building on the vast investments in the green transition our government has hitherto made, including the Canada Growth Fund, which will crowd in private capital for this essential economic transformation.
Now we have time for maybe another 30-second question and answer. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This appears, like all the other budgets so far from this government, to be one of lots of spending and good intentions, but no results. The Parliamentary Budget Officer states there's as many Canadians living in vulnerable homes as there were when the government started, despite billions spent. Despite billions spent, the Library of Parliament says GHG emissions are going up every year. The Library of Parliament also says this government has had the 29th worst performance for debt to GDP ratio. Further, their report, The Long Road, says Canada, for the next 30 years, will have the worst economic growth in the OECD. So if non-stop spending and crippling debt hasn't worked so far, what has changed that is going to work now?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am really sorry to say that the member opposite is simply inaccurately citing statistics. The reality is that Canada's economic growth today is among the strongest in the world. Our GDP grew by more than 6% in the fourth quarter, is on track to grow 4% in the first quarter. Canada's economic recovery is robust, it is remarkable, particularly when it comes to jobs. And in terms of debt to GDP and deficits, Canada is in the strongest fiscal position of any G7 country.
And that's all the time we have for that. The reprise du débat, the member for Abbotsford.
Where there is no vision, the people perish. Now that is a proverb that one of my Liberal colleagues used earlier today. But it was in a different context. It was in the context of Easter. But the context in which I'm going to use it is a budget that is absolutely bereft of any vision. The budget is bereft of any vision to meaningfully address what currently matters most to Canadians, which is the skyrocketing cost of living and housing affordability crisis. There's no real plan to fight the inflation that has exacerbated this government's tax and spend profligacy. There's no overarching investment into economic growth, no growth plan to improve our productivity and our ability to compete in the global marketplace. There's no grand plan to restore Canada's tarnished reputation as a good place to invest. Right now, we are dead last among the OECD countries when it comes to investment. Nor is there a grand vision to manage the massive debt load that my children and grandchildren will be left to repay, with interest, of course. As with last year's budget, this one fails to put forward a credible fiscal anchor that outlines a clear pathway and a firm target to return to balance. There is no grand vision for restoring Canada's reputation as a trusted middle power amongst the world's nations. Neither is there a serious plan to harness the power and potential of our sustainably produced natural resources to address the environmental challenges facing our world. In short, this budget fails to deliver the visionary leadership that these times call for. Instead, this budget is emblematic of an unserious Prime Minister, an unserious Finance Minister, and an unserious government. Where there is no vision, the people perish. That's from the Proverbs of Solomon, considered among the wisest men ever to walk this earth. We need a vision, Mr. Speaker. And I'll have more to say in the days ahead. But until then, Mr. Speaker, and until tomorrow, I move, seconded by the member for Lethbridge, that the debate be now adjourned.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Ms. Thomas, moves that the debate now be adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.